Hello everyone. Hello. I wanted to finally stream today. Some time for myself. I had completely and utterly missed the starter date, the starter time of my actual stream today. But well, whatever, whatever. We got there eventually. I'm still not sure what exactly I'm going to be watching today, but actually, I do know. Magic Arena. We're gonna be doing a beginner guide to Dungeon. Alright, I'm gonna open this one. So how are you doing today? Fuck me. Whatever. Okay. I'm gonna activate myself again. Pop up. Fucking pop up. And thank you. Hi everyone. How are you doing today? I'm kind of looking into videos to watch. All things considering. What's the MTG Arena beginner guide? Magic the Arena. I watched 2 videos for Magic because yeah, I feel like I need to actually understand a little bit Magic. In my packs. Do this instead. Oh, nice. Okay, tips for beginners. Okay. Gwent. Guide. I'm actually curious. Let's watch some Gwent stuff as well. Oh, nice. I have another one here. Okay, fair enough. I do think I need to collection fast and efficiently. We'll grab this one video as well. So for now, I'm just kind of I'm kind of grabbing a bunch of videos in the background. Yeah. Vampires are obviously pretty great. Last I checked. Let's watch some clips as well. I wanted to watch some VTuber clips because I'm a VTuber. I would like to watch some clips. What the fuck should I watch? Oh, hey, Random Stuff 2009. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. I'm the Observer. I am the owner and proprietor of the Eternal Library. Today I'm streaming some Media Watch. If you have some videos you need to suggest, just put their names in the channel or in the comments. I'm going to be watching some videos. I like to watch different various types of videos myself and comment on them, but I noticed a lot of people enjoy me watching stuff. So I decided, why the fuck not? I'm good. I worked out today. I returned back home. I realized I'm late as fuck because I got stuck. I stuck in the eternal traffic, so to speak. You'd think there'd be no traffic and teleportation, but alas, there is. There is. But yes, if you have anything you want me to watch, any video, as long as TOS, whatever the hell, it's fair game. I'm for now. I'm kind of fishing in the background for VTuber clips and card game videos and stuff because I want to react hard. Also, I want to play RTS games because I'm curious about RTS games 2022. Are there any interesting RTS games? Let's watch this one as well. I have so far. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos. What else? What else? What else? What else? That'd be nice if it'd be nice if real-time strategy came back stronger than ever. Honestly, I enjoyed playing them at some point. I kind of fell out of playing them at some point, but I enjoy playing them. What the fuck else we want to watch here? Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Anyway, anything you want to suggest, please do suggest. I'm kind of I'm kind of silent at the moment. Damn, that video started on its own. Actually, let's watch this as well because best VTuber photoshops. That sounds interesting. Do I need to watch the video itself? Videos themselves. Okay. Shilla, let me check if the new League MMO video has came out. Riot MMO. Necrit. Nah, Necrit. Right? Okay, let me see. What else is already done? Okay, nothing yet. Okay, fair enough. Nothing yet. That's a shame. What I'd like to. I'm feeling this much. Okay, so nothing yet. Let's. Fuck me sideways. Nothing really too interesting to watch here. You know what? Yeah. Just suggest videos to watch for me to watch. I have a few of them right now. Let's watch a few of them right now. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Gonna go here. Yeah. Okay. Yep. We got it. Okay. Let's see audio. Everything is alright. Everything is matching. We're good. We good. Let's watch some Gwent video. Let's watch a bit of Gwent, honestly. I'm very curious, actually. Let me check everything. So everything's alright. Yeah. We'll just raise it a little bit, just a little bit. My microphone, just a little bit. Should be fine now. Let's deactivate my BGM, and then watch this video.
Micah here. In this video, this is a quick start guide for you. What's up, mages? Micah here. In this video, this is a quick
Before I continue, this is the 22 MTG Arena guide for new players. Beginner tips for playing Magic Gathering Arena. I am thinking of starting playing Magic Gathering the Arena, obviously because it's a card game and it's a very old card game. I've been playing card games for a very long time, but I somehow managed to avoid playing Arena for the entirety of that time. I have no clue how, but I have never Arena. I have Magic. I have never played Magic before. I played Yu-Gi-Oh. I played a bunch of other card games. I played a bunch of Western, Eastern, whatever the fuck card games. But I never, not even once, I managed to play Arena Magic the Gathering. So we're going to solve the problem I have with Magic. Is that I don't really understand how it works. Now, this is the guide for Arena. This is not the guide for Magic in general, but I imagine it also a guide. There is also very much few details about actually playing the game in there, and I would really like to understand how to play Magic.
Guide for you, the beginner, into MTG Arena. Now, you may not be a beginner when it comes to Magic the Gathering, but if you are a beginner with MTG Arena or just MTG in general, this guide is going to help you get started very quickly into the game.
Okay. So, if I'm new to my MTG in general, this guide is going to help me. Good, great, amazing. From what I can understand, there's general colors. There is a spread of colors in the types of cards and mechanics. Colors are the factions, from what I can understand, at least generally speaking, or at least color is not the faction. Colors are general type of cards that are spread around Magic. They can mix and match, but not like. Obviously, you don't want to match all the colors, if I'm not mistaken. If not mistaken. I know the definition of the colors. Red is aggressive, white is something, whatever. I know. I do the general definition of colors. Black is selfish. Whatever the hell. Okay, let's continue.
And start being able to play and enjoying the many benefits of Magic the Gathering. So when you first get to the screen, we've got a lot going on at the top. Let's start there. So we've got our home tab. Next is our profile tab. On the profile tab, it shows you your username. This is what you use to give to your friends that you're planning on battling.
Ah, funny. Looks like Discord. Similar to Discord. Okay, fair enough.
Or just your username in general, just for your knowledge, if anyone asks for it. You've also got the current season. A season is a 1 month, okay? So every month, 12 months of the year is a new season, all right? What happens with this and why it's important is that a season rewards you rewards based on where you place in the month. You have ranked games that are available to you. And so the ranked, if we look at them here, you'll see this says Diamond Tier 2 constructed rank and Bronze Tier 2 limited rank. You have two ranks. One is for constructed games you play, and the other is for limited games you play. If we look at the constructed, by clicking this here, you'll see based on where you rank bronze, silver, gold, platinum.
Okay, so same usual check. Each rank each rank gives some rewards, some stuff, some packs, some stuff like this.
Diamond.
The higher of reward. You can also see. I'm pretty sure this is a very standard ladder. Standard ladder of the rank progression. There's bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and then mythic. Mythic being the highest one, I imagine. So, I mean that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Interesting. Pretty much everyone gets 1,000 gold. And at least gold ones gets at least one card style, but every. So general rewards don't really change based around from gold and forward. So from gold it's 1,000 gold and one in card style to packs. Then platinum reward from platinum onward. These rewards don't change. The only rewards from platinum and up that change are these. Interesting. I'm pretty sure I saw I'm pretty sure I saw a few people actually mention that you don't really need to buy packs in Magic. They don't really need to be bought. You can probably get a lot of the cards you need to play seriously from simply playing the game. So far, it has been pretty much the same with Gwent. I haven't gotten on. I should really take. I should really get into habit of actually getting inside the games I find I play, like Shadowverse and Gwent, on daily basis to actually get the rewards. If I know, even if I know I'm not streaming this, I'm kind of still don't. I kind of still don't do that.
think this is good. Wait, first we started with matching the clothes and the
God fucking damn it! Why is it starting again on its own? I didn't press anything. Videos sometimes just start on my fucking Chrome. I guess I shouldn't actually do it. Okay, let's just continue the video.
In Mythic, you'll get different rewards based on where you're
I apologize for the random silence there. My ADHD decided I should be silent for a moment there. I should be silent and just not say anything. That happens. That happens.
at the very end of the month, and you'll then get those rewards, those packs, gold, and cosmetics. The same thing for limited. It's the exact same. And what limited is, if you're not familiar with the term, is drafting or sealed events. If you're playing a draft or a sealed event, other than that, it's going to be a constructed event for the most part.
Okay. So these are just random stuff, random events that happen in the season. Not going to bother with these so much.
So that's the profile tab. And what you'll see again, it's your rank for the season, the current season you're in, your username, and you've also got what's called the mastery. If you click on this here, it's going to take you over to
So it's a battle pass.
the mastery for that
It's a battle pass.
set. Now, every set has a mastery, and Magic comes out with Wizards of the Coast comes out with a new set every 3 months for the most part. So whenever they come out with a new set, though, you have a chance to get the mastery pass, and this is a free track as well as a paid track. So you can play for free, and the top one here, you'll see this 1, 2, and so on. You're going to get all of these on the free track as you progress, and you progress by getting experience. So every time you get 1,000 experience, and I'll show you in a moment how you get that experience, you progress on that ladder of the mastery.
That's the usual. That's honestly the usual. Battle pass system. A lot of the card games choose to activate a battle pass system in case people need to have an incentive to play the card game for a prolonged amount of time every day. It's nothing surprising, really.
Pass. And now you can also, like I said, they have a paid option, and that paid option costs you what's called gems. And we'll talk about the economy in a moment and how you get that and so on. But it's going to cost you roughly $20 to be able to get this paid track every 3 months if you want to get these additional goodies. And honestly, if you end up playing and you find yourself coming out to like 90 at the end and stuff, and you want to buy the mastery pass, you can buy it at any point. You don't have to buy it at the beginning of a set release at all. You could buy it in month 2 or month 3 at the very end, right before the set rotation flips. Then you can go ahead and buy it, and you'll get all of the rewards up to your current level of where you're at from the paid and free.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Every time you buy, obviously your track saves. You don't need to go get over the track again. So it's basically just giving you rewards, whatever the fuck rewards you wanted. You got from going through the track. Not surprising, honestly.
Now, when it comes to this as well, you have a mastery tree, which is basically you'll get these orbs and stuff that allows you to get cosmetics as you're going along. These are all awarded through the free and paid tracks. You'll see right here, this is one of those orbs. So that is the mastery pass. That's your profile and how.
Okay, so that's fair. Progress through Battle Pass, get some additional goodies, additional packs, additional stuff. And through this stuff, you can possibly buy yourself some cosmetic items. Similar thing happens in the Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel, but in Master Duel you just get a lot of in-game currency just because if you play consistently, you'll get a bunch of currency anyway. And through that currency, you can buy new battle passes if you so desire, and get more currency and get more stuff and get more. I don't need to pay anything. It doesn't cost anything. If you just play the game, it doesn't cost anything. You constantly progress through ranked stuff. If you rank up, you get gems for it. If you rank up again, you get gems for it again. Every season you drop a rank, so you rank up again and you get more gems. You get bunch of dailies, bunch of weeklies, bunch of monthlies, whatever the hell. Bunch of event stuff obviously going to pop up all the time. Sometimes there's just no need to actually go through buy gems thing unless you want to whale and get like all you want like immediately. I have been struggling to build my big important pendulum deck in the background for quite a while, but that's mostly because I haven't been able to play as much as I did before. I've been busy with other stuff. And honestly, I do want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! On screen more than outside. Speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'm going to be playing tomorrow. I'm going to be preparing with my tunes. And then I'm going to be... fuck. Let me drop something here. No capture. Boom. Let me release it here. Disco. I forgot to switch it. What is this? TCGX. I'm gonna do this. Okay, window capture this. Okay, fair enough. We got it. We got it. Okay. But yes. Generally speaking, it's going to be very, very. So far, I'd say Magic Master Duel kind of has a better monetization, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Let's talk about decks. So decks in this section obviously is pretty self-explanatory. It's where you see your decks, all the decks that you've crafted.
Duh. That's not something you need to see or say. Decks are where the decks at. Fair enough.
And when you start playing Arena, you're going to go through what's called the Color Challenge, and that's going to associate you with the game. So if you're absolutely brand new to Magic, you're going to learn everything about the game in there for the most part outside of strategy. So when it comes to decks, you're going to have a free few decks when you're starting out, and then you're going to be able to craft decks as you get new cards. So kind of like back here on the seasons, when I said that you have season rewards, which come with packs, these packs you get for free as well as you can buy them too in order to be able to build your collection. And so you'll see right here down here is a spot that says collection. I can click on this and I'll be able to see every single.
Yeah, I assume this is where every single card there is are it at. And yeah, I can see the colors. The colors, man, the colors.
Card that I have. Okay, if I wanted to build a new deck, I would click this little plus icon and I could start building a deck. It would allow me to choose from what set that or what type of game I am playing to build a deck. So let's say I want to play standard. It's immediately going to filter out all non-legal cards, and it's just going to have the cards that I can play in standard right here. And then furthermore, I can filter out by the mana symbol. And I can go in and there's advanced filtering. I can choose specifically what set I want to choose from. I can choose what type of card I'm looking for.
Creature, planeswalker, instant, sorcery, enchantment, artifact, commander's land. Okay, it's even more complicated. Okay, fair enough.
For what the rarity is, how many I have of that card, and how much mana it costs as well. So there's a
mana. Okay, fair enough. You use mana to play stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, if I remember correctly, when I actually did inquire into Magic, it basically operates on the same Hearthstone mana system. But it's the mana is gotten differently. If I'm not mistaken, there's special cards called land cards. You need to kind of pile them on. The more land card gets, the more mana you need to spend. You can spend again depending on the color, depending on whatever the fuck. Each specific land also have their own probabilities. Something like this, right? If I'm not mistaken. I might be a little bit mistaken. I might be thinking of something else, but I do. If my memory does serve me right, and usually it does serve me right, uh, the mana is gotten through land cards.
Lot that you can do here, and the filtering is so immense when it comes to filtering this down and getting and building a deck that you would like to build. So let's go back, let's discard changes here. A couple other things about the deck screen here is that you can import decks that you buy, or not buy, or import decks that you get lists of online. One of the good sites I use for getting deck lists is untapped.gg. They do have free as well as like paid versions of it, but you're able to see what's currently being played in the meta online and what people are playing with.
Every card game has one of those, especially if it has a meta. Gwent has its own library of decks that go through. Yu-Gi-Oh has its own multitude of sites that constantly have people submit decks to. What else? Vanguard also has several sites of decks, even though it doesn't even have online presence quite yet. Yeah, it's not surprising. Every card game has one of those. People want to play the most optimized card. Fuck me. Shut the fuck, Ethel. Okay.
Whether it's standard, historic, etc., that you're playing, you're going to see those decks, and you can download this list for free and import them in here to Arena.
That's fair.
You can also export your decks, which is very easy. You click on your deck, you export it, and it gives you a text list of your deck that you can then import to other sites, send to your friends, etc. You can clone, delete, and favorite decks as well. That way you have them up top for when you want to play them. And you can also sort your decks.
I do like how the decks look here. They don't look like just they look like, oh, they all look like card boxes. It's kind of cute. I like that. It's not anything special, mind you. It's just a small animation. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel has something similar in that it's also like a card box, in which you have each deck is like a card box, but they don't have this animation that opens and releases cards. It has an animation that opens and releases two most, I'd say, three most memorable cards of this deck in particular.
As well, to just see standard decks, to have them alphabetical. Maybe I just want to see ones with white in them. It allows you to do that.
Okay, so from what I can understand, definitely you need to have like two, maybe maximum three, 1, 2, 3 colors in the deck. Red, black, and white. Interesting. Green and white, I assume. Black and white. White. White and green, yeah. Order. They work together pretty well. Blue and green. Blue and white. Green and white. Again, green and white. 2 green and whites. Okay, fair enough.
You're allowed up to 75 decks at any given time. So next, let's talk about.
I won't keep as much decks around, honestly. Actually, how many decks you have? How many? Yeah. Yeah, you have 18.
Throughout the game. Packs. We briefly touched on it. You do, like I said, get free packs throughout the game as you're going along. There's also always Magic has Wizards of the Coast has these codes every single set. So right now is the Neon Dynasty set, and if you type in Play Neo and Play Neo Alchemy into the store area, which I'll show you in just a moment, you're able to get a bunch of free packs. I believe it's 6 for Alchemy and I think 3 on the other. Don't quote me on that. But you can look at it. I'll have links down below also how to get those sets, and it'll have a bunch of arena codes and stuff that you can use to get
Okay, that's interesting. I'll look into it.
free packs. Now you can also get packs as well by clicking this button. It's going to take you into the store and specifically take you over to packs, and you can get packs from any of these sets that you see up here. Now all of the silver ones are the ones that are currently in standard, and then all of the bronze ones that you see here are ones that are legal in historic, right?
Oh, historic, I imagine that's the standard. So standard, this one, that's basically the equivalent of current meta, and historic are the equivalent of previous sets that people can play in a special mode or something like this. Interesting.
So you've got
A friend of mine told me that the cards constantly rotate in and out. So when I asked if it's a good time right now to actually get into Magic, she said it's not exactly, for obvious reasons. Fuck me again.
historic is
What was I thinking about? What was I exactly thinking about? I need to think. I need to understand. Remember what the fuck was I thinking about? Ah, fuck me. I'm getting distracted today. Okay, what was I thinking about? The fuck was I thinking about? Ah, right. Card games. Was I thinking about card games? You know what? I'm just going to ignore that thing. I'm just going to continue watching the video.
Arena's format of choice. It's their format that exists.
Oh, right. I remembered. Okay. Fucking dementia. Fucking getting dementia at my age. Okay. I was saying that this is historical ones, and this is the newer sets that are currently hip with the kids. that's what I was saying. God fucking damn it. Okay. My brain does not work. It's a sponge.
Specifically to Arena. It doesn't exist anywhere else. The same as
Short memory of a golden fish. Okay.
Alchemy, but Alchemy includes digital cards only. These are things that I go further into in other videos, so I recommend watching those and checking out the channel. Subscribe, like this video, and check out those to help bring you up to speed more with the game and
the obligatory. Hey guys, follow me, please follow me. That was smooth though. Follow me, by the way. Follow me too. If you watch this, follow me too. Twitch.tv / the observer. The observer. Observer. The E after B is an X. Let me actually show you. I want to show you. I'm gonna show you. Follow me. Sir. There. Golden. Follow me. Golden color. No, that's not golden. That's golden. More or less. Follow me. Here. The Observer. Twitch.tv slash The Observer. Wait a minute. Twitch. No. TV slash The Observer. Yeah. There you are. Follow me here. Follow me, please. Fuck. Not that slash. Not that slash. This slash. Yeah. Follow me. Follow me, please. Follow me. Okay, but I'm done with this. I'm not as smooth with this, but I'm done with this. Sorry.
formats that they have. So you can pick any of these sets and you'll see right away, I'm on Neon Dynasty. This is the most recent. You can click on a set and it'll actually tell you the name of it as well. Here's the spot where I was talking about where you can redeem codes as well. So I could type in play Neo, and for me it's going to say code already redeemed, but if you hadn't redeemed it
Okay,
yet,
that'll
pop
be
up and
Kia.
give you
Okay,
those
fair
cards
enough.
that you are trying to redeem with that code. So when we go through here, these are the arena only cards, the digital cards. Again, I talked about that more in another video, but to get a pack, it costs 1,000 gold, and you can pay 1,000 gold or you can pay 600 gems. There is two things when it comes to the economy in arena. There's gold and gems. Gold is the free currency that you get within arena, and it's awarded to you by completing daily and weekly challenges. And the gems themselves you can only get by either paying.
I'm pretty sure that that's why the Master Duel general economy is different from this one, because Master Duel only has gems. So you don't earn gold at a snail's pace, and then buy packs with it. And gold is only for packs and only in game. You get gems in game, and you can spend gems on everything. So obviously this is gonna be different.
With real money, or by going in and playing limited, which is drafts and sealed events. You spend your gold to get into those events, and then you get rewarded with gems as you play. So gems are something, and you also get them rewarded to you on the Mastery Pass when you buy the Mastery Pass. Now, gems are something that you don't want to spend lightly because they are few of, right? Gold is something you're always going to be able to replenish, whereas gems you can only replenish, again, if you are playing those limited events and getting those rewards, or going through and paying actual money to be able to get them.
No, I'm not gonna spend money on this one. Yeah, I genuinely don't think I need. If you can't play a game without spending any money, if you can't play a card game without spending any money, a digital version of the card game without spending any money, I don't think it's a card game I like to play, because there is a difference. There is a large difference between a paperback game where all of your cards are physical. You bought those cards, you organized the deck, you opened a bunch of packs, you tried everything in your power to get those cards, and everyone is playing on the same playing field, because everyone spent the equal amount of money on them, some more, some less, depending on luck, and all of the cards, all of them got cards, and all of them got together and bought the packs and everything. That was their decision. That was stuff. The other point is having an online game. People obviously go into. Some people want to play free to play. Most people won't play if you play free to play. They won't. Every game needs people to survive, so like it or not, whales will have to contend with the fact that people can get whatever the fuck they want with playing free. At least I hope so, and that playing free, people can actually maintain several similar level of competition to those who play online, and whale for it. Sure, the people who will whale for it will have the biggest variety of cards, the bigger variety of stuff to use. But I believe we can do it. If I can play the game without spending any money, I will play the game. If I cannot play the game without spending the money, I will not play the game. I will not play the game. That's how it is. Okay, let's continue.
So when you buy the packs and stuff, you can see again 1,000 gold here for that, 600 for gems for 3 packs, and 1,000 gold is really easy to come by. You're gonna get that every 1 to 2 days, basically. So you can get a new pack every 1 to 2 days. Which, when you're talking about real paper magic, it's honestly really good, right? Like, coming across 1 to 2 a new pack every 1 to 2 days, that's $5, right? Normally in real life, whereas this is only 1,000 gold to be able to grab that, and you can get at least 500 gold every single day.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, that's fair. That answers my question.
When you're playing, and I'll show you exactly how to do that. You can actually get 1,000 every single day, and I'll show you how. So these again are how you buy those packs. Here is where you redeem them, and then Mastery Pass, we already talked about that. Let's talk more about the store though. There's more than just packs inside the store. In the store you have featured, this is like all the stuff that they're trying to push right now. You can take a look at those.
I can see these are just basically whatever. These are basically cosmetics. Not surprising. Not exactly something I'm surprised by. Honestly, this is just a thing. Cards, cosmetics are always going to be a thing in a free card to play card game. I mean, considering things, you need to actually make money somehow. So these are the types of things people use money on.
You can buy gems.
That's very fair, honestly.
Like I said, it's $4.99 as of this moment.
$4.99.
Filming this for $7.50, $20 for $3,400.
I have such a fucking trauma when it comes to $4.99 because this is like the number of what was it called, atoms that were given that was attempted to give out that were attempted to be given out to people who bought the collector's edition of Fallout 76. Those poor souls. And I just still remember that number. I remember that number because I was there to watch the situation unfold, and also I watched the internet historian's video on this matter several times. Honestly, this was this number forever engraved in my mind. As just I was let out a chuckle when I see it for some reason. Well, no, not for some reason. I already said for which reason, but it's I always let out a chuckle.
Like I told you, the Mastery Pass costs that. Packs, daily deals, this is an area always to check because they sometimes will give you gold. They'll give you 500 gold for exchange for 50 gold. You can pay 50 gold and be able to get it, or pay a little bit of gems and be able to get that 500 gold. So they have deals all the time inside of here every single day, and sometimes they'll have gold and things like that you really want to get. Most of the time it's just cosmetics though for your cards. They also have bundles.
That's
and
fair.
Again, bundles are a good benefit. However, I would say unless you're really into the bundles that they have, like sometimes there'll be land cards and things like in here that you might want to get. Other than that, I would say most of the time these aren't really worth the money that you would pay to be able to get them.
That's a lad. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Someone had the balls to actually say don't buy shit from them. Okay, fair enough. That's I'd expect you a little bit more. Some random person I found online.
Avatars, these are things that are just represent you when you're playing inside of a game. Sleeves, and then pets. All of these again can be purchased for gold.
Doge.
Or for gems, right? And they usually cost a lot of gold, and that's where Arena ends up making its money. So that is pretty much all of the system as far as like the pages and so forth go. Let's talk about wild cards. So you'll look up here, you'll see this little
33 common, 90 uncommon, 3 rare, and 2 mythic rare. Okay.
Lotus, and I have 33 common, 19 uncommon, 3 rare, and 2 mythic rare wild cards. Now, wild cards are exactly what they say. They are a card that allows you to actually trade it in for a card that you want. So let's come back over to Dex for a moment.
Oh, okay. So this is the dust system. You have those wild cards, and you can kind of watch you open the compendium of cards. I need a card. I need the Gobo Fucker 9000 to finish my deck. My mighty meta destroying deck that will totally win a championship with. Okay, right. Okay. You go into the let me check.
And And here's a deck that I have.
Yeah.
Let's say that, and I'm going to filter by not collected. And let's say I wanted this card right here. It's a common card, okay? And if I wanted to get it, I could right click on it and you'll see craft. And this allows me to spend one of my common wild cards to be able to craft this card.
That's simpler. That's definitely simpler than the. That's simpler than in the. That is simpler than in the Master Duel. Master Duel usually has essences. Those essences sort of like you collect them by discarding cards usually. In Gwent, you just collect essence. You just collect scraps to use for infusing. There is no several essences like in Master Duel or several of those types of cards. You just collect scrap, and depending on how much scrap you have, you can craft either a legendary or a normal card or whatever. Usually, the maximum amount of scrap you can sell on a card, if I'm not mistaken, is 800. You need 800 to create super legendary cards. That's something you do. I'm working on a deck there that has a lot of very expensive cards there, so I'll need to actually play quite a bit of Gwent.
Then I'll show you here. All I got to do is click craft, and you'll see that now I actually have one of those cards. So let's go in now again. I'll go to collected, and let's type in adamant. And you'll see the Adamant Will version here that I just purchased.
Of course, yeah.
You see collected and inventory has this like gold little orange outline. Non-collected are these three right here. And that's
so there is 4 copies. There is not 3 copies, but 4 copies of common cards. Okay, cool.
how you spend your wild cards. You'll see now it says 32. So that's how wild cards work.
How do you get wild cards? If he's going to explain it to me right now.
Within the game here soon, and I'll have a video about it when they come out with it. They're going to have a wild card pack that you can buy where you get 12 rare wild cards and I believe 4 mythic rare wild cards for a total of $50. You can spend $50 US and be able to purchase that. As of the recording of this video, that's the price of it. I'll have a video when that comes out as
No, thank you.
well for you. So you'll be able to buy wild cards. And there won't be a gem or a gold option to buy that yet, but hopefully that changes in the future. Up here is where you can see your gold. Again, it shows you here, earn gold by winning and
Oh, damn, that's an anime boy. Anime cyber boy. Interesting.
completing objectives. They have daily and weekly wins, and then
That's fair. Yeah, that's usually.
gems can be purchased. Here, this icon allows you to directly challenge somebody. So if you have a friend's username, you can battle them.
That's convenient. That's actually much more convenient than some other card battlers I saw. You need to go through direct challenge, go through friending them, creating a lobby with them, etc., etc. This time you can just fucking paste their name and throw hands. Okay, interesting.
Inside of here.
Or rather, throw cards. I'm not funny.
And then, of course, you have your settings for audio and graphics. Now, down here in the bottom, you have challenges. And every single day, you get a brand new challenge. And that challenge is either going to be worth 500 or 750 gold. Now, you'll see you get 500 mastery experience. And when I was talking about the mastery pass, I said with every 1,000 experience, you go up another level on the mastery pass. Well, this is how you get that experience, is by completing whatever these objectives are. And you can see
it's
80
minutes, but
it says
whatever, it works out.
Gold, 500 mastery XP, and all you got to do is cast 30 black or red spells to be able to complete that and get that. And then these challenges, you can have up to 3 of them at one time. You only get 1 per day, but you can have up to 3 of them loaded per any given moment, right?
Card black and hard spells. Okay.
Let's say you have 3 of them in there, you haven't cleared them out. In order to get a new one in, you would have to complete one of them to be able to get a new challenge in.
Okay.
And also something to take note of is that every single challenge that comes through, it's either going to be 500 or 750 gold. However, you can click it every single day. You have one swap where you can click a 500 gold and try to swap it for a 750. It's a random roll of the die to see if you get It's an RNG in game, and it works pretty well. A lot of times you're not going to get a 750, but sometimes you do, and hey, that's an extra 250 gold. Next, we have our daily wins. You have a total of 15 wins where you actually get rewards. The first 4 wins are really the most important. It allows you to get up to 250 gold. The rest of them end up being a smaller amount of gold. You can see here on win number 7, I have 7 so far. On my 8th win, I'm going to get 50 gold and 25 mastery experience. So
Okay.
it dwindles down, and then you get individual cards as well as a reward. Here is a weekly win. So every single week, you have a roll of like 15 wins. Every win out of those 15 is going to give you 250 experience to be able to continue to rank up in your mastery pass, to be able to progress within that.
Okay, fair
And
enough.
Here, right here shows you where you're at in your mastery pass. It says I'm at 700 out of 1,000 experience to the next level. And when I get to that next level, I get one of those.
Okay, so
orbs that I
XP is XP basically works for free tracks. You get XP for tracks. The tracks give you usually free tracks get you packs. Tracks get you packs. That's fine. That's surprisingly rhymed. But yeah, I get it. All right.
showed you earlier on. Now, let's talk about the play blade. So let's say you want to play some games. Here in this middle screen, you're going to have news, recent events, things that are out. It's also going to have different announcements.
Wait. Make your own ninja way to earn Neon Dynasty Ninja card style. Believe it. These fucking boomers referenced Naruto in 2022. They referenced Naruto. They referenced Naruto dub. You know, this makes me feel so fucking old. This makes me feel so old. Believe it. Believe it. My own ninja way. Whatever the hell that means. Ninja way. You know when you grow older, you start to question some of the things that you found cool. I'm gonna find my own ninja way. It's like, what the fuck? I'm not even a ninja. Why the hell did they say that? Because I like Naruto. It's just like, oh, that is a cool phrase. My ninja way. But I'm not even a ninja. I never was a ninja. It was just, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Man. Believe it. I'm just like, why would they believe it? Honestly, I'm going to be a controversial opinion here. Naruto is such a merry fucking Sue. At least like in the manner. Honestly, most of the shonen protagonists are. They are kind of like, I do not know exactly what is it with the author's intention to like infinitely increase the importance of the main character, like make them the most important thing in the world, like the biggest dick in the world, and nothing compares to them. Nothing ever compares to them. So Naruto is son of Fourth Hokage. He's the wielder of Kurama. He's the reincarnation or whatever. He's the something. He's the best guy from Prophecy. He's the absolutely the Chad Jiraiya's chosen. He's whatever. He's whatever the hell. He's all of those things at the same time. All of those things. Like, he could not be, like, absolutely cannot be not special. Like, it's impossible, absolutely impossible writing stories for normal characters. Normal people inhabiting normal worlds that get forward through their skill and determination and perseverance. No, the story cannot be about Rock Lee. Rock Lee is the comedic relief. He's one of the most hardworking people in the show. Was most hardworking people in the entire canon. Someone who cannot get what they can get because he cannot use anything other than martial arts. But nope, the story cannot be about him because he's not special enough. He's just a guy. He's not special. let's say Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. The war has been happening. The war has been happening for thousands of years. Demons died. People died. No upper rank moon died in centuries. Not a single one. But then comes Tanjiro, the fucking insignificant dickfuck who's just a random boy from a village, apparently. And he's just like, he trained like what, a year, in using the blade. Trained a year, whatever. A year, maybe a year and 2 years. I don't remember. Well, a year. I'm just going to say a year because that's a. And then he proceeds to absolutely style on Muzan. Every time he just, I like the author's. Oh no, I'm going down. Oh no, I'm not going down. I'm not going down. The next few seconds, no, I'm not going down. Oh no, I'm going down. No, mate, next few seconds, no, I'm not going down. No. The ending of every arc so far, like literally every. Suddenly, I remember everyone would boo me here, but like, think about it. What the fuck was that happen at the end of the Spider Village arc? What the actual hell was that? He just stood there and suddenly remembered that he knew a martial arts out of nowhere, a martial arts that nobody mentioned before, no people even thought about before. It just came out of nowhere. Oh right, Breath of the Sun, that exists. I can do it perfectly because I watched my fucking anorexic dad dance with the fire. Once. I watched my dad dance once with fire. That means I'm automatically aware how to produce Breath of the Sun. I can do it now. Randomly, in the middle of a situation that really requires me to do Breath of the Sun. Then he conveniently fell out, just died, fucking died conveniently. I'm sure if the author didn't want to randomly switch on dick sucking of the Hashiras, he would absolutely have Tanjiro just kind of brush it off. You'd say, "Oh, I'm dying. Oh wait, no, I'm not dying. I can fight more." I'm pretty sure that would happen because I don't know what's with the shonen protagonists, but in shonen mangaka, but they cannot write a compelling battle scenes with a realistic finales and realistic struggles to save their fucking lives. They cannot. They simply are unable to. If the battle drags on, some contrived things will happen, because the writer usually writes themselves into a corner. It's like, oh fuck, I wrote myself into a corner. What the fuck am I doing right now? The enemy is too strong. I cannot make my super special, super wonderful OC lose here, huh? No. I gotta pull some special super uber power out of nowhere. Oh right, the most egregious, I think, example of that is Bleach. The most egregious example of that, and that was exclusively in the 1000 arc, war arc. So people who didn't read that manga, don't watch this. Go away. Nobody's watching it right now. But if you are watching it on YouTube video, go away. Don't watch this. I'll mention some fucking timestamp somewhere around here to where to jump if you want to avoid spoilers. But he's a Quincy. He's part Quincy. He's part Shinigami. He's part Wizard. He's part whatever the fuck else. He's part Hollow. He's part that's 5. He's 5 parts inside of him. He's part Sulking. He's part whatever the fuck. All those things at the same time. He's all those things at the same time. Because why? I don't know. Because he's just part everything. Wizard, Quincy, Shinigami, human, Hollow, whatever. What was the anime only things that basically give you a power over something? Pretty sure he's not that. Thankfully, he's not that. But he's part. What is this? What was it called? Fullbringer? I think Fullbringer. That's how it's called. Yeah, Fullbringer. He's 6 parts of something. And part sulking. So he's 7 parts something. He's part everything. Literally every single established thing in the universe he's part of. He cannot be just a human. He cannot be just a human with a strong willpower. No. He cannot be that. He must be. He physically requires to be every single thing. Just so the art, so mangaka can justify him fucking shit up. To be fair, with that one, I think Kubo Taite, it's a confirmed fact. Kuba was fucking sick of writing Bleach by the time the Thousand Year War arc started. He was sick as fuck of writing it. There is a very defined lack of effort when compared to previous titles. To his previous work, there's this distinct lack of effort, distinct lack of backgrounds. The art is good. Don't get me wrong, but there is a lot of things that he usually did that are just no longer there. How is this magic video ended up with me having a rant about manga and shonen? You know what? I shall no longer have this man be in position where he looks like he just orgasmed. So I'm gonna continue the video. No, I'm not gonna pause my own stream.
It's also going to have different announcements and deck lists that you can see in here. They'll also have 3 different games that you're going to see right here as well that you can just click on. It will take you directly to them. But they have a play blade where if you click
Playblade. Huh, Playblade. That's funny.
play, you'll see
It's Playblade.
your 3 most recently played games here, and then you'll also see a 4th right here in this spot, and then you have this table right here, which if you click it, you'll be able to either play ranked, regular play, or brawl. Okay, and so under ranked, this is where I showed you the rank where you can go through, rank up, and get great rewards towards
That's fair.
the end of the month. You can play different
Oh, so seasons are also ranked. Are also monthly here. Okay, so in each set there's 3 seasons of ranked. You go through seasons. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
versions of these, best of 1 or best of 3. This is just a casual play right here in this column that you can play. And then this here is the brawl option, which is like Commander almost, but with 60 cards and different things about it.
Okay, fair enough. Brawl, use a legendary creature of Planeswalker as commander, and no more than of best the one of. Okay, okay.
Now right here, this is events. This is where all the events are. You can filter by all, in progress, new, limited, and constructed. Okay, so here are all the constructed events going on. And these events, when you click on them, you'll see they usually cost an entry fee. There are some free ones, but when you do these events, you'll get rewards such as cosmetics, gold, packs, and so on.
That's fair. Yes, sir.
And then let's go back here, look at some more events. So through here also, you'll see under all events, you've got the color challenge. This is the thing I told you, like once you complete all these, you'll get a white, blue, black, red, green deck. You'll get a deck for each of them after you complete them.
Okay, so that's something I need to be doing. That I'll need to be doing when I'm going to be playing Arena. I will need to be collecting those cards.
Free decks that you can play. So that's it though, really, guys. That's the most of it. Constructed, limited, like I said, new. These are the most recent ones that are out. So right now, quick draft Neon Dynasty. You can draft and be able to get Neon Dynasty cards. So a lot of fun things that
So you get cards and gems out of this. Okay, fair enough.
you can do in here, and really you just want to get in, dive in, play around with the system, see what you like best. If you're brand new to Magic, then get in and try some different games. Do your color challenge, complete it, and progress in the game and see what really suits you as a player. If you're a veteran of Magic, then play what you like, right? Constructed or sealed, limited, whatever it is that you like and want to play, get in, dive in. Arena is very fun. You can play on iOS or on Android, so you can
I'm going to be playing on PC because I'm going to stream it. That's how it is.
Download it to your tablets or iPads or phones as well and play while you're on the go. That's one of the great things about Arena. All right. So with this video, guys,
It's mostly about no. I'm mistaken. Yu-Gi-Oh can be played on the phone, but Yu-Gi-Oh can only be played in speed format on the phone right now. I do not think they have Master Duel on the phone quite yet. They do have this new game on the phone that is what's it called? The 4-player game mode.
guys, make sure to like it. Make sure to leave a comment below. What was the most helpful hint or tip that you saw in this video? Let me know in the comments below, guys.
I actually do need to check this one as well.
What's up, Mages? Micah here.
Okay. Oh, is that the same guy? Oh, that's the same guy. He looks differently without a beanie. Okay, so this was the video basically explaining how the interface of Arena works. Nothing too complicated. I went on a rant about fucking shonen in the middle of it. Apologies for that. Just believe it reference. It reminded me of Naruto, never reminded me of everything else, and I just kind of went off. That happens sometimes. That sometimes happens to me. Sometimes. Only sometimes. I at least believe so. It only happens to me sometimes. Okay. Now we're going to be watching how to play Magic the Gathering. Learn to play in about 50 minutes. So, well, it's 19 minutes. I'm sure half of it is going to be like, who sent me a message? Oh, Rebecca. Okay, fair enough. Okay, but yeah, we're going to be watching the How to Play Magic. I'm actually curious about this one the most. How to Play Magic. Tolarian Community College. Oh, that's actually interesting. Okay. Okay, so apparently that's the thing. Tolarian Community College, that's the thing. Okay, fair enough. We're going to watch this. Let's learn how to play Magic the Gathering in about 50 minutes.
Magic the Gathering is a collectible card game that is fun, complex, yet easy to play. The game
so same almost every card game I had encountered so far. Complex, fun, but easy to play. I suppose that's sort of how you want to be, what you want your card games to be. Complex, fun, but easy to play. Fun, complex, but easy to play. Easy to get into, higher skill setting. Gwent is definitely easy to play. You just place cards and add big numbers to your big numbers. That's easy. Yu-Gi-Oh! Unga Bunga card placements, Unga Bunga spell activates, Unga Bunga traps. Unga Bunga actually fucking read your cards, man. Please read your cards. This is my scream of help to everyone in the Master Duel community. Anyone who watches me right now, read your fucking cards. Read the cards. And read your opponent's cards. You can. I believe in you.
requires and develops critical thinking, combinatorial mathematics, creativity and imagination, and
That's a statement. That's a statement and a half if I ever see one. Okay. Explain to me how the hell does that develop everything mentioned before?
all while part of a socially interactive experience with others.
Okay, that one I agree with. A lot of the card game communities tend to be very intertwined with each other because they usually have like a lot of tournaments happening, a lot of the, oh, look at my deck is cool, let's fight. It's very individual. To play Yu-Gi-Oh, you don't need a team. You can have a team, but you don't need a team. You could be just solo lone wolf with a fucking with the meta deck. Lone wolf of it. You can have a team, but it doesn't really matter in the long run unless you play in tag duel. And I haven't seen anyone play tag duels. not quite yet, honestly. I do think there is a tag duel system, at least in speed duel game. What's it called? Duel Links. Yeah, please. There is a tag duel. Maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken though. That's something I hope they add soon into Master Duel, tag duel thing, because I would like to team up with some people. That there are tag duel in the simulation, like there's tag duel in Edo Pro. There's tag duel in there, so there isn't in Master Duel, not yet at least. Okay, let's continue.
Video will teach you everything you need to know to play in a matter of minutes, from rules and mechanics.
Okay, let me read. This is white, blue, black, red, and green. Creature Angel, instant, that's a spell. Creature Horror. Yeah. Sorcerer Arcane, Lava Spike, yeah. Creature Elf Druid, okay.
To what to expect over the course of a turn. Magic the Gathering is one of my
Oh man, that's a fancy looking guy.
favorite games. In fact, I'd say it's my absolute favorite game, and I'd love to share it with you.
That's fair. That's fair. My own favorite game is quite silly. My own favorite game is Yu-Gi-Oh, but I hate it as well. It's kind of a love-hate relationship, honestly.
Its basic premise is fairly straightforward.
Basic premise. Yeah, good draw.
Using a 60-card deck,
That's-
draw 7 cards,
yes.
play 1 land per turn,
Yes.
cast spells using mana from those lands,
Okay.
attack your opponent.
Yes, I was correct. You are cast spells using mana from those lands. Okay. Oh, okay. So you summon creatures somehow, something with a different thing. Okay, interesting. So you can summon creatures. I assume depending on the number of lands you got, maybe. Like if you have like one land, you can only play creatures who has one land, or at least the amount of creatures you can have is similar to your lands. Interesting. Okay.
With your creatures, or use them to block your opponents as they try and attack you with theirs.
Makes sense.
While that might seem simple, there are currently more than 20,000 unique Magic cards, to which hundreds are.
Oh, okay. That's that's much more. There's currently to compare. There is currently around 1,000 cards promised for Vanguard Dear Days. So that's set 1 to set 7. I assume that the Vanguard stuff is basically for the latest iteration of the game. But then again, Magic existed for fucking forever, nearly as much as Yu-Gi-Oh had existed. Well, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh existed nearly as much as Magic. That's reverse. Pretty sure Magic came first. Magic came first. Let me actually check. Magic the Gathering. The first came. Yeah. It came before, and Yu-Gi-Oh. Card game. When was it released? Yeah, trading card game. When was it released? Oh, yeah. It released, the OCG version at least, was released in 1999. So several years after Magic. 6 years after Magic, actually. 6 years after Magic. Interesting, yeah. Okay, let's continue.
Added each year, all of which ensures no two games will ever truly be the same. Magic is a TCG.
If that was if that wasn't the case, people would not have been played it to 25 years later. They would not have played it.
A trading card game, and trading cards with friends is one of the more fun ways to build your collection.
I guess so, yeah. I guess so. Nobody really enjoys. I mean, some people enjoy the randomness of it all, and some people enjoy the aspect of actually getting the cool cards they paid they wanted aspect of it, but nobody really enjoys the drawing shit cards situation. You buy packs, you hope for the best. You don't get the best, and you get Sag instead.
Many Magic the Gathering players start with some booster packs or starter decks,
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
even a deck builder's toolkit, and slowly build their decks from there.
I mean,
in
that-
order
that's
to
fair.
play a game of Magic, you'll need a 60-card deck. At its most basic level, a deck is made up of lands and spells. Spells are what you cast to play the game, and lands are the resources you draw power from to cast your spells. The basic template is that you play 24 lands in a 60-card deck. Of course, this number can vary depending on how the deck...
Okay, so land deck cards also count as cards. Okay. Typical deck will play 24 lands and 36 spells. The rest of them are monsters, I assume. So that's how this works. Okay. Okay, so just to make it fair for myself. Oh, fuck me. Where's my food? 60 cards. You have 60 cards. Minus 24 and minus 36. Okay, so this is 0. How much where do monsters come into play?
deck is constructed, but generally speaking, 24 lands should be fine. The spells you include in a Magic deck are all of the cards that have a mana cost. These can be creatures, artifacts, enchantments, instants, sorceries, and even the iconic planeswalkers that you may recognize from Magic's story. Creatures are the bread and butter of your decks. They'll be fighting and can have synergistic abilities. Artifacts and enchantments
I got confused
augment
a
your
little
board's state and can offer bonuses and buffs to the cards you have
Makes
in
sense.
play. Instants and sorceries are powerful one-time effects like destroying creatures or...
So that's spells from Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically. That's spells. These are yeah. This is a trap, I think. It triggers enhancements. Artifacts. Okay, I suppose so. That makes sense.
As you can see in the corner of a card, mana costs tell you how much mana you need to pay for the card. The different colors of mana in Magic represent the power you can draw from the 5 different basic land types. Plains generate white mana, islands blue, swamps black, mountains red, and finally forests produce green mana. Naturally, if you build a deck with red and white cards, you'll need lands that can produce red and white mana.
Okay,
so plenty
that
of
makes
plains
sense.
and mountains. As you explore new cards, you may discover lands that can generate more than one color of mana, which are very useful when building a deck with more than one color of spell.
Ah, Stone Quarry. Okay, Stone Quarry enters the battlefield tapped. Okay. The Sun Empire cities are built from the bones of the earth.
In it. The mana cost of a spell will generally have either a generic cost, represented by a number in a gray circle, a colored mana cost, represented by a colored symbol, or, more commonly, a mixture of the two. This shock costs 1 red mana to cast. You can pay for it by tapping a mountain to generate 1 red mana. This short sword is 1 generic mana to cast. This means we can tap and pay for this with any color of mana, whether that be a red mana from a mountain or even a green mana from a forest. Falcon or Adept costs 3 generic and 1 white mana. This means that at the very least you have to pay 1 white mana in order to play the spell. The rest of the mana can be any kind you like. So we can pay 3 red and 1 white, or even just 4 white if we wanted to.
That's very
The
useful.
important thing to remember here is that you must pay the color requirements, even if the generic requirements are flexible. To generate mana from a land, we tap it. Tapping indicates we have used the resource for the turn, and is a handy way to remind both players that the resource has been used. Don't worry, when you start your next turn, you'll be able to untap and use them again.
So they become rested, basically. How usually this is how usually this is how some Japanese card games usually describe used cards. Usually, though, that's the interesting thing. This kind of mechanic goes into battles as well, like monsters. Monsters also, when they attack, they go sideways to defense mode, basically, because they had used their attack for this turn, and they will return forward next turn. That's how it is.
Each player starts with 20 life points.
20.
Your goal is to
Standard.
reduce the life total of your opponent to 0 before they can do the same to you. Turns consist of
Kill
playing
them
one
before you
land
kill
a
you.
turn
Okay,
to
fair enough.
increase your resources.
Land casting a number of spells and attack with creatures. Okay, okay. The way that it's described here is a little confusing, but basically you can play a land, whatever the amount of the lands, then play any card you have outside of lands that fall within the cost of one, be it spell or a creature, and then attack with your creatures. Whatever creature you have on field, depending on how much how much stuff you can use.
Playing increasingly
Ultimately, I think this is the example from which Hearthstone took its mana stuff from. Considering the age of Magic, this mechanic might be the inspiration for Hearthstone's entire functionality, and as a result, it was an inspiration for also Shadowverse and Cards. That's another game. Cards battle systems, basically. I think that's the inspiration. It was a considerable amount of time since the Magic was introduced, and Magic the Gathering is sort of the staple when it comes to Magic, the card games on the West. Everyone who played a trading card game played either Yu-Gi-Oh in 2000s, either Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic. Most likely Magic. If you're all the older side, you're most likely play Magic. If you're on the younger side, you might have gotten into Yu-Gi-Oh because it has been released considerably later in the West than it is in the East. So OCG released in 1999. And TCG released in 2001, if I'm not mistaken. 2002. Yeah, 2002. And this was released by Upper Deck. Upper Deck. Let's see. Yeah, it was. It continued to exist until 2008. After which Konami, Konami basically. Konami swooped in and picked up the card game, the American version of the card game, the official Western version of the card game, which is kind of interesting. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is the only card game that has that divide between OCG and TCG. At least I think so. I don't think Vanguard has the same thing where all people on the West and people on the East play different version of the card game. They all play the same Vanguard. Yeah. Instead there is a different version. Players usually one per one, but there are two versus two and stuff. I think there have been two versus two in the anime, as far as I'm aware. I'm trying to remember if there is actually an official tag duel mode, or if there is not. I'm pretty sure there is. Let me actually look it up. Where's there a tag duel in the anime? Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Tag duel. Yeah, there is. Tag duel and rules. Yeah. Let's actually see. Yeah. There is. Okay. Yeah. There is official tag duel rules. I was thinking about that. I was thinking online. Is there an online place where you can tag duel? Man. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sure there will be actual tag duels on Yu-Gi-Oh soon enough. At least Master Duel, hopefully. Let me actually check. I'm just curious. Master Duel, Tag Duel. Is there any plans for it? Tag duels. Actually, really curious if there will be a. And they did. And they did. Mm-hmm. Okay, so. Okay, so they have a rule set for tag duels, but they don't really support them as much. Okay, let's stop myself from diving further into this rabbit hole and continue the video.
Powerful spells, and sending creatures into combat when you feel like you have a strong attack to make. The easiest way to whittle the life points of an opponent
Fair
down
enough.
is through creature combat.
Fair enough.
Creature card has a mana cost, a type line, which tells us what it is.
Yeah.
In this case, a dog.
A dog.
Rules text, which is any text in the main text box of the card, and unlike the other spells you cast, has 2 numbers in the corner.
Attack defense. That's basic stuff.
These are the power and toughness of
Okay.
the creature. Alpine Watchdog has 2 power, so when it attacks, it will deal 2 damage.
Okay.
It's not quite as simple as that, though. Your opponent will have plenty of hurdles for you to overcome in order to get to their precious life total. One thing the opponent can do is block. Alpine Watchdog has 2 toughness, so when it either blocks or becomes blocked, it can withstand a creature with 1 power, but will fall to a creature with 2 power or higher. While other TCGs you may have played might be different, in Magic, attacks are declared straight at the opponent. If we attack with our Alpine Watchdog, our opponent...
It is similar way in the Legends of Runeterra, actually. I now know where they borrowed the mechanic as well for the attack. You always announce an attack against the opponent themselves, not the cards, because the opponent can declare, I want to block with this card, They don't need to declare it, but they can.
Opponent has the opportunity to block. They may block with their Liliana Steward, a 1/2 zombie. In this case, the zombie will be dealt 2 damage and will go to the graveyard, but our Alpine Watchdog will take 1 damage and survive the combat. If, though, our opponent decides to block with their walking corpse, then the creatures will be evenly matched. Both creatures will end up in the graveyard. There are different ways to buff your creatures by using different spells, and also ways to nerf an opponent's creatures or even remove them entirely.
Obviously,
this is
yeah.
required in order to get past the stronger creatures your opponent might play. Sitting
6 per 6 6, yeah. Honestly, considering the amount of life points you and your opponents have, which is 20, it really gives you a perspective of how strong these 6/6 cards are.
across from a Colossal Dreadmaw, our Alpine Watchdog won't quite do it. The next important thing to learn is the difference between cards that stay in play when you play them and cards that resolve their effect and then go to the graveyard. The play area in which you play is commonly referred to as your board. Your board consists of the battlefield where you'll keep any cards that are in play, your library or deck, and your graveyard, which is where cards go when they leave play.
Fair enough, yeah.
Also the Exile Zone, which is super out of play, but that's used less commonly.
No, yeah, exiles are basically... Yeah, exiles are basically banishment. That's a very common mechanic in the game. It is not a common mechanic, I believe, in Gwent, because Gwent is sort of like I think Gwent stands outside of the mold in a lot of ways. It just kind of exists on its own largely. I would not say that it has like a lot in common with any card game I played before, because it's just kind of sort of its own thing. It started as its own thing, and it was influenced from its own thing because it started like a side game in a fantasy game, but overgrew the popularity of the game itself because it was like it was a single player game, and it's sort of like, I mean, everyone likes Witcher 3, but not a lot of people enjoy CG Projekt Red these days in comparison. I'm looking at you, Cyberpunk. Oh man, okay.
Each land you play stays in play unless an effect declares otherwise.
Yeah. Those are basically, this is basically how the land spells work in Yu-Gi-Oh! You don't need to play several of those, but you play one. You may have several copies of them. Several copies of the land card, usually 3, not usually, always the 3, maximum the 3. And you have like cards that pull the specific land cards out, so you can play them. Unlike normal continuous spells, though, there's much less ways to target them in the game. Because they're a big vulnerable target that buffs your card, and some decks even rely on their existence, similar to Toons. My favorite deck, Toons, practically relies on the existence of Toon Castle. So I have to make sure it stays protected.
The same is true for creatures who stick around to fight, artifacts and enchantments, and planeswalkers. These are effects that are permanent.
Okay. So they just kind of stay around. I was right. These are basically the artifacts and enchantments are continuous spells, and I think continuous spells and the traps. Monsters are monsters. Creatures are monsters. Bazriket. I would compare them to extra deck things, I think, because they have a lot of the special abilities that I don't think normal creatures have, so I'm going to count them in the extra deck, just for my own brain comprehension.
Permanently in play until removed by your opponent. As such, we call them permanents. That leaves 2 other categories of spell: instants and sorceries. These spells represent...
Okay, so instant and sorceries are both sort of fall under the normal spell category.
the impressive feats and arcane magics you might employ to help you achieve victory. And once their effect is resolved, they are discarded into the graveyard. Thankfully, it's fairly straightforward to remember which spells are permanents and which are not. The clue is in the name. An enchantment is a lingering effect, while an instant is, well, gone in an instant. So you've got a deck of 60 cards, you've got your 24 lands, and an assortment of 36 spells of
I wouldn't call them spells, though. I don't think, personally, for my own comprehension, I think calling my monsters and spells, it's kind of easier. Spells, traps, monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh brain. That's sort of how I. But I guess I'm gonna go under the. I'm just going to get at the definition of spells, cards, spells and monsters. For myself, gonna go with that. Creatures and spells. That's how I am going to call them. Fucking hell! Speak normally, observer. Speak.
varying cost. You have your goal. Get the opponent to 0 life points. How do we play? To start the game, each player sets their life total to 20, which you can track with a spin down d20 or pen and paper. Decide who goes first using randomization. The most popular way to do this is to roll 2 6-sided dice each. Each player draws 7 cards, and then the player who is going first proceeds with their turn. Turns are broken up into phases, and at a high level, these phases are the beginning phase, the main phase, the combat phase, the second main phase, the end phase.
Okay, similar.
These phases can be...
Okay, this is good. This is good. Same phases as in the Yu-Gi-Oh game. Same phases, absolutely. I mean, it makes sense. The game sort of came out pretty close to each other, so I assume the core mechanics, some of the core mechanics will be similar, though Yu-Gi-Oh decided to go in a completely different direction with it.
Further broken down into steps, which we will cover as we continue. The beginning phase includes the untap step.
Untap, flip your resource cards up. Basically, you can I'm not sure. Draw a card. Draw a step. That's the normal. You just draw a card. I assume you draw 1 card. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I will be proven wrong here. I assume you draw 1 card though. That's what I'm assuming. On top, I already know this is where you flip your used resources right back up, and you can use them again and add another one.
This is where you untap all of your permanents, including lands and creatures. The upkeep step, a time where many abilities will trigger.
Okay, so this is the ability. This is where you trigger all of the stuff that you had planted previously. Okay.
Draw step. Each turn, players add a card from the top of their deck to their hand.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah. Draw 1 card. Okay, so I was right.
The only time you will not draw in your draw step is if you are playing first. On every subsequent turn, players draw a card in the draw step. Your main phase is for casting spells and playing lands in order to fuel your spells. You may play 1 land per turn unless a card specifies otherwise. You can cast as many spells as you...
I love how the card game is so detailed. You have to have a preface, unless the card specifies otherwise. So there are obviously going to be cards and effects and special things. Oh, fuck me. Deja! Thank you for the raid. I'm watching some videos about Magic the Gathering. I still have no idea how to make my fucking chat to work normally, so it actually says when I'm being raided. I saw you raid me. At least I saw you raid me immediately. How are you doing, my friend? How are you doing? I'm watching videos. I'm doing the thing, the Asmongold thing, where I have been rambling about this video on 8 minutes. I watched 8 minutes of the video. I have been watching and talking about it for the last 40 minutes. And before that, I watched a 15 minutes video, and I stretched it on 1 hour. Granted, like 30 minutes of that was me rambling about rambling on about the. What was I rambling about actually? Well, shonen. Yeah, right, shonen. I was rambling about shonen. Half an hour in the middle of conversation about magic. Mostly because, to explain myself, I did not randomly decide to ramble about shonen. I saw a Naruto reference in the in an event description, which is got my ninja way. Believe it, I cringed because it made me feel old, and then I slowly unraveled and decided to talk about fucking shonen for the obscene amount of time in the middle of a video speaking about Magic the Gathering. Its online version, at least. Because this is just how I am. This is how I exist. But yeah, you can. Now I'm good though. I'm good though. I had a workout. I had a good. Had a good. I did get incredibly late to my stream though. I needed to be on 4 p.m., but I ended up on stream on like 6 p.m. instead. So 2 hours late. So 2 hours and something late. That was rather embarrassing. What you stream today actually? Let me actually. So Deja Wukong. Yeah. Please check him out. I mean, most people from here are from Deja right now, so please check him out. Check him out. How are you? Oh, Hagu. Okay. How do you like the game? Let me actually look it up. Let me actually look it up. Oh, it's a remaster. It's a remaster. Ooh. Interesting. Did you buy the remaster? The basically all 3 parts of it? And the new part as well? Cool. I might actually look into it. I was thinking about two JRPGs I was thinking to buy. Okay, I was thinking about buying Tales of Arise. Actually, this is the one I wanted to Tales of Arise somehow, and I was please share it in the memo. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So this is a game where you play a game. So that's a little meta, honestly. That's a little meta. I can't say this is this like is this did it came before SAO or after SAO? Because if it came after SAO, we all know what was the inspiration. Pretty sure before. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, the game account is actually surprisingly overly positive. Thank you for the follow, Sherry Mio. I am the Observer. I'm the owner and proprietor of the Eternal Library. I stream fairly consistently. I'd say I stream fairly consistently, 3 or 4 days per week. I need to switch actually my goal my sound alerts are follower alerts. Let me switch it a little bit to here, so you can actually see it like this. Yeah, like this. Like ideas. No, it. Yeah, but I stream very consistently. I stream mostly card games. I stream card games. I stream JRPGs, RPGs, various story-based experiences, and based around what I am actually playing in collabs, I usually stream shooters and various co-op games when I'm collabing. Sometimes I'm just like this. Mondays are like this. Mondays I just sit down and watch stuff. If you have anything you want me to watch, card game related, RPG related, whatever the fuck, please post it here. Don't post the link, just post the video title, please. I've been thinking about taking suggestions from viewers, and I think it's a perfect time to do so. If you want to, obviously, no pressure. I'm going to continue my video right now.
You like, provided you can pay the mana cost.
Yeah.
Once you've tapped all of your land, that's it. You'll have to wait until next turn to cast more spells. The next phase is the combat phase. This is the time where you can play out your attacks. There's one thing to be aware of when it comes to creature combat, though. If you cast a creature spell, this particular creature is unable to participate in the current bout.
Oh, okay. So this is the again, this is the Magic the Gathering. I think Magic the Gathering came out in 1993. Yeah, 1993. So considering things, Hearthstone came much later. Cards came much later. Every single one of the big card games that is currently the online titans, if you don't count Yu-Gi-Oh, all of them came out later. Magic has the different mechanic from usual. It's called lands. You play lands. You can play cards depending on how much lands you have. You can play cards from any specific archetype depending on what kind of lands you have. I think Hearthstone took the concept of lands because the concept of lands has several types. You need to have several types of lands, several types of stuff. It's a card, so it clogs your deck. Obviously, you have to have 24 lands to be optimized. So it's pretty complicated there. It's a pretty complicated mana system. Let's say it like this. Hearthstone took the mana system. Obviously, they were inspired by Magic because it was a Titan when the Hearthstone came out, and Blizzard really liked to take mechanics from other games and basically simplify them to a fault and use them to their own advantage. That's sort of how they went with Overwatch. That's sort of how they went with World of Warcraft when the MMOs were oversaturated and overly complicated, and that's how they went with the Hearthstone game. Ultimately, this led to the fact that the mana system in Hearthstone does not have a specific thing where you have to play a specific mana cost for a specific type of card with a specific land to play a specific card. Every card can be played with any amount of mana because mana is just mana. Just mana crystals. They're blue. They're nice and blue. They don't have anything to do with mana, with any archetype, anything like this. They don't have to do. In Magic, they do. There is several types of lands. There is plains. There is mountains. There is whatever. Each of them respectively, each of them coincide with a specific type of card, which are marked by the color. Red, white, blue, black, and green. 5 cards, 5 types. 5 types of lands, 5 types of cards, 5 colors of cards. Each color represents basically a play style. Red are explosive and very aggressive. White is sort of like a protective healing thing, I think. Black is very selfish and stuff. I don't know enough about Magic to say how each type plays, but I have a general understanding of how they do. It's definitely interesting because I think this is also a mechanic borrowed from Japanese card games. I'm not exactly sure if they existed by this point in their form they exist right now, but how a lot of the Japanese card game works actually is that they outside of Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh is its own beast. They have the cards that basically turn sideways when used. Monsters, whatever, turn sideways once used. Monster attack, turn sideways. The next turn comes, your next turn comes, and you can turn them back up. That's sort of how it works. But with lands dictate how much of mana you have. So like you have 3 plains, 2 mountains. So you have, if I'm not mistaken, you have 3 white mana and 2 mana of the other type. You can play cards endlessly as long as you have mana, at least related to their specific plane, specific territory, or at least you have the card specifies that you need whatever the fuck you want mana, but then one white mana. So you need like 3 mana from whatever plane you want. So you have 3 fire, 3 red, 3 white, and 2 black, right? You have a card that specified by playing against like 3 neutral mana and then 1 black. But you have all of that because you have a lot of mana in other types. So you can spend that mana for neutral and then spend 1 black mana to pay off the card completely, and then you can play it. Fucking, I pause my own stream again.
The combat phase can be further split into steps. Firstly, we move from main phase 1 to the combat phase. Any triggers that say at
Abilities that are at the beginning of combat trigger here. Nothing too complicated. That's understandable. There is specific description of cards that says at the beginning of combat, once you enter combat phase, this and this activates. Nothing too complicated.
the beginning of combat will trigger here. Once both players are satisfied, we move to declare attackers. During the declare attackers step, you may declare any creature that can attack as an attacker. This includes all creatures you were in control of from the start.
Unless haste. Right. Also, another mechanic that influenced Hearthstone and subsequently Shadowverse, I think, and cards as well. Freshly spawned cards, when you slap a card on the table, they can't attack. That's called cards summoning sickness, I think. That's the term that came from Magic, summoning sickness. At least my friend told me that this term came from this card game, summoning sickness. So every card has summoning sickness, unless they have that thing, haste. Okay, see? Minotaur being able to have haste, they can attack immediately after being summoned. So that's a defining feature of haste cards. That's why you want to have haste cards on your fields, I think.
Start of your turn. To do this, tap the creature in the same way you would tap a land. This signifies it has been declared as an attacker. Once you have declared your attackers, the opponent will be able to declare their blockers in the declare blockers step. Only creatures that are untapped may block. So if they attacked last turn, they can't block now. They may block however they wish. Next is the combat damage step. Damage is calculated here. Creatures deal damage to
Okay, so creatures also do the sideways turn. Interesting.
each other with their power, and their toughness statistic determines if they succumb to this damage. Any creatures who receive lethal damage are sent to the graveyard, whether they attacked or blocked. Any creatures that weren't blocked will deal damage to the opponent. Hurrah! Take that, opponent! After the damage step, there is the end of combat step. Some abilities and effects will trigger here.
That's fair. Nothing that's surprising.
After this step, we proceed to the second main phase. The second main phase is essentially the same as the first main phase. If you haven't yet played a land for turn, you may also play a land. After this second main phase, we go to the end phase. First of all is the end step. Here, any effects or abilities that
Give me some TG. We should play Arena sometime. I'm planning to actually play Arena at some point soon, and we should play Arena sometime. There are basic card decks for each type. Make sure you can mix and match, play a bit. Though honestly, considering things, I kind of want to. The 2 card games I'm very interested in learning and teaching to other people is Exceed battle system. Much thanks to Merlin. Last time I tried to get into it, I made a deck and then an extremely similar deck won a regional or something the week after, so the prices shot up and I sold them for profit. There is Arena right now. So Arena does not require you to buy with your money. It's a free game. You can't buy packs, but you don't need to. You get we can play Arena. Though again, I'm most interested right now, and the thing I'm most interested in is teaching how to play how to play Exceed system. Granted, to understand and play Exceed system, you actually need a battle. What's it called? Tabletop simulator. You have tabletop sim, Deja. I remember saying you have tabletop sim. But yeah, you have, and the other is Gwent. Now I kind of want more people to play Gwent. It's a very cheap thing. It's on Steam, yeah. It's very cheap. Even if you don't have it, it's pretty cheap. It's like $20 or something like this. But it introduces an incredible variety of things you can do. I think there's tons of games you can play on tabletop simulator, including Warhammer 40k. Actually, you can actually play Warhammer 40k tabletop on tabletop sim if you have the assets for it, obviously. And people obviously have the assets for it, and and I'm a very proud orc player. I look forward to being able to maybe convince someone to play tabletop with me because I forgot how to play it. I'm rusty as hell. I'm rusty as hell. Orcs are, in my opinion, are something I think you either love or hate. Orcs. I really enjoy the entire thing of orcs, where you just kind of relax, kick back. You just kind of relaxed, kick back, and enjoy the RNG take place. One time, my favorite game of orcs ever was when I don't know what happened. I don't know, maybe I accidentally sucked the dick of like the god of yeah. Maybe I sucked the dick of God of Luck somehow, but I played orcs against someone. Don't remember who exactly played it, and I rolled consistently. I rolled 5 and 6s consistently. I rolled 5 and 6s consistently. And you know what happens when you roll a 6 for an orc, right? You know what happens when you roll a 6. So imagine my orc, fucking Gatling gun or whatever now. She's like, I rolled 3 6s for that one guy. 3 6s in a row. 666. 3 6s. I fucking hit all of them. I hit all of them with my fucking rocket launcher. All of them. It was glorious. Just single dinky orc standing against the forces of chaos, fucking shooting rockets everywhere. I will never forget the face of my opponent at that moment. I will never forget it. It has been burned into my memory. It has been forever ingrained in my nature.
Last until the end step or trigger in the end step happen.
But yes, Exceed and Gwent are two games I really want other people to play. Because, well, why the fuck not? Honestly, why the fuck not? Let's continue watching the Magic video though.
After this is the cleanup. Here the player whose turn it is discards down to 7 cards again if they have 8 or more cards in their hand.
Okay, that's fair. That's the same thing as usual. And end phase abilities that trigger at the beginning of your end step trigger here. Obviously, end phase always happening. Cleanup step, discard cards, discard until you have 7 cards in hand. No, you won't. I don't think you will usually have more than 8 cards in a turn, unless you have like a card milling ability.
Remove any damage from our creatures and any effects.
Oh, okay. So to say how it works in Shadowverse, for example, in Shadowverse, when you are attacked by an opponent, right, and you have 8 life points on a card, so like 8. So like the card is 8 attack points, 8 damage points. When they get bitch slapped for 2 points of attack, they do not regain those 2 points back. Usually, there are some cards that regain their health back because of their effects, but usually they don't. So they become 8-6, then 8's 4, A2. It's a very great ability to. It's a very great mechanic for when you have for when you are facing overwhelming odds, and you need to equal the field. So you can basically poke any minor monster to death. You can poke it to death. Nobody can stop you if you do. Though you also get each of your monsters also get hit with the 8 each time you try to poke it. So most of them don't have the chance of survival against being against the. So in most cases, it's a suicide attack.
That say until end of turn will end. Damage remains on our.
Interesting. Remove damage marked on creatures. So your orc is 33, or your minotaur is 33. You faced against 2/2 spider. You have taken 2 damage while attacking the spider and killing the spider. But then the end of your turn, the spider, the orc regains those 2 spent health points. Interesting. So they are always will be at their maximum capacity for when the opponent attacks you. Okay, fair enough.
Creatures until the cleanup phase. If our opponent's 3 toughness creature took 1 damage during combat, we would have a chance to do the remaining 2 damage with a burn spell in our second main phase. Or we could do that damage in the end step if that spell is an instant. I'll cover when you can cast instants later in the video, but what's important here is that your creatures do not permanently lose hit points or the like. Their toughness is refreshed during the cleanup step.
Okay. So this is confirmed. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you for confirming my point.
After this, the turn passes to your opponent, who will take the same steps and phases as you.
That's fair. Yeah.
Except this time, you'll have the opportunity to block. Play continues until one player's life total is reduced to 0. This is easiest to achieve through attacking with creatures, but can be done with other spells. Burn spells in red are popular for this, and
See? Red is very aggressive, very burny, burn to death, inferno, lightning, all that stuff in red. Very forward, very free.
many can deal damage directly to the player.
The game is, yeah.
There's one other way in which a player can lose the game. If they run out of cards and cannot draw a card either during their draw step or when a spell or ability asks them to draw a card.
Okay, so fair enough. So obviously, mill decks are very much effective here as well, because you can have the ability to let the opponent deck out. That's something. I guess that's sort of the staples of the genre at this point. That you have the lose when run out of cards mechanic, and someone can make you lose all the cards because of through milling and burning and whatever the hell.
They lose the game. At this point, you know enough to play a game of Magic without too much trouble. The trickiest part about learning the basics of Magic, though, is priority and the stack. The stack is an elegant solution to the idea that players may respond to spells and abilities with their own spells and abilities. Unlike some other card games, an opponent may make a play during your turn, and vice versa. In order to understand exactly when you can make
The stack explains what to do when both players want to cast a spell. In Magic, you can cast some spells even when it's using your turn. When you cast a spell, it goes on the stack. Okay.
a play, you need to use.
So this is the shared thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! You can in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Effectively, you can basically spend an entire turn chaining and casting things, even if it's not your turn, depending on what your card says. Some archetypes are unable to do that. Tunes are very much my field, my priority, my turn. They don't really act outside of that all that much. I play tunes. I don't really enjoy interrupting my opponent's turn to just do some shenanigans. Though sometimes it does naturally happen when I'm playing Fluffles, which is another archetype. It has some cards that basically rely on your opponents to activate their effects. That happens. I'm not proud of that, but that happens.
Use the knowledge you've gained so far. First off, when you cast a spell, it will go on the stack. The stack is an imaginary pile of cards that a card will enter before it resolves. This is where counter magic comes in. If you're playing blue, this is where you can counter a spell. When a spell is on the stack, players may respond.
So chain.
by casting any spell that is either an instant or has the keyword flash. This will place
Yeah, that's chain.
their spell on top of the stack. Players may respond in turn, passing priority between each other to see if they want to cast more spells to add to the stack. Once priority has been passed to the opponent and they do not declare a new spell, they will return priority to you, and the first spell on the stack will resolve. Spells on the stack will resolve in reverse order. So if we're in the combat phase and an opponent targets my Alpine Watchdog with a shock in order to deal 2 damage, I might get scared and decide, hey, I'd rather you didn't remove my dog. In this case, while the shock is on the stack targeting the Alpine Watchdog, I can cast another spell in order to protect them. So I can cast Invigorating Surge for 2 and a green to put a +1/+1 counter on my dog, and then double the counters, making them a 4/4. The dog then survives the 2 damage as the stack resolves with the last spell cast as the first to resolve. I couldn't, however, cast Basri's Solidarity to put a +1/+1 counter on each of my creatures. This spell is a sorcery and can only be cast at sorcery speed during my main phase. Going back to our example, if an opponent wanted to fire off another shock in response to my Invigorating Surge, that spell would resolve first. My Alpine Watchdog would die, and the remaining spells in the stack would attempt to resolve. If they have no effect now that the creature is gone, they simply fizzle, meaning they have no effect and are discarded. As you learn to play Magic, you'll learn a lot of Magic is played at instant speed and at the last possible moment. This is one of the most enjoyable parts of the game.
Is it? Is it though? I mean, I guess there is a lot of interaction. If this is how it's described, then there's a lot of interaction with opponents, and you can go, no, I'm activating this. No, I'm activating this. No, you're just too slow. I'm activating this. That I guess that's something I would like to. This is something I would enjoy playing, honestly.
Provide fun and intriguing gameplay as players bluff and try to one-up each other. So when can you cast an instant? Well, whenever priority is passed to you. And when is priority passed to you? Well, priority is passed whenever a player wants to move to another step or phase, or when they add a spell or ability to the stack.
Okay, so stacks are basically chains. You can't really, so that's how it is. You can't stack your own chains. A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh's problems, I think, come from the fact that you can stack your own chain. So basically, you can just like, I'm activating this, then I'm activating this, then I'm activating this, no, activating this, then activating this, no, activating this, activating this, activating this, and you can spend like 4.5 hours just activating shit from your deck. Then as a result, it activates that. As a result, it activates this. As a result, it activates this, and the opponent just sits there, twiddling their thumbs. Can't respond to anything, most likely. Can't do anything in return, so just kind of sit there. I like the priorities passed between 2 players here.
Well, it's pretty straightforward to understand what creatures and other permanents like artifacts and enchantments do. Planeswalkers are a rarer permanent and one that has special rules. Planeswalkers are the heroes of the multiverse, and they have abilities which can be activated once per turn during your main phase, anytime you'd cast a spell that isn't an instant. These are powerful effects, and the cost to use them is modifying the starting loyalty points that the Planeswalker entered the battlefield with.
Can really be okay. Each opponent who can't loses 3 life. Okay.
Liliana, Waker of the Dead, comes into play with 4 loyalty. Her +1 will add a point, and if you wish to use her -3 ability, you will subtract 3 loyalty points. You may only subtract the loyalty points they have. You may not activate the -3 if they only have 2 loyalty, for instance. When a Planeswalker has 0 points, they leave the battlefield and go to the graveyard. In this instance, their debt to you is paid.
So this is basically more of a spell than it is a creature. Interesting. Okay. So loyalty points, they don't have attacks, obviously, so they can't block, or nor defense, so they can't block and they can't attack, but they can significantly affect the battlefield. Target creature gets -- until the end of turn, where each number of cards in your graveyard. Ooh, actually, that's a pretty strong one. So you can build up your field and fucking nuke one of the cards, for example, they have with this effect.
and they owe you nothing else. There is one other way to remove loyalty points, though. A repeatable ability every turn is powerful. And so when you declare your attackers, you may declare your attackers at the planeswalker instead of the player. Attacks and blocks happen as normal, and if the creature does get through and deal damage, the planeswalker loses loyalty in the same way the opponent would lose life. It's as simple as that.
Okay,
You're
that's
now
fair.
armed with enough knowledge to play a game of Magic. There are countless rules and abilities on creatures, though, and learning them all can take time. It's important to get a grasp on them, though, because they'll be how you win your games. Here's some of the most
Read your cards. This is honestly the biggest thing I think a lot of the card games players, especially online, especially casual, they kind of don't do. They read their own cards because they have this one combination they want to do. They have the one combination they really want to do, and it's I played like this for a while actually. Is that I just played a single combo, and as the single combo didn't work out, I panicked because the fuck am I supposed to do? My single most overpowered combination is broken. YouTube tutorial didn't help me. What the hell am I supposed to do? How the hell am I supposed to play this? Ah. Obviously, it comes with the ability to actually play card games, but adaptability usually comes from being able to read both your own cards and your opponent's cards. Even in the game like Exceed, they have a specific mechanic in which when you pull a card pack, like it's a made card. You don't need to build decks in Exceed. In Exceed, you have a specific set card decks because each card deck is an ability of a champion you are using. So, like for example, there's Blaze Blue characters. There's Blaze Blue. There's Trinity. There's Platinum the Trinity, right? Deck. You get out. You get your own deck, Platinum the Trinity, with the actual character card on top of it, and then there is actually three others things there. There is two example decks in which you pull out a deck that is facing yourself, and you place it on a special field in which you can reference your own cards if you so desire. And then you place one on the reference field of your opponent. They can see actually your cards and understand what they do. They can still read read your cards regardless when you play it, but they can have a sort of understanding of it. Basically, they have an understanding of your playset if they read your example deck anyway, which is I find to be very good. It's very good. It's a very good mechanic for myself. In Yu-Gi-Oh, there are adaptable players, and those adaptable players who play meta decks usually come pretty far to the top, usually like platinum, whatever the hell. But there's also players who I don't think they read the cards. Sometimes they don't even read their own cards, much less the opponents. And those tend to be very easy to spot because when you block their only chain that they're trying to build, until this point they're confident. They're building. They're doing whatever they want. They're doing the big thing. They're building, and then you ash them. And the key moment you ash them. What next? Nothing happens. They sit there for 3 minutes processing that information that they just got ashed in the middle of their big combination that is no longer happening because they spent their resources, and they give up. They just give up. I mean, even if they're losing, they just give up. Sometimes they continue playing, but they fumble around trying to do something because pride, I assume pride or whatever, sometimes they just flat out give up. That happens to me twice actually. Several times that happens to me. It's to me it's surprising because on the other hand, but it's not surprising at all at the same time. On one hand, the card games are they were never that popular before, but now they are. And now that they are popular and hip with the kids, a lot of the people who haven't previously known card games and were aware of how to play card games, they simply flooded in. They said, the type the most meta deck win meta deck best meta deck right now. They used whatever free resources they got from the game. Master Duel gets you a lot of free resources to build your decks. They built the most OP, most disgusting deck possible that applied to their mechanic, that applied to their tastes or whatever, and went into the game. They probably practiced a few games, the combo, or maybe watched the video that does the combo they want to do. So OTK, Numeron, for example, that's a combo a lot of people use when they want to just straight up one turn kill someone, because and not a lot of cards actually can intercept it from happening, which is a shame, really. Yeah, it's a shame. Not a lot. Not a, yeah. Basically, even if you place like a big card in their wake, they can be destroyed by battle. So that's something to understand. What else? Okay, let's continue the card.
Common ones you'll see. Haste. Creatures with haste can be played during your main phase.
I already mentioned it before, but this is the haste is basically how every card in Yu-Gi-Oh plays. Unless they're tunes, in which case no, they also need they also play the turn after they were summoned. They're pretty slow, which is why a lot of people underestimate them, honestly.
And then immediately declared as attacker during combat. They do not have summoning sickness. Flying.
See, summoning sickness, that was mentioned before. Summoning sickness. Flying, I remember reading about flying.
Creatures with flying can only be blocked by creatures with flying or reach. Reach. Creatures with reach can block flying creatures.
Okay, that's simple.
Death touch. A creature with death touch will always
Any amount of damage this deals to a creature is enough to destroy it. Death touch. Yeah. It's it's in Shadowverse those cards exists. You can grant the status effect with special abilities, but most of the Death Touch cards, which are called Bane, there exist within the Bloodcraft abilities or Shadowcraft decks. Those two that utilize this thing.
always deal lethal damage to an opposing creature by dealing only 1 damage.
Yeah, Feral Abomination. These are very strong. This is a Death Touch situation is incredibly strong on like small minions. I think that's do direct damage to a monster. So like this is basically if you have a 1 minion that have a mid Death Touch, one like 1 or 1 minion, and the opponent has like a big disgusting monster 1/1. It's very wise not to block the Death Touch, because the Death Touch only have 1/1. So it's very stupid to block it with the big monster, because the big monster will die immediately. Even if the Death Touch monster will die as well, but big monster will die as well. Or if you have like a small minion, also 1/1, use it to block. Both will die anyway, but it will not be such a net negative, I think.
Even if that creature's toughness is high enough to otherwise survive. First strike. A creature with first strike will deal its damage in an additional combat damage step that happens before combat damage. A 2/2 creature with first strike then would deal lethal damage to another 2/2 creature without, and this creature would die from lethal damage before it can deal damage back.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. So it's basically within the confines of the game. It's too fast. It's too fast for the character, for the people to cut. It's too fast of a card for the other cards to catch up. So it kind of destroys the card before it can respond. Okay, cool. That's also a thing.
Trample. A creature with trample can trample over blocking creatures. A Colossal Dreadmaw with 6 power can deal the remaining damage past lethal damage directly to the opponent. In this case, if they block with a 3/4 creature, the remaining 2 damage can be dealt past the blocking creature straight to the opponent as though the creature weren't blocked.
This is the... Okay, so Yu-Gi-Oh! Is when every single card you play has haste and it has trample, every single one. Though there is also permanent block, permanent and permanent permanent attacking mode. There is attacking and block modes there. And if you are in defense mode, like if the card's in defense mode, unless you have piercing damage or trample, it doesn't actually translate to the opponent's direct life force. But if if both cards are in attack mode, for example, like Colossal Dead Maw, it has like 2,000 attack points, and the other opponent has 1,900. The remainder 100 points that got through after the destruction of the monster, they hit the opponent directly.
Menace. A creature with menace can
Menace. This creature can be blocked by 2 or more creatures. Okay.
only be blocked by 2 or more creatures, and never be blocked by only 1. Vigilance. A creature with vigilance does not need to be tapped in order to be declared attacking. This means, if it survives, it will be able to block during your opponent's turn. Lifelink.
Cool.
A creature with lifelink will gain you life equal to the damage it deals. Indestructible.
Cannot be destroyed by battle.
A creature that is indestructible can never receive
Ooh. Avacyn. I know Avacyn. Avacyn. Don't know how you pronounce it.
lethal damage, not even from death touch creatures. Any effects that destroy a creature will not work. Hexproof. A creature with hexproof cannot be the target of spells or abilities your
Hexproof, so you cannot destroy it by any other means than combat. Interesting.
opponent's control. Creatures can do so much more, and as you expand your knowledge and collection, you'll come across creatures that can destroy other creatures.
Creature Beast Horror. When Ravenous Chupacabra enters the battlefield, destroy target creature that the opponent controls. Yeah, that's fair.
When they come into play, creatures that can untap your land.
Untap land. So yeah, that's basically the only force on Ixalan. Not interested in finding the Golden City is Ixalan itself.
And even creatures that can grow and get bigger as the game progresses.
When you gain life, put a 1/1/1 counter on Aljani Pridemate, Cat Soldier. So basically, how you do it, if you do this this thing, you can repeatedly add on top of these +1/+1, and if you have cards that heal you, that means this card will forever be stronger, getting stronger. It's a bit of a ramp card. It's interesting. That Planeswalkers conjures replicas of old allies, reminders of the home worlds that would fall next if Bolas prevailed. Oh, Bolas! I know the Bolas. I'm pretty sure I know Bolas.
Progresses. I hope very much this video has been of some help to you.
This has been a video of some help. At least right now, right this second, I understand the card game from basically, I played a lot of the card games that it has influenced into reality. A lot of the rules that exist within Magic are basically a little bit more complicated versions of the rules that I had already encountered in other card games. Granted, it's been basically in the opposite direction. I played the games that were inspired by Magic previously, to suddenly come into the realization that I want to try Magic. So I'm basically playing the grandfather of all the card games currently. I don't think a lot of card games are inspired by Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh is, again, it's its own beast, existing in its own realm, basically, which is interesting.
Where do you start? What do you buy? What's your first event going to look like? I have videos on all of these topics and more.
I don't think
what
I need it
products
now.
to protect your precious cards are also available. Check out the links here and in this video's description
that's
to
a physical
continue
card. I don't
your
plan to
Magic
play
the
physical
Gathering
again.
journey. And, hit subscribe.
In about 15 minutes, that is incorrect. You had taught me Magic not in 15 minutes, but you had taught me Magic in about 18 minutes, actually. That's significantly more than 50 minutes. So you lied. You lied to me. You lied. Okay, now let's we'll watch in a moment the next video, but basically, it's not that hard to play this game if you are at least semi aware of the current card games. It's not that hard to play. I'm sure I'm heard. I hope I'm heard. Let me actually change the. Let me actually check the sound levels. I'm gonna block my audio for a moment. And I'm gonna switch it here, and I'm gonna watch my channel for a moment. I'm gonna say I want to see how I sound. I wonder how I sound. Do I sound too loud? Do I sound too loud? Do I sound too loud? Let me check. I do not sound too loud. That's good. La 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 lo 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 lo. Hello. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. We got it. I spared you the the misfortune of listening to me twice. Listen to me to me in echo. I spared you the misfortune of doing that. Okay, so this was the video about how to play Magic the Gathering in 5 minutes, in 15 minutes or less, which was 18 minutes. Now we're going to watch how to build a deck in MTG Arena gameplay. This is going to be something I want to watch because for obvious reasons, really. I want to actually understand how to play this game in Arena and how to build a deck in Arena. So this will be a 35 minutes video. Deck builder, build your anti deck, trimming the meta arena deck, making adjustments. Okay, trimming the file deck list, testing your deck. Okay, we're gonna watch this. Then we're gonna switch to this. We're gonna switch to Gwent. No. Okay, then I'm gonna watch some VTuber stuff after that. No, then I'm gonna watch the RTS stuff. Then I'm gonna watch some VTuber stuff.
In today's video, we're going to be talking about building a deck in MTG Arena. So if you've ever wondered, how do I build a deck in MTG Arena other than using these?
I am wondering right now. Please teach me your ways. I am very excited for you to teach me your ways.
These decks that I got initially for the color challenge and the initial 15 total that you get. Well, I'm going to help you out in this video with
Thank you. Please teach me.
that. So guys, there are many different ways that you can build decks in MTG Arena. Again, you get 15 decks when you first start the game and you play through the color challenges, you beat the challenges, you get decks right then and there. And
15 decks. Interesting. You get 15 decks. I assume they are very very starter heavy. They don't really they are not exactly what you would say advanced in any way or optimized. My starter decks in Gwent were not optimized at all. There was like a lot of empty space there. I didn't really realize there because when I looked at the provision counter, I was just like, okay, fair enough.
of course, as you progress throughout the game, you'll unlock cards and packs and things that you can use to end up building more decks. But there are also sites that you can get net decks from, such as Ether Hub or MTG Goldfish. And again, I'll have these links in the description.
Actually, let me check. I'm leaning back away from the microphone. I just want to check how I sound with the leaning back of the microphone stuff. I'm still adjusting my audio levels as I do usually. Okay, cool. I don't need to actually adjust my audio levels here. Okay, let me just activate it back on. Switch it back on the thing and continue video.
Description below, but just to show you what that would kind of look like, if you go over to mtggoldfish.com, you can see right here under the /metagame/standard
Mono red aggro, bone crusher giant, favorite champion, robber of the rich. Okay. So there is extremely aggro decks like this. Okay.
paper. I'll have the link in the description below. But you can see there's all these different decks, and you can actually look at them, and maybe you don't have all the cards to create the decks that you see here. but you can look at them and get an idea of what they play off. What's the whole goal of the deck? What's the purpose of it?
Interesting. So this is really just red, just non-stop red, burn fire monsters, big knights, big aggro people. That's cool. That's cool.
And you get this whole idea and this holistic view of what this looks like. You also, over on magic.gg, they have deck lists as well that you can just export directly and import them into MTG Arena. If I was to click here on traditional historic, for example, here's one of the ranks, platinum mythic ranked player that played through. We can see what it was, what they went, the stats, the date that they played, what's in the deck. So let's say if I wanted to download
Blue, interesting. Snow-covered island, blue. Faceless heaven. Not sure. Maybe it's like more of a neutral thing. There's not a lot of actually, not as much land as expected. So usually, people say you need like 24. The previous guy said 24. This one has 21. 21? Okay, this one has 21 land spells. Creature, 4 creatures done, 3 creatures done, 4 creatures done, so you can have a maximum of 4 creatures, okay. 4 creatures of Spectral Sailor, 3 of Ascended Spirit, 4 of Brazen Borrower, 2 of Nevergust Herald, 4 of Rattle Chains, 4 of Supreme Phantom. Sorry, I'm slapping my own thighs here in the background. Enchantment, 3 Curiosity and 4 Curious Obsession. That's a progression. They progressed from Curiosity to Curious Obsession. Okay, fair enough. Essence Capture, 2 Essence Capture, 2 Fell Spell Pierce, 1 Stern Dismissal, and 4 Lofty Denial. So you can have 4 cards. Okay, fair enough.
This deck, all I would do is click the download button. I would see that it downloaded here. It gives us a text file. And if we open that text file up, all we gotta do is highlight everything and copy it. Then we head back over into MTG Arena, go to our deck section, click on import down here, and it's gonna import the entire deck from our clipboard.
Okay. So that's how it works. Fair enough.
How easy that is. So you gotta wait. It will eventually then show up inside of here, and we can go about editing it. So at that point, guys, you'll be able to open the deck. You can see what you have out of the deck, what you don't have, what is that you're missing. You can see right here, we don't have the Halvar God of Battle.
So how it is? It is in Arena. Is this?
Battles here, we would need.
I guess in Arena, I'm assuming the lands don't really count as they don't really count as usual cards, maybe.
To craft.
Interesting. Okay.
If we click craft all down here, you'll see if you have enough wild cards or not, and then you can end up crafting the deck. And it's that simple. You can use the exact deck, which would be called a net deck, or you can modify it to make it your own. I always
usually I think when you speak of card decks, a lot of people do modify them, especially more experienced players in a particular card game. And if you're like experienced player of card games all around, I think it's more efficient to either simply build your own deck or kind of copy or kind of mess around with a deck you find online. Because usually a lot of the tournament decks, and that's basically very true across all of the game. A lot of the competitive decks, they don't usually work that well. They do work, obviously, but they don't usually work that consistently or well in the casual setting, because in the casual setting there's a lot more. The ban lists usually are a lot more relaxed. The tournament ban lists are definitely a whole other beast. So some strategies that work with the tournament won't really work on a casual level. Again, it doesn't work like this in Yu-Gi-Oh, because in Yu-Gi-Oh the ban list is just across the board. When they ban something, they ban across the board. So it's sort of So the deck, so a lot of the meta decks they end up working, but I still do prefer messing around with my own decks because I think there is merit in adjusting a deck made by someone else to fit your playstyle. I think there is a lot of merit in adjusting a deck that is not your own to be your own, because you're most likely to understand that deck you adjusted more than you are able to understand the other decks. If that makes any sense at all. I hope it does. Okay, let's continue.
Always recommend modifying it. Now I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Let's say you brought
Very correct decision, I think. Modifying it is always the right call.
in the wrong deck that you don't want. All you got to do is click delete. I'm going to go ahead and delete it. I'm going to delete this imported deck right here as well. And then there we go. And then I'm going to delete this one as well. And so we can see right here all of the decks that we have, different decks.
Another thing is a lot of people have like a lot of decks, I think. They have a lot of decks to choose from. They constantly experiment. Other people, like me, for example, I don't usually have a lot of decks when I play game. I have a few decks I find cute to play, a few decks I like, a few archetypes I enjoy, or even one or two or three archetypes I enjoy. And I just focus on that. Honestly, I focus on that faction. I focus on that archetype. I focus on those archetypes. I focus on those mechanics, and generally, I want to perfect myself in that before I spread out, because usually, jack of all trades, master of none. I do not want to be master of none. I want to master one specific thing. I want to master it, or one or several specific things. I want to master them. I want to be how the best I can ever be in that, which sometimes is very it's very hard because I'm still prudent to panic. I'm still prudent to making a lot of mistakes when I play, and that's not something I think I am that much that proud of. Speaking of prideness, I do need to actually go grab some water because I'm fucking. I'm fucking. No, I'm not fucking. I'm going to grab water. I'm going to grab hot tea, and I'm going to be right back. I am back actually. I apologize for the long wait. I needed to go to the bathroom. A real quick bathroom tour. I'm back now though. I am back now. I have some chocolates. Some nice chocolates, warm tea. And my mind is absolutely satisfied. Let's switch back to the scene with the video. Let's continue with the video.
That we've built and so on, and decks that we were given. But again, if we want to then go in and let's say that we didn't want to use one of those net decks, that's how you would then copy one of those net decks. And you can do the exact same thing on MTG Goldfish as well. They'll have a spot for you to be able to copy these cards right here on Arena. All you do is click on the Arena and it'll show you the version.
Добро пожаловать в Lineage 2 Essence. Независимо.
And so on, and decks that we were given. But again, if we want to then go in and they'll have a spot for you to be able to copy these cards right here on Arena.
Apologies.
All you do is click on the Arena and it'll show you the version for it. And then if you want, you can just come over here to download the list and it'll download the text file for you to be able to copy and then import over into MTG Arena. And there are tons of sites that have deck lists like that. Again, to name some would be EtherHub as well, MTG Goldfish, like I just showed you, Magic.gg.
I don't think there is quite any sites that would be able to copy direct files to Master Duels. And there is quite a bit of actual deck making sites though, like the ones you actually can find decks on. A lot of the time I reference that site for any new archetypes that I'm interested in. So far, the only thing I have been interested in from that one was Odd Eyes Performapal, which I know quite strong. Pendulums are in general pretty strong. We're not speaking about pendulums though.
Which is the esports page for Magic the Gathering Arena and Magic the Gathering. And then also they have sites such as Untapped.gg, different places that you can end up getting those net decks.
Untapped.
You can then import them into your deck list. And
Clever name, considering we know the mechanic, one of the mechanics for the card thing. At the start of each tournament, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and tap them. Pretty cool.
and end up modifying them or just use the net deck altogether. But I recommend modifying them. There's a whole debate inside the Magic community. Do with them what you will. It's your game of Magic. You enjoy it how you want to.
Sure.
The next way is just to build it, right?
I think there's a similar debate in the UA community as well. There's generally a lot of the debate for that stuff. There's generally a lot of debate with for that stuff when it comes to card games, because some people just want to play whatever the big pros are playing. That's their style. That's where that's where they're having fun. They win it, that's fine. Though those types usually never land in the pro scene themselves, unless and as far as I'm concerned, at least. Because the best pros are the ones setting up the meta instead of actually following it. At least I would hope so, because I haven't followed the Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments in quite a while. So this is what I'm assuming here. Possibly my idealism clouding my mind to see from seeing the actual situation in the meta scene. Either way, I think there is merits in both. Usually, not modifying a deck proves to be most short-term beneficial, I think, since you don't really find yourself in need of anything, any modifiers. It was play tested already. Everything is done. The deck is solid. It just works. The trademark at the end, it just works. The downside is that in the long term, the meta is shifting, and if you are not able to adjust your deck to a meta, most likely you will have to go find another deck that is more, even especially in Magic, where they're constantly switching sets every 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, every 3 months they constantly switch sets. So some cards go in, some other cards go out. You can't probably play with the same deck consistently across months. In Yu-Gi-Oh, it's simpler. They periodically update the ban list periodically, but it's not like cards go out of play. Every card that there ever was in 20 years. Some of them were banned, obviously. A lot of them were banned, but the cards that still exist, like Skill Drain existed for decades at this point, but it's still in play. People play it in control decks. It hasn't shifted out. It doesn't really apply to Yu-Gi-Oh as much. So as long as you know what's in the ban list, you probably can't be able to build a deck from the original anime if you really try. You don't want to, but if you really try, you can. Although a lot of them did really rely on Pot of Greed. So I'd say, and pots is a whole other archetype at this point. It's a whole new archetype of spell pots. There's pots of avarice, pots of duality, pots of whatever. It's a whole thing. It's kind of, but the pot of greed itself has been quietly removed because other pots that are currently introduced, they had a trade-off. You get this, but you got that, but you need to give up that. Like pot of duality, you can pull one of 3 cards from the top of your deck, but you can't special summon, which is a big thing, really big thing. It stalls your entire turn. In the current meta, a turn stalling turn is most likely going to be very non-beneficial for yourself. So it's a whole thing. Pot of Greed. How Pot of Greed worked? You play this card, you draw 2 cards. That's it. That's everything. Nothing else. You don't get any back you don't get any trade off. Nothing bad happens to you. You are not blocked from special summoning. You are not blocked from summoning. You aren't forced to discard half of your 6 of your cards from your extra deck. That doesn't. You just summon. You just draw 2 cards. That's that. I assume there are some effects like this here. But yes, what I was speaking about before is that there is merit in editing your deck in long term, because being able to edit your decks to adjust to the current scene and to the current cards that worked their way in or worked their way out would be a more again, adaptability over stagnation. In my opinion, that's that. You use the consistent deck. You don't do anything with it. You're stagnate. That's stagnation. You enjoy playing things like that, but it's stagnation anyway. Either way, no matter how you spin it. If you enjoy being more adaptable, you're going to stay around in the game for a long time. I feel like for longer, because being able to adapt is one of the most important things one can have in a video game. Any video game, especially a competitive of a competitive type. Anyway, let's continue.
Just get in and start building the deck. And the way that we would end up doing that is by clicking out on this plus icon right here, and we can start building a deck. As soon as we click on this, though, we want to select what format we plan on playing this deck in. That's highly important, because if you're planning on playing in standard events, which is a constructed event, well, then you don't want to go in and build a constructed historic deck, because the cards that are legal in historic are not legal in standard.
That's a little confusing to me. Why would you have several formats of decks? several formats of ban lists. It's kind of a. I don't want to imply that a lot of people are stupid, but a lot of people are stupid. So especially when you actually want to get into the game. I mean, I would like to think they're smart, but then I encounter some individuals that prove me wrong. So a lot of people don't really care. They don't really pay attention to anything. Don't really pay attention. They just want to play cool deck. They want to play cool deck. Whatever that deck is. So, and if they can't play that cool deck, they're most likely going to leave. I'm not exactly sure if there's merit to making your game in a way that they can't play it. Because they're going to leave anyway. Because especially if they find that their quote unquote cool deck finds to be not so cool when compared to a lot of other decks were created by competent people who actually build their own decks. I guess there is. Every game needs like a newbie system. Every game needs a fresh input of newbies because if they don't have it, they will stagnate. Again, stagnation. That's not something you find. Let him explain because I don't really understand. So far, the mention of several formats that were confuses me more than it actually assures me of anything about this game.
So what you would do is first, again, select the formats. You're going to select standard, historic, traditional standard, singleton, brawl, friendly brawl, direct game, artisan, limited, or popper, or traditional historic. So I mainly play standard. I'm going to click standard.
Okay.
As soon as that's set, it's going to show you how many cards that you can have. You click right here and you can rename it. Just say whatever you want it to be. Any
60 cards, okay, fair enough.
time you want it to, you can see this design right here. Let's say I want to change the card that's on here that's designed with. All you do is click, hold, and drag and drop that, and you can see it changes that. We can also click right here on this little card right here to change this as well. And what you do is you just click on it, and then I just realized that all of my Strixhaven, with the Strixhaven update, all of my sleeves went missing. So we'll have to import those back in. But all you got to do is just click on whatever sleeve it is that you want, hit select, and now that sleeve is selected also. So we changed the deck art, we changed the sleeve, and now we can start putting cards in. Now, I've seen people before ask too, how do you get this board down here? It's normally on the side. Well, in the upper right-hand corner by the settings cog, all you got to do is click here, and it changes your deck layout.
Okay.
That's it, just like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna use.
All right, so I'm gonna start with it like this, and then later on I like to review it the other way. So let's say now what we want to do is we want to decide what's our goal with this. Do we want to play red aggro? Do we want to do blue control, white weenie, green stompy? What is it that we really want to do with this, right? And I'm thinking here, maybe let's just go with the simple white life gain flying deck, right? Let's go with a white life gain and flying deck.
White life gain
we
and
want
flying.
to now,
Okay.
what we want to
Healing,
do here,
flying,
let's go ahead and
white.
bring this up.
Makes
I want to
sense.
show you something else as well. If we click on the deck box, it's going to bring it up and it's going to let us know what we have in our deck. And so we can then take a look at what's called our mana curve. Here in just a minute, I'll show you how we want to pay closer attention to this, but I wanted to
Mana
just show
curve
you where this
probably
area
important.
is at. So if our goal is to do
I think mana curve, from what I can understand, you could probably unload your entire deck with the highest monsters you have. I don't really see any cap preventing you from doing that. Like for example, in Gwent, there is a cap. It's called provisions. You have 165. Usually, you have 165. That's the normal. That's the normal account for provisions. Your stratagem, like additional card, it doesn't cost anything, so it's fine. It's 0. But then all your legendaries, they usually cost like 10, 20, 50, 15 provisions, right? Right. You need to have 25 cards. If you're going to spam 10, like 10 cards, it's going to be 100 provisions. 10 legendary cards is going to be 100 provisions, which is not realistic. You cannot have that deck because you'll most likely run out of provisions before you finish your deck. because you have to have 25 cards. That's a requirement. You have to have it. And other thing is that yeah, so you have to balance it out with lower units. In this situation, I think it's purely logic. You could load them with like all 6/6 monsters, all the biggest, strongest cards, spells, or all the coolest shit you have. But in return, you completely lose an ability to do anything during your first turns because of the mana gain, and well, you're fucked. There will be just plenty of time for your opponent to kind of go all in with their weakest monsters and completely obliterate you. Uh, Plus, you're losing a lot of those monsters you are gaining because you will inevitably roll gain above your card limit in cards when you draw. If you don't die until the turn you actually can play them, you're definitely going to be in a tight spot. I don't think it's very. I apologize. Someone decided to come in. Okay. What was I fucking? Someone decided to call me. Um. What was I speaking about? Fucking lost my train of thought. Okay. Because of that call, I lost my train of thought. What am I speaking about? God fucking damn it. Okay. I was speaking. I guess I was speaking. What was speaking? I need to remember myself. What does? Yeah. Yeah. Right. I forgot. I was speaking about the fact that you could probably unload your entirety of big cards into your deck, but you shouldn't. You should not. You should not do that. You simply should not do that. Okay, let's just continue with the video.
A white life gain flying deck, awesome. We know what that is. Now, one thing to always remember, what you always want to do when building a deck is always try to have 4 cards, 4 copies of whatever it is you're using if you can in that format, right? So
4 copies. Okay, fair enough.
the format allows
We already noticed this was 4 cards. It significantly simplifies the process of making a deck because 3 copies usually requires for you to like 3 copies. You need to like have one additional card that only have 1 copy or whatever, or you have 39 cards. Usually you need to like balance out 4 cards, meaning you can like effectively put 4 if you want to. Obviously, you don't need to. You give me 4 and it will be maximum because you don't. There's no additional rogue element that you need to fill in. Considering the 3 copies is maximum. Some of them have 2 copies maximum. Obviously, ban lists are a thing. So there is limited, semi-limited. So either one copy or two copies. That's how it is. That's all. That's also a thing. Yeah, generally speaking, I think it does limit the process of deck making somewhat. Not limits. It's more. It's not really expanded. It simplifies it. Is that what I meant to say? Not limits, simplifies it. Okay, let's continue.
Which it does in standard constructed, you can have 4 copies of whatever the card is. And so what I'm going to do here is we have these filters right here. So first off, let's talk about these buttons just in case you're not familiar really quick. Inside here, we've got this little button here for card styles. It shows you the different card styles that you have or don't have. You can also click here to zoom out and see more cards at a time. I have bad eyesight, so I'm going to zoom back in.
I also have bad eyesight, so I guess that's gonna be the level of zoom I'm going to be using this one. Plus, it looks neater. I think I don't really like when my screen is overloaded by cards, like it is in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. There's just a lot of cards, small cards that I actually need to press in order to read them, which is kind of annoying in a little bit of a way.
We can also click here to craft things that we don't have as well. Then we've got these quick filters right here. We've got a search box 1. So let's say we wanted to type in flying, and you can see as soon as you click in the search box, it gives you a bunch of different advanced search terms to help you to be able to do.
Okay, that's cool. That's actually pretty cool. Master Duel does not have that. It doesn't really even have like an extra deck cards thing. You have to like know which cards are extra deck and which cards are not. If I'm not mistaken, they have filters, obviously, but not advanced like this. Not advanced like this.
Do that more advanced. We're not going to go over that in this video. You can look at it, read it, and see how to do that better yourself, okay? But you can also just type things in such as flying. If I just wanted to see flying cards, I can type in flying, hit enter, and now I'm going to see things with flying or things related to flying. And so you can see right here that this Archpriest of Iona is the power. This Archpriest of Iona is a human cleric. Its power is equal to the number of creatures in your party at the beginning of your combat on your turn. If you have a full party, target creatures with 1/1 and gain flying until the end of turns.
Okay, so this is how it works. Archpriest, it's very simple to summon. It only needs one. It only needs 1 mana to summon. But it needs a board to play. If you have a full party, so a full board, I think that's how it means. Full board. Yeah, full board of monsters, like every monster, and you summon it like lastly. It gains. Yeah. Target creature gets. If you have full party, target creature gets +1/+1, and gains flying until the end of the turn. So I assume you can target a creature with this if a full party and it gains flying and ++1/+1. In that case, it's even stronger. Yeah, it's even stronger. Okay, let's continue.
So the flying, as soon as I type that in, that doesn't mean the creature is necessarily a flying creature, but the abilities or its relations will be a flying. And so it's going to bring up anything related to that. However, that's where the advanced search terms come in. When you go in to click in, you can see right here, there are different types you can do. So like code T would be type. So if I did like T:angel, for example, it's going to bring me up all my angel flyers that I can then look at. Now, not all creatures that are flyers are necessarily angels, but again, that comes into knowing your cards and knowing the advances and understanding.
Well, it doesn't really come from knowing your cards as much as reading them. I think there is obviously angel, cleric, angel something wizard. If it's not an angel, it won't say it's an angel. Thank you for the follow, Shinkin Magentador. I am the observer. I am the owner and proprietor of the Eternal Library. I stream consistently for 3 or 4 days per week now. I usually stream RPGs, card games, and sometimes like this, I stream big media share things. I watch videos, I comment on them. I completely blow out of proportion, considering the videos themselves might be pretty short, but I am talking over them for like twice as much time. Welcome here. Sit down, enjoy yourself, grab a drink. Hope you enjoy yourself. Thank you, Shinken. I do enjoy my style, my cape as well. Actually, let me show you a bit more of my cape. It is wonderful, a wonderful cape, and not to shill, but this will be also animated when my rig comes out in a few weeks. It will be animated, so the sleeves and the cape itself will be slightly animated. There will be a layer of animation there that will allow the cape to slightly emanate the deep space that is hidden within it, so to speak. Right now, we're watching the deck building video for the arena, MTG Arena Magic, because I have been interested in Magic for quite some time, and this is the moment I'm going to be learning about it. Previous video we watched was about the really, really. Oh yeah, I pronounce Japanese pretty well, I think, because I do speak it somewhat, a little bit. I can't say I'm like conversation level yet, but I do speak words. I do pronounce it well. And if you're someone who's speaking Japanese, I'm planning to release the cover of Shanti quite soon. Actually, Shanti, Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Happy, happy candy. It's going to be quite interesting. I'm not a professional singer either, but the breathy, whispery kind of singing I think a lot of people use when covering Shanti is precisely perfect for me. I can't hit high notes. I can't maintain something, but I can be I can be kind of hot and whispery. I certainly can be. I was wondering if you ever heard of Super Sentai. My name is based of season Samurai Sentai. Samurai Sentai Shinkenger. Ooh. I did hear of Super Sentai. Actually, it usually surprises a lot of people I interact with, but I was one of the rare people who live in the western regions that had interacted with Super Sentai before I interacted with Power Rangers. It's actually something I find to be kind of funny because I found Super Sentai seasons, older ones, before I found Power Rangers. I never really watched TV as a young lad. Never really did. Younger lad in my previous year. Never really watched TV, so I find it kind of. I guess I just never really grew in a way where TV was popular. So I watched Super Sentai. I watched a lot of shows, older shows on the internet. Yes, yes, yes. I watched Super Sentai. I've watched a few seasons, and I think what I really enjoy about Super Sentai over Power Rangers, where I watch later, is that there is similar sense of goofiness in them. You can see in Power Rangers, but Super Sentai usually takes itself much more seriously. There is a lot less goofy shenanigans in them. Even like a comparison between the Super Sentai and the Power Ranger scene that was based off of it. Like a villain in Super Sentai, he was like very focused. He didn't do the after each of his moves. He didn't do that. You know that super goofy laugh in Power Rangers. He doesn't do that. He just kind of watches. Talks. I don't have it as he attacks. He kind of talks. He taunts, obviously, but he talks. He doesn't do the. I enjoy a more serious nature of Super Sentai, even though it's very ridiculous in its own way. Some trauma definitely shows more in Super Sentai, so I definitely agree. Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention, Super Sentai actually showed blood. There are some trickles of blood, like in that scene of Red Ranger when his helmet gets blown up. In Power Rangers, you have like the comical, cartoony, ashy exterior, right, on the face, while the visor gets blown up, and you can see the eyes and part of the face underneath the helmet. But it's not damaged. It's like cartoonishly. There's like powder on it, black powder. Like I guess it's to show that he's hurt. Like it's not even like it isn't like even a burn mark. Burn marks are never like black ashy black charcoal like this. It's just kind of like a bit of a charcoal on his face. In Super Sentai alternative, when that helmet gets blown up and he gets slashed on the side, the blade slashes on the side. It's actually very much going alongside the blade. The destruction of the helmet goes alongside, so horizontally how he was slashed, and there's a trickle of blood on his temple. If you look closely, there's blood there. So it's definitely I'd say Power Rangers is in a lot of ways a kid version of Super Sentai, like a very kidified version of Super Sentai. But then again, it's those two shows end up being very different in a lot of ways, but with a lot of the same inspiration. I do remember a special episode in which Super Sentai and Power Rangers all teamed up to face off against some big team. That was something cool. I think I found it on the internet somewhere. That was very cool because those two franchises acknowledging each other's existence is kind of monumental in a lot of ways. Still, let's continue watching the video for now.
Understanding how to.
Oh. You know, some nightmares based off Super Sentai. One of them in just since I remember vividly was seeing someone's dad being pierced in the back for like 10 hours and dying in front of his kids, scared to a little shit of me. Oh, yeah. That kind of thing would never happen in Power Rangers. Never. Honestly, they don't really even get injured in Power Rangers. They get like, sort of kind of thrown around a little bit as like, and explosions, sparks sparks from the back, because apparently when you slash someone with a blade, they explode. It also happens in Super Sentai, but it's pushed to on the most ridiculous degree in Power Rangers. Not to mention the crappy budget. The crappy budget, I think, is sort of part of the tradition at this point, or at least imitation of a crappy budget.
Be able to type those out. So I'm not going to go too much into that, and you can look at that further, but that allows you to just quickly search with things. So let's say, again, we're going for white flying lifelink. That's what we want. So we've got our quick filters. I could just click this. It's just going to show me anything with the white planar mana, and that's all we'll see in here. If we scroll through, it's just white planar mana cards. Now you may get gold cards.
Yeah. So this is basically building a flying deck. Flying white deck, which usually has a lot of angels, a lot of healing, a lot of life return
as well, or dual color cards or tricolor cards. And you can see right here, we've got cards like Cactos.
Oh, he is red and white. Okay.
the unscarred, and he is 2 red, 2 white. And so those will show up. So that's something to be, cautious of and notice when you're playing that. That way you can make sure you have the right proper amount of mana. All right, so what we want to do here, we want white, we want flying and lifelink. Well, next, what I just did is clicked on this little filter right here. And this brings up advanced filtering. And so, again,
that sort of filtering exists in Master Duel as well. Yeah, it's basically the same, depending on how. There is no sets because there is no sets of there is no sets in Yu-Gi-Oh. The cards just kind of come out and then just stay around. I don't think there are sets. Sets are kind of replaced with the. But then again, there isn't there is no defined factions in Yu-Gi-Oh either. You kind of build your own thing from an archetype. An archetype is sort of like it's completely different from a faction, because faction sort of encompasses a thing. Different various archetypes a faction encompasses. There isn't something that encompasses the archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh. It's just archetypes.
Again, remember I said that we want to make sure that we have cards that we have either 3 or 4 copies of. And so we want white, and we want 3 or 4 copies of it. And we want it to be collected cards that we have right now in our collection, not ones that we haven't collected. Now, if you have wild cards, this is a story for a different video, but if you have wild cards, you can end up buying those cards that you have not collected with those wild cards.
Wild cards is a mechanic that allows you to exchange blank cards of various rarity for cards you want of the same value.
So I've got.
I assume you win them through events and stuff. Whatever the hell, playing the game. Basically, we win them through playing the game. You couldn't buy them before, but now you can. I'm not going to buy them because they're pretty expensive, things considering. So I'm gonna wait until until they either switch to gold bases or gold and gems bases or something like this.
Just set to collected and white planar mana. I'm going to click cards of 3 and 4 type. And right now, I just want to look at my flyers. And so I'm going to click on creature type right here, because under type, you can select if you want planeswalker, instance, etc., or you can just leave it base how it comes. I just want to look at creature types. And so I'm going to go ahead and hit OK.
That makes sense. You want the first thing, I think, any person that builds a deck wants to do is understand what type of creatures you want to play, because creatures are usually your backdrop. Not backdrop, are your avant-garde. These are the things that will be attacking your enemy. These are the things most of the time are going to be the ones pushing you to victory with their effects or with their stuff. So the first thing you have to understand about a deck is what type of creatures you want to play. Then, after you finish creatures, you want to focus your spell cards, enhancements, or whatever the hell Magic uses, whatever term Magic uses. You want to use those cards to enhance your monsters further, or to make sure your opponent cannot destroy your monsters in turn. So that's how it is. So basically, traps, countermeasures, or enhancements. Things that will boost your monsters even further from their strength levels. So that's the basics of card building. I know a lot of people who watch me might be already into card games enough to understand those basics, but I still need to say them out loud, I think, for future reference.
And now everything we're going to see right now is cards I have either 3 or 4 of, have plains mana, and are of the creature type. So right here, I know my whole goal around this is flying and lifelink. So let's first go through, and the first thing you want to do whenever building a deck is to pick whatever your main card is. What's the main card that your deck is going to be built around?
That is also a very important thing. Ace. Having an ace card, something that your deck is building towards or built around enhancing, an ace card that will basically kick their shit in if all the conditions are met, your win condition, so to speak. There can be various win conditions, honestly, across the board. They can be a single card, it can be a combination of cards, but having an ace is always important. Ace card is cool. It's I feel like even from the standpoint of someone casual, having an ace card is incredibly cool when you kind of when you can show off your skills by playing this. I summon this Toon Blackluster Soldier, for example. It's not my ace card, obviously, but it's a very cool card. It's like 3,000 of damage thing. It's kind of like its kind of ability to banish one of the opponent's cards, something like this. So, okay, let me think about of an ace card. An ace card, in my case, when playing Cumix, would be. Let me read it out loud. Dark Cubic. Dark Cubic Lord deck is a thing. Oh, I'll actually need to check the best triple crimson no Trinity Dark Limit combo. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Crimson Nova Trinity, the Dark Cubic Lord. Sorry, it's no worry, Shinken. I'm rambling about card games right now. So what I was speaking before, I think I'm gonna repeat it. When you build a deck, any deck, it's important to build first things first. You need your creatures, monsters, minions, whatever the hell they're called in your game. Second, you need to establish an ace, a card everything is building towards, something like very important, super cool. And then I give you an example. Like in my cubic deck in Yu-Gi-Oh, the biggest card that you can possibly play, and if you play it, it's game over basically. Crimson Nova Trinity, the Dark Cubic Lord. That's basically the big thing. If you play it, that's the finale. You they don't have a chance basically. That's that. Finish. We completed everything. Nothing is going to happen from this point. That's basically how it is. They can certainly fight it if they want to, but they will not be successful about it. That's what I'm saying. In this case, we're going to see what exactly will be chosen as the big centerpiece of his deck, the White Flyers deck.
The main archetype that your deck's built around. Well, we know flying's our thing, right? Do we have a main card or a main theme that we can end up using in here? And so I'm going to look for some more powerful cards here. We can see with Basri's Acolyte, it is 2 colorless, 2 planes. It's a 2/3 with lifelink. When they enter the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures you control. That's pretty good, not the best. Angel of Vitality, one of my favorites, is
Angel of Vitality is 2/1. Okay, so 3.
flying 2/2 for 3. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1. Angel of Vitality gets 2/2 as long as you have 25 or more life. So she's potentially a 4/4 flyer for only 3 mana, and every time you gain a life, you gain an extra life. That's a very, very powerful card, and probably what we'll go with. And so let's say I only have 3 of her. If we wanted to buy the 4th one, all we would need to do, if I right click on her, you can see that I can craft one for 1 uncommon wild card, okay? And you can see right there too, I've got 15 uncommon wild cards. If you hover up here on this lotus up here, you'll see that how many wild cards you have. I have 19 commons, 15 uncommons.
Okay, so that's Angel of Vitality basically means you need to. It's not quite a winning condition, I think. But it is a very cool card you can play in a healing life-taking deck, because every time when it's on your field, every time you take you get life, you get 1 extra. So, for example, you get 20 life, you get 3 life, you get 4 life, and as soon as you get 25 life, she gains +2/+2, so she becomes 4/4. Which is a very good, which is a very good level. It's a very mid level of strength, but I don't think the card's strength is quite is the best important part, because the additional healing, additional life gain is probably what the white decks are based around.
2 rares and 2 mythic rares. So Angel of Vitality is pretty good, and I'm kind of leaning towards her. Another really good card here, let's say we were including a lot of adventures in here. For 3 mana, it's a 2/2. Mysterious Pathlighter is a 2/2 flyer. Each creature you control that has an adventure enters the battlefield with an additional 1/1 counter on it.
I have a very bad memory when it comes to adventure archetype. Adventure archetype is the current meta, and basically a big meta everyone uses in the in Master Duel, and usually when people play adventure, it leads to one of my least favorite cards one can play from extra deck, Baron de Fleur. I despise that card. I despise that card with every fiber of my being, honestly.
So that could be awesome to use if our flyers also had adventure spells on them, such as Arden Vale Tactician. But we only have, I think, one of those. We got 2 flyers that would get pumped up because we only have 2 that have adventure spells on them. So we're not going to do that.
That's not
Let's see what else we got here. So we've got Arcanist Owl. Arcanist Owl is a...
Oh, owl. Cute bird. Okay, what do you do? When Arcanist Owl enters the battlefield, look at the top of all cards of your library, your deck. You may reveal an artifact or enhancement, enchantment for a card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Oh, okay.
3/3 for 4. When they enter the battlefield,
Spell. That's a very spell focused card.
Top cards of our library. And so
interesting. That's a pretty strong card, but then again you need to spend 4 mana. It's either white or blue. Either or. Okay.
really what you want to do here is you want to look for your number 1 card first. What's the card that you're building around, right? And when you do that too, you want to just read the abilities, look at the mana cost, make sure that you're getting good value out of the mana cost. If you're spending 4, well, typically that card should be a 4/4, or it has some crazy good abilities to it, right? So you want to make sure that that makes sense. Another great card, and I've built a deck around this, is Indulging Patrician. So
it is very strong in terms of defenses. It's 4, but it has little less value, and it has lifelink, which is unnoticed. Lifelink is the ability to self-heal. So if you attack with that, you heal, and she most likely won't die, especially in the lower levels, because you can't really play a lot bigger cards. So she won't die if she attacks a single enemy. But that one single point of damage, that will also go back to you as a health point, which is very important. Even in defense, even if you put her in defense, she will get the ability to strike back at the opponent and still give you 1 point of health, which is very good, very good.
It's a white-black, so we got to keep that in mind, that we have to at least splash our deck with some black mana, some swamps, if we would want to play Indulging Patrician. But Indulging Patrician is a 1/4 for 3. It's a 1 colorless, 1 white, 1 black, and it's a 1/4 flying and lifelink. And at the beginning of our end step, if...
Oh, right, you can't... Flying basically means you cannot block the attack of this creature unless you have flying as well. So effectively, she most likely, in most decks, she will be trading their health points directly, so their points directly for and giving that 1 single point to me. Good, this is good.
If we gain 3 or more life this turn, each opponent loses 3 life. And so in this instance, what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to go ahead and pick Indulging Patrician, but I'm going to combo Indulging Patrician with Angel of Vitality. And so what I'm going to be thinking about here is that I want to play whatever is going to work together and synergize off of it.
Angel of Vitality is this is the card that gives you +1 instead. So Indulgent Patrician, she attacks, she siphons the life points, give it to you. You get +1 instead. +1 that, so you get 2. You can possibly get +1 from somewhere else, so it's 3. So and the opponent eventually loses. The opponent loses 3 health points.
In order to give us that win condition. So our win condition here is that we want to gain 3 life every time, every turn, to deal 3 damage to our opponent. And we've also got flyers, so that way we can go over the ground and hit them with our flyers. And so that's what we're working with
Aerial bombardment deck, basically.
here. And that's
Self-healing aerial bombardment deck. That sounds scary, actually. That sounds very scary.
our win condition, is just to be dealing that damage 3-3-3, and then they lose the game, right? We've got Indulging Patrician, we got Angel of Vitality, because every time we gain a life, we want to be able to hit that 3 life at every turn that we have our Indulging Patrician out. So Angel of Vitality is going to help us to get there with what's called a synergy, that every time we gain a life, we're going to get a +1 instead. So now what we can do is look for other cards that are going to work together really, really well with this. And so what we'll then get into here, let's go ahead and look for other cards that are lifelink cards, that are flyers. Leonin War Leader is a really strong card, but it is not a flyer. It does, though, every time Leonin attacks, create 2 lifelink cards, which can really, 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 really help us out. So what we can then look for now, let's just go ahead and maybe we want to just type in flying up here,
flying,
and that's going to sort our section a little bit smaller here, and then we can see
flying lifelink. We already have this flying. We have this. Each creature you control that has a feature. Okay, that we already passed. Whenever a creature you control above lands with a flying dies, return it to the battlefield on its own control with a flying counter. And ooh,
stuff like here we have Judge of Valor, but it's very expensive, and since it's not our main card, I'm not going to look at pulling this. Now, we don't have many flyers here. We do have Arden Veil Tactician, which allows us to tap up to 2 target creatures for 3 mana. It's a 2/3, comes out as a flyer as well. I'm actually going to pull that out because it's a really good card to have. We've got the Mysterious Pathlighter that we talked about before, which gives 1/1 to our other creatures, and it gets a little expensive to have, so I'm not going to play Mysterious Pathlighter. Now we also have those Starnheim Courser, which is for 3 mana, 2/2 artifact enchantment spells. We cast cost 1 less. We will go ahead and include Starnheim Courser in here. Also,
Starnheim Coaster.
out of here, we
yeah. Artifact enchantment spell you cast cost 1 less to cast. Oh, that's cool. That's important.
have the Fairy Godmother, which is a 1/1/1 flyer, but also has an adventure for 2. That target creature gets 2/1 and gains flying until the end of turn. We will go ahead and include those just to have for our mana curve, to really have some lower mana cost cards to have. Luminous Broodmoth. This is a really good flyer. So for 4 mana, it's a 3/4. Whenever a creature we control without flying dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a flying counter on it. So this allows us to pull in some cards that are not flyers. And so I'm going to put it here.
Okay, I was cold again. Sorry. Okay, I needed to take that. Let's continue.
We may use it, we may not. So we'll come back and look here in just a second. Now, we can actually open things up now too with Luminous Broodmoth. Let's say we do use Luminous Broodmoth. We can open up other cards now that are not
Yeah, several winning conditions. Having several winning conditions is very important as well for a deck, any deck. Several winning conditions. So like, if you have a Luminous Broodmoth out, you place it, you slap it on the field. And you have two other creatures that are not flying. What you do is you wait until they get destroyed, hopefully. You block with them, for example, which activates the effect of Broodmother. And on your turn, now you have three flyers, which you can directly just bombard their opponent.
Flyers, but have lifelink abilities, because when they die with Luminous Broodmoth out, they'll come back as flyers as well, and lifelink properties. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and throw in some Charm Strays here. They are, when Charm Stray enters the battlefield, we put a 1/1 on each other creature we control named Charm Stray. And so they're really good 1/1 lifelink creatures. And if we have Luminous Broodmoth out, if they die, we can bring them back as 1/1 flyers.
One
And
flyers.
so,
And that's automatically will give us the opportunity to heal, self-heal for more 3 and more effectively. Especially if you have if you have the angel of vitality out, that's also going to be very poggers. Yes.
especially if our opponent's running ground game and stuff, we have a way to evade, stay up in the sky, gain life, and then if we've got our Indulging Patrician out, we're causing them to lose life as well. Now, another card here for gain life, Impassioned Orator is a great card. I'd like to go ahead.
Another card, a creature enters the battlefield under your command. You gain 1 life.
And include it in here because with Impassioned.
Yeah, this basically is I'm going to end up with more life points than I started with deck. Because I have a maximum level. Who said I can have maximum amount of 20 life points? Bah, stupid. I can have as much life points as I want to. That's the deck.
Impassioned Orator, we gain a life every single time a new creature enters the battlefield, and that's going to help us just to get that 3 life every single turn there to be able to help Indulging Patrician.
Yeah, Indulgent Patrician is basically if you have Indulgent Patrician out and if you have and you summon Angel of Vitality out. If you summon Angel of Vitality out and you actually answer and you summon a Impassioned Orator out. Wait, no. First Impassioned Orator, then Angel of Vitality. That's already 3. If you have and you have Impassioned Orator, if you have Indulgent Patrician already on the field, that's 3 damage for them right there. So that's a burn. That's not only that's a very burn deck that focuses on burning the opponent alive while not really exactly directly attacking too much, but also giving yourself a fuck ton of health points. I like that. It's not my style of fighting. I don't like those types of gate decks. I prefer more either fortify my defenses and just push through. I like to play like this. So tunes, they fortify their defense, just push through bombardment, or instead I play Fluffles or Cubics, which are both incredibly aggressive. You have to be, but you have to be all up in their face, all constantly. Well, Fluffles include building a lot of field presence and card destruction potential. While Cubics just kind of involve around you summoning that big fucking thing, and if you summon that big fucking thing, that's a wrap.
Deal that 3 damage over to our opponent.
They have several big fucking thing, by the way. They have the what's it face again? No, it was on this one. Yeah, on this one. They have Crimson Nova Trinity, the Dark Cubic Lord, and they have just they have the other Cubic Lords and the components of Crimson Nova Trinity, the Cubic Lords, which are also just as equally potent in basically destroying the opponent.
And then Hallowed Priest is another card I like to have in here because whenever we gain life, we get to put a 1/1 on Hallowed Priest, buffing Hallowed Priest up and making it to where we can just have kind of this creature that is available to us. And if it comes back as a flyer with Broodmoth, well, now we've got that going in, flying overhead and being able to. Now, another thing I'm going to include here is some Shepherds of the Flock. This allows us, mainly the reason why I want to include it is because it has an adventure token, which allows us to return a permanent to our hand. So if for whatever reason we're getting pacified or something like that's happening to us, we can go ahead and return it to our hand. Now,
fair enough. Yeah.
At this point, guys, we don't really have many spells in here. We're running a very creature-heavy deck.
Yeah, this seems like a very creature heavy deck. You have to have some sort of spell support, even if the cards themselves tend to have a lot of abilities when you play them, like creature cards.
And so that's a problem. So now what we want to do, and this is a good thing that this happened, you can see we're at 60 out of 60 cards. We want to start to trim back and think a little bit more intently. I also want to take a look here first at swamps and see if there are other synergies in here with swamps that we might want to use as well. So if we look over here at the black mana cards, we can see that we have different cards here, like Boot Nipper has lifelink.
Bootnipper. That's a cute name for such a horrifying creature. Death Touch is also has Death Touch. Okay. I assume blacks focus a lot on Death Touch, Death Bloom, lots of death.
When we bring it into the battlefield, we can choose it to have lifelink. I actually would like to have that card because then if it comes back as a flyer, we've also got it for flying. Here's another good card, Tavern Swindler. This would
Pay 3 life, flip a coin. If you win the flip, you gain 6 life. Oh fuck.
work really well with Indulging Patrician because every single time we gain 3 life, our opponent loses 3 life. So let's go ahead and include that as well. And that's only per turn though. So let's include it though. That would be a good option to have.
No, that's a very good
We
option.
can also see here that when Meyer Trident enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards and gain 2 life. That could be really good. Now, here's another really strong card, Veto Thorn of the Dusk Rose, that whenever we gain life, target opponent loses.
Honestly, considering things, I think life and white and black work surprisingly well together. I mean, why would it be surprisingly? White and black both revolve around life gain, life loss, death, life. That's sort of two sides of the same coin. So I suppose it's not that surprising that they work together pretty well.
That much life. This works really, really well in accordance with Indulging Patrician, because with Indulging Patrician at the beginning of our end step, if we gain 3 or more life this turn, each opponent loses 3 life, and this kind of
each opponent. Does that mean opponent and their monsters, or just opponent single? Why I'd say each opponent. You don't have several opponents. It's not a one against many match.
just doubles that. So if we're gaining 3 life in that turn, that means they're now losing 3 from Indulging Patrician and 3 from Veto Thorn of the Dusk Rose. So let's go ahead and include those in there.
That's a burn deck in its purest form. Honestly, you're building a very scary burn deck, my dude.
As well. So now we can see we're over.
Usually, those types of decks aren't exactly aren't exactly newbie friendly. I'm going to say they aren't exactly newbie friendly. A lot of the straightforward players that start the game, myself included, I am always sort of kind of focused on the monsters. Big monsters, big numbers, bring big numbers, unga boonga, I destroy you. These types of cards, they utilize much weaker monsters in order to simply activate several effects that drain the health points of their opponent, regardless of how big the monsters on their field are. And that's a bit of a, I think that's a bit of a more advanced technique, if we're speaking frankly.
60 cards, and you can have
It's not like super advanced thing. It's like super meta, unfathomable, but it's definitely not friendly in a manner of it's definitely not newbie friendly. Because even the tutorials, they usually say you want to attack with your monsters. Defeat them with your monsters. The tutorials usually say that. They defeat them with your monsters. Not defeat them with your spell effects. Or defeat them with your 2 monster synergy. That 3 monster synergy that destroys them while giving you like 30 life points. I don't think that usually happens in tutorials. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it will happen. Maybe it will happen in Arena's tutorial. Who knows?
As many cards as you want in your deck, but really you want to stay as close to 60 as possible. Unless you're playing a control deck where you're just trying to expand out the game and control every movement, and you have these.
Yeah, control decks definitely have more edge depending on how much cards you have in your deck. The more cards you have, the more fodder you can throw in it. The more stuff you can control with it. So, guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Cards, and you can have as many cards as you want in your deck, but really you want to stay as close to 60 as possible. Unless you're playing a control deck where you're just trying to expand out the game and control every movement, and you have these.
Yeah, control decks definitely have more edge depending on how much cards you have in your deck. The more cards you have, the more fodder you can throw in it. So, guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
cards, you're not, that's the only time really that makes sense, right? Or if you're
Yeah. Usually, if you want to play a control deck, that's what you can overload your deck with stuff. You place up to 60, I think. In Yu-Gi-Oh, that's where you want to have a 60 card deck. If you do a control deck, because you benefit a lot more from having more cards on the field, because usually the control effects spread onto you as well, and you are most likely going to be decking out much later than your opponent is going to, because your opponent is going to have 40 cards most likely, and if you completely block the field, they will deck out much sooner than you are. If they are not don't if they won't deck out by the effects of your own cards.
playing a lot against mill decks, and if you're noticing you're going against mill decks, well, then maybe you want to have more cards to be able to combat that. So try to stick to 60 though, and so
I don't think it's much. It's relevant against random players online, because you don't really have an opportunity to predict who you will be playing against. Unless you play in a controlled manner, in a controlled tournament setting, in which case, yeah, you have the opportunity to see who you're playing against. But in a random lobby online settings, I don't think that's relevant.
right now we're at 71 out of 60. If we click on this now as well, right here, if we click where the deck is, we can see what we have in our deck. We can see we have 47 creatures and 0 non-creatures. That's a problem. We need spells in here.
Yeah, I haven't. Honestly, I have never seen a deck that is full creatures, because it's inevitable that you'll need to consider support spells, support stuff, like non-creature stuff, because non-creature stuff ends up being very important.
We want to have more around like 27 or 30 maybe on our creatures, but then have our non-creatures in there as well. We can see that our mana curve looks pretty well. It's very, very overloaded though in the 2 and 3 mana drops. This is the cost that it costs to put it out onto the battlefield. So
Yeah, this is the classic burn deck. Classic. It's very classic, honestly. You have all these cards that are just low cost, but then you don't really care about that. You don't really care to have like big monsters on the field. You can just kind of go either over whatever thing they are doing, or just kind of burn them with your card effects. Yeah, I think in this kind of deck, having spells that burn would help even more. Not sure if white has burn spells or direct attack spells. So what instead I think should you do here? You should do here in this situation, and I'm sure this guy is going to confirm it in a moment. You need to have more healing based spells, which would work wonders with your combination, any combination of cards, because you will always inevitably lead to resolving 3 damage onto them, and with another card it's always resolved to 6 damage, 6 6 6 6 6, which will quickly lead to their death. That's just 4 rounds and they're dead, not to mention other burn effects and flying over them, and you will have a fuck ton of life as this happens.
So 2 and 3 is pretty high at 18 and 18. Our average mana cost is at 2.4. We've got a 77% chance of drawing a plains and a 32% chance of drawing a swamp, which is good because the majority of our stuff is plains. We can see here, though, the creature types that we have, 47, and the land types as well. So we know we're a little heavy on the 2 and 3 drops. And since we're a little heavy there, what I want to go ahead and do now, because you have to hover over these to see what they are, it's much easier now to change that deck layout. And then as soon as I do that, it comes out here, it makes it easier to see them. And then I can click this arrow right here, which brings them up as well, making it easier to see. So let's now.
What's sideboard though? What do you usually play on sideboard? I'm just wondering. Well, we'll see a whole lot gameplay thing here. That's something you will see. Seems like he loses. Maybe not. We'll see.
Because we need to now trim our deck, let's go back and think about what our main goal with this deck was. Our main goal was that we wanted to have flyers, and not only did we want to have flyers, we want
The main goals of this deck so far, from my understanding, it was to have flyers, but not only you need to have flyers, you need to have lifesteal, basically. Lifesteal that translates to burn on their side. Gain life you, lose life them. Angel of Vitality also benefits greatly from having over maximum life points. So if you have Angels of Vitality, 2 Angels of Vitality, for example, you can... and if you have 20 or 25 or more life points, they will become 4/4, which would further boost your ability to do damage, flying damage over artillery, flying artillery strikes, basically.
wanted to have lifelink. Now, on top of that, once we moved into flying and lifelink, we decided, well, Indulging Patrician would be a very good card to build this deck around, because at the beginning of our end step, it's a 1/4 flying lifelink, 4/3, and at the beginning of our end step, if we gain 3 or more life this turn, each opponent loses 3 life. So
See what I mean? That's basically that's the most important thing about this deck. You need to gain life, as much life as possible in one turn, preferably 3 or more. And that will inevitably damage the opponent, and the damage to opponent will lead to furthering the distance between yourself and them. And in the ideal board, we have a few of those cards out, and they just get damaged, get dunked on without you needing to even attack.
if we gain 3 or more life, they end up losing 3 life. And so that gives us a great advantage with Indulging Patrician, and that's what we wanted to build our win condition around. So now let's look in and see if are there any cards in the 2 and 3 drop spot where we're really heavily overloaded that do not play into Indulging Patrician or do not work with Indulging Patrician. And let's go ahead and trim those out. So the first thing that I can think of here, let's take a look. Well, we know Indulging Patrician. We know Veto the Thorn of the Dusk Rose synergizes well. It doesn't help Indulging Patrician, but it doubles what Indulging Patrician does. So it doubles our win condition.
Yeah, whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. So we gain 3 life more, and they lose 3 life more. So 6 lives, or even more so if we gain more life.
And like what we're going for. So we want to keep Veto Thorn of the Dusk Rose in. Now, Ardenvale Tactician. We can tap up to 2 target creatures. This gives us a little bit of a spell, which is good. We need to have more spells in here, not just creature spells, but having more things like instants and sorcery. So we got an adventure instant on here. It's also a 2/3 flyer, so it fits into our flying curve that we're looking for. We've got a 2/2 flyer where artifact and enchantment spells cost
That's the thing, you don't have artifact and enchantment so far.
us 1 less to cast. That's awesome, but we needed artifacts or enchantment spells. So if we're going to run enchantments, that makes sense. This one might be on the chopping block. We're going to look at spells in a minute because we got to trim things down and include some spells. Angel of
Vitality is basically the cornerstone of the Indulgent Patrician, honestly. So I don't think not having Indulgent Patrician and Angel of Vitality is a bad mistake. You do not need to trim this. Do not trim this. Is what I'm gonna say. Do not trim this.
Angel of Vitality allows us to gain 1 more life. Definitely synergizes with Indulging Patrician, being that we want to, and it works with Veto as well, because every time we gain life with Veto, they lose life. When we gain 3, they lose 3 at the end of our turn. Tavern Swindler makes sense because it allows us to.
Yeah, coin flip. You gain life. If you have Veto on the field, you gain 6 life. They lose 6 life. They lose 9 life because they also the effect of Indulgent Patrician triggers. So that's a lot of life loss. That's a lot of life loss. But you have to get it right now in the coin. That's one of the things.
Coin flip every turn that we have it out. Boot Nipper makes sense because it comes out with lifelink. Shepherd of the Flock works well for the spell itself. Impassioned Orator works well. Hallowed Priest doesn't really make sense. It can beef up, so we're going to go ahead and cut Hallowed Priest. We've also...
I mean, it makes sense, honestly. Charmed, Stray, I think...
Also got Charmed Strays in here, which are lifelink. And then we've got this one here, which is a 1/1 flyer. Let's go ahead and cut it out.
Yeah, I think that's the correct decision, honestly.
And then we're still at 64 out of 60, and we need to get some spells going on in here too.
Yeah, at least a few more, a few spells. That would be nice.
So let's take a look really quick over at our instants and sorceries. We've got our planes. Let's look at our instants, sorceries, and enchantments under white and black that we have. I'm going to look at just 4 of. Hit OK. And so let's see. So target blocking creature gets 2/2 until end of turn. We can gain life and lose life with Daxos, or we gain life every time somebody enters the battlefield or exits the battlefield with Daxos. So that would actually make sense to add in here, even though it's a creature. We're wanting to look for those instant sorceries, enchantments, but it's an enchantment creature, right? Exile target artifact creature enchantment. That
enchantment creatures are a thing. That's going to be interesting to remember. Okay, fair enough.
Opponent controls. They may put a permanent on the battlefield. I can do that. I'd like to have some pacifisms in here and some banishing lights. Pacifisms allow us to bind them. Banishing the lights allows us to get rid of stuff that they have. So let's say.
Yeah, that's definitely positive influence on the deck overall, I think.
They try to banish light us, we can banish light them back. Here is Revitalize, gain 3 life and draw a card. That works really well because remember,
Indulgent Patrician. Every time one per turn, when you gain 3 life, they lose 3 life. When they lose 3 life, when you gain 3 life, both Indulgent Patrician and Veto trigger, so 6 life.
With Indulging Patrician, if we gain 3 life that turn, target opponent loses 3 life. And with Veto, every time we gain 3 life, anytime we gain life at all, they lose life. We can also, with Unexpected Fangs, put a 1/1 counter. And
honestly, considering things, if you have like a big healing thing you can do in a turn, you can just heal bomb yourself for 10, and you have Indulgent Patrician and Veto on the field, and hopefully also Angel of Vitality. If you have that, you can potentially just bomb them and gain yourself like a lot of vitality. It's a very, I don't think it's a very common thing you can do in Magic, because this is Magic. This is not Yu-Gi-Oh, where you can just bomb your opponent in 1 turn. This is a ramp game. Every Magic-like game, I think, they are very rampy. Now, don't quote me. They're probably decks that just destroy in 1 or 2 turns if they really want to. And if they draw well, they destroy and fucking obliterate. But I think most decks focus on ramps. Let's focus. Let's
and a life leak counter on target creature. We're not going to use it. Heartless Act, we can destroy target creature with no counters on it. That would be a good one to have in here. So now again, we're back up. We're at around 84 now, and we need to chop some stuff. Okay, so we got 16 non-creatures, which is pretty good, but then we got to drop down on the creatures itself because we got 44 of them. And so what we want to go ahead and take a look at now, again, is there anything in our deck that's not adding to what our main win condition is with Indulgent Patrician? And let's see what those are and cut them out. So we can get rid of these Ardenvale Tacticians, even though they do have tap up to 2 creatures. You know, they are a little expensive for that, and they don't go into our main condition so much.
Yeah, in most decks, in most games, card games, you definitely have to make sacrifices in order to actually make sure your deck works. You can't have everything at the same time. That'd be stupid. So just kind of make sure you have everything, everything that supports your winning condition, but nothing too much, nothing too over that. You can have the fuck you 20,000 cards, but that fuck you 20,000 card just there to just be there. Maybe you should consider to actually trim it out. Maybe you should consider actually.
No.
You know, I will actually kill you, Toki, because that fucking timing was unfair. And I'm very glad nobody's here to clip it. Um, I probably will clip it because I'm a filthy degenerate, but still, maybe you should, maybe you should consider to not. Maybe you should consider to not. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm not even going to question it. Shiroji, you get the medal of the timing. You get the medal for the timing, the fucking timing. I was finishing the sentence. I was just finishing the sentence. I was saying maybe you should consider and just not. Just the fucking hell, my dude. Why would you do that? I mean, maybe you should consider to not, but that's not on this channel, please. There are other very fascinating ways you can discover something. You can discover where to not. That is not Twitch.tv. Don't know in its policies. I'm sure you can find your places to not in Twitch.tv and get money for it as well, because I'm not going to name names here. uh, Maybe deep throat the microphone in the process. But yes, what I want to say is maybe you should consider not placing the fuck you 9000 in the cart if it doesn't support your winning conditions. You joined into the conversation about not. I wished you didn't, but it's just a thing. It's honestly just a thing. I'm at this point I'm a VTuber. I'm a VTuber. I'm a VTuber. To explain the situation, Scanny, I was speaking about that. Maybe you should consider, yeah, certified non-permit. Maybe you should consider. And I was thinking. I paused, and I was thinking what to say. And at this exact moment, Xian, yeah, Xian, at the exact moment as I paused to say something, the sound alert nerd went out. So the situation ended up with being a perfect timing. So I sounded like I'm saying, maybe you should consider to nerd. Okay, I was like, okay, fair enough. that's not exactly the advice I was thinking of giving, but maybe you should consider to not. maybe that's something you should consider. I don't know if you should consider it exactly at this moment when we're speaking about consider this not. I swear to God. Let me actually check if this if my clip went through. Let me check really quickly, because if it didn't clip the exact moment I wanted to it clip. Okay, yeah, it fucks with them because what you expect, honestly? Use my emotes. Subscribe to me and use my emotes. I will. I'm going to do this. Subscribe to me and use my emotes. I'm holding you on gunpoint. Subscribe to me and use my emotes. I'm holding you at gunpoint here. I have observer gun. Yes, I have several. I have several emotes. I have several emotes. A lot of them are cool. Use them. I made them with love. Use them. With love. I made them with love. Use them. No. I'm gonna shoot you. I don't observe anyone to death. I'm going to shoot you. I don't have this gun just to have this gun, my friend. I have this gun to shoot you. For legal reasons, that's a joke. For legal reasons, that's a joke, Twitch. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Yes, yes. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Don't ban me, Twitch. TOS, I'm very family friendly. TOS, don't ban me. Okay. Though knowing you, Shiroji, that you will enjoy it. So maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. You know what? I'm just going to continue watching this. Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm just going to continue watching this. Yeah, thank you. Honestly, at that point, I'm only thinking about nut. At this point, I'm only thinking about nut. Why am I only thinking about nut now? I need to focus. I'm reacting to a video. God fucking damn it. Okay. I'm focusing back. I'm focusing back. I'm not going to say it out loud because it will be taken out of context. But if that's the case, if that infested your brain, maybe you should check a doctor because I don't think I don't think it's supposed to be in your brain unless you're the victim on one of those weird hub animations in which people do the do in the ear. In which case, probably gonna end up there, probably. But I don't know why I'm speaking like this. But yes, I'm very cultured. Don't worry, I'm very cultured. I'm aware of these things. Yes, please do not have sex with the ears. But some animations on Hub showcase that. And don't tell me why I watched this. I didn't watch this fully. I just know they exist. But a lot of people say that I'm say so, but I'm not. I'm not really say so. I'm just very quiet. But I'm aware of all these things. I'm very much aware of all these things, and I'm not. Don't be surprised if I actually showcase my knowledge for in the cultured arts. Please let's watch this nerd finish up the deck of Magic. I can no longer talk about nut. This is a reaction video in the making. Yeah. I'm not say so. I'm just quiet. Oh, interesting. Cost of permanence control counts towards your devotion to white. Ooh, nice. Each byte in the mana cost of permanence. Oh, right. I forgot to activate it back on. Let me actually check back.
See, we need to drop down more on the creatures as well.
Thank you for reminding me. Thank
here's
you.
Lifelink. That fits our goal.
Thank you, Cyan.
Lifelink. Okay, some pacifisms. Gain 3 life. We got Lifelink with Dax. So it's not Lifelink, but we gain life anytime somebody enters or leaves the battlefield. We got Lifelink with Boot Nippers. We got some Heartless Axe to destroy some creatures. We got the Tavern Swindlers. Makes sense.
Yeah. So 73.
I think let's go ahead and drop those Starnheim Coursers.
Honestly, I wish I could have you around back when I was playing Inscription a few weeks ago. God, even saying few weeks ago feels odd. Like the time flies so fast when you're streaming. Anyway, I would have very much enjoyed having you leak through a few weeks ago when I accidentally muted myself on minute 40, and I played the game and I spoke into the microphone for the next 3 hours, and I forgot, and I seemingly didn't notice I was muted, and I unmuted last 10 minutes. and lamented my existence. And everyone else, when I asked, why the fuck didn't you tell me I'm muted? Yeah, time is so much. Yeah, nobody told me. Nobody told me I'm muted. And when I said why nobody told me I'm muted, they say we thought you were in the Uber gamer concentrator mode. I'm like, okay, fair enough. I do be like that sometimes. I do be like that. I don't do be like that most of the time, but I assume I'm the type who would do be like that sometimes.
So that brings us down to 70. We're at 24. We're really heavy in this column right here. If you click on our mana curve, we can see that we're really heavy in the 2-drop spots with 27 items. And we're also at a 2 point.
Honestly, deck building on its own, deck building is a very fascinating aspect of a card game because you inevitably have to shoot yourself in the foot in some aspect. I only scream with people because I will make these dumb mistakes. Yeah. Honestly, that wasn't like a mistake. It was more of an accident because I have a very sensitive mute button on top of my microphone, which you don't press, you slide across, finger across. So I might have accidentally reached towards something with my hand, and it just kind of brushed on the top of the microphone, and it worked. So it isn't like a mistake; it's more of a accident, even, which sucks. True enough. To be fair, though, most of the time I don't really need to reach anything above the microphone, so the microphone is usually above myself. I learned that positioning the microphone above myself usually leads to more conscious ability to press the button without needing to actually slide across it. You know what I mean? Just kind of. Yeah. I could probably tie it to there, but the mute button on top of the microphone still will exist either way. So I just kind of got used to using it. Either way, I think when you build a deck as a person, it's very fascinating that you have to. There's just so many cards, in archetypes, so many cards in particular branch. But yeah, you just the microphone is going to be sensitive regardless of how much distance you have between yourself and it. If you have like in too far, it's going to be quiet. But if you have it on the roughly the same amount of distance to yourself, it doesn't really matter if it's up or down. It really doesn't. Like I'm speaking. My microphone is to the side of my face right now. You probably can hear me just as well if my microphone was in front of my face. It doesn't really matter, honestly. The sensitivity is going to be pretty much all the same. Same as if I'm placing it above my head or below my head. It's basically going to be the same. Let me adjust something here. Yeah. But yes, my point was, when you build a deck, you have to consider what's not what you want to include, though that's also something you want to consider. But you have to consider what exact things of the archetype you have to remove, because you can't have everything at once. Every deck usually is built around something specific, a specific action, a specific activity, a specific strategy. Every deck relies on you being able to execute that strategy. There is obviously ways to respond to active punishment to a deck, and any good deck will be able to actually respond to stresses and disruptions. It depends on the microphone, yeah, but the good microphones usually don't really have the problems of where the microphone is positioned at. Back to my points, though. You have to consider what you don't need to have in your deck when you play a card game. Card game is like is weighing positives against negatives of having a card. And if the negatives outweigh the positives, if you have like the big numbers card, that coveted big numbers card that does a lot of damage, it really might be not the best opportunity, not the best thing to add to your aggressive mill burn deck that relies on you healing yourself. Hearthstone, well, you're looking at the video about the game that basically influenced how Hearthstone works. Because this game came out in 1993, and it already had the mana mechanics back then. So I assume, as usually Blizzard does, they took an existing concept, an existing card game, and they stripped it down from there. And they stripped it down, yes. I assume the classes were basically created to emulate the colors. I assume they actually put their own spin on it with classes. Yeah, Blizzard does do it like that. They did still add their own spin to it though, and that's why the Hearthstone exists with classes and Magic exists with colors. For example, Magic has 5 complicated colors. Hearthstone has I don't know how much champions, but they are much simpler. And unlike in Hearthstone, you can't really mix champions together. You play one champion. In Magic, you can mix them, so you can mix colors. You can play black and white if it synergizes. You can play 10. Okay. So 10 champions, each of them much simpler. Each of them basically have their own thing going. That's how it is. They have their own abilities, of course, their own weapons and stuff, if I remember correctly. But ultimately, they are fairly simple, I think. Okay, let's continue.
0.2 average mana cost, so we might not need 24 lands. We'll see when we play a game. So my next slide here would be, let's go ahead and drop the Banishing Lights. That brings us down to 66. We're still really heavy here in the 2-drop spot, which is okay, but it would make sense to cut. If we're going to cut anywhere, cut here, cut up on the higher cards. We're at 66. If we got to drop 4, which one should we drop? So this becomes a really tough decision. Now with Daxos, we can only have one at a time, but we gain life every time somebody enters or leaves the battlefield, where with Impassioned Orator, we only gain life every time that somebody enters the battlefield. However, with Impassioned Orator, we can have more than one out on the battlefield at the same time. So I think we're going to go ahead and drop Daxos. That brings us down to 62. And at this point, because if we click on our mana curve here, we can see we have a 2.2 mana average. I'm going to go ahead and cut two of our cards here on lands. That's going to bring us down to 22 lands, but we got 60 out of 60 on our deck. And then we can come in here. We can see what everything looks like. It looks good.
Very good.
And again, our cost average of 2.2. We can also...
to explain how land works, you know how mana crystals in Hearthstone exist, right? These land cards are basically that. But you have specific cards that have specific costs of specific land. So like white cards have plains, black cards have swamps, etc., etc. White has mountains, I think, or something like this. There's some mixed ones, of course, but yeah. Ultimately, what they do, you play one per turn, one land card per turn. So basically, you gain 1 mana per turn, one more mana per turn, and let's say you need to summon Tavern Swindler, right? You can see here it has 1 just and 1 skull. So you can spend 1 whatever. So you can spend 1 mana, one white mana, plains that you get from plains, and then you have to spend 1 black mana. that you get from swamp, and then you can summon this card on the field or play this card. Same with everything else. The costs can get either more complicated or less complicated, but speaking in general, I think it works like this. You have general amount of general mana you need to spend, and then 1 or 2 mana you need to spend from specific lands, which is why he has both swamps and plains. Usually, if you play like pure white or pure black, you play just swamps or just plains, not both. But he plays both because it's beneficial to do.
Fill up a sideboard for our best of ones. When we're playing, we can have sideboards. You only need to use this though if you're playing best of one standard, if you have cards that say bring in a card from outside of your deck, such as under the new Strixhaven, we have learn and lesson cards. I'm going to go ahead and say done.
Yeah, I think despite being a little more complicated, I think this is a more defined system because it makes your card decisions much more weighty. I'm giving you a quick second. Okay, I'm giving you a quick second, obviously. I'm going to continue watching this video just in case.
Done. This deck looks good for its purpose, and we need to go ahead and give it a name. So I'm just going to say
white
flying. Actually,
I would call it white burn. Honestly, that's something I would call it.
Indulging LFG. Indulging life gain. So let's go home and let's just go ahead and play around and see what we built, how well it does. I'm going to play a casual match, and I always recommend playing a casual match to test out your deck for the first time. We're going to go ahead and click on this.
This is also a moment where you have to when you are able to get into a quick example of how the card game plays.
And change it to the Indulging LFG. Hit play, and let's play a match. All right, guys, so right off the bat, we can see what we drew. We drew 2 lands, which, again, remember, our average mana cost is 2.2. So 2 lands is great. That's really all we need. We can end up drawing our swamp later. It would have been nice to get 1 plains, 1 swamp, but that's okay. We still got some turns in the very beginning. We can play Impassioned Orator. We got some pacifisms if need be. Once we get another land, we got Angel of Vitality and Veto. So we don't have our major win con yet, and that's okay. We also don't have a Charm Stray to play on the mana curve, and that's okay too. All right, so we did go ahead and get a swamp. I'm going to go ahead and drop the swamp. And then I'm going to go ahead and play Boot Nipper now and go ahead and set it for lifelink. And honestly, when I was playing that, I just thought I should have put Impassioned Orator because then I could have gained life off Boot Nipper, but that's okay. And it's a 2-2, but that's okay. So we've got Boot Nipper out. The next thing that we're going to do is play.
I'm going to rewind the game, rewind the video so we can watch the how the game is played. Look.
Hit play. And let's play a match. All right, guys, so right off the bat, we can see what we drew. We drew 2 lands, which, again, remember, our average mana cost is 2.2. So 2 lands is great. That's really all we need. We can end up drawing our swamp later. It would have been nice to get 1 plains, 1 swamp, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
We still got some turns in the very beginning. We can play Impassioned Orator. We got some pacifisms if need be.
Most of the black cards he uses have only condition of 1 black. So definitely going to be very good to have. 1 swamp on field and 2 plains, for example.
Once we get another land, we got Angel of Vitality and Veto. So we don't have our major win con yet, and that's okay. We also don't have a Charm Stray to play on the mana curve, and that's okay too. All right, so we did go ahead and get a swamp. I'm going to go ahead and drop the swamp. And then I'm going to go ahead and play Boot Nipper now and go ahead and set it for lifelink. And
see how honestly, it works. They channel plains and swamp cards into this. So this basically being played by channeling 2 of these, and they also get inactive. They get put on the side, see? But they get recharged next turn, so.
when I was playing that, I just thought like I should have put in Passion Orator because then I could have gained life off Boot Nipper, but that's okay. And it's a 2/2, but that's okay.
That is indeed okay.
We've got Boot Nipper out. The next thing that we're gonna do is play
Angel
our
of Vitality.
Impassion Orator.
Oh, Impassion Orator. Okay.
All right, he's got
Shepherd of the Flock,
which is cool though. He didn't use his he couldn't use the instance, so we know that we don't have to worry about that at least. All right, so we've got this one here. Let's go ahead and bring out Impassion Orator. We'll save a Heartless Act. We don't want to destroy him right off the bat. And then what we can do is not attack. We will wait until we either pacify or Heartless Act is Shepherd of the Flock.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to keep gaining that life off Boot Nipper, right? That was the whole goal with it, is to continuous gain life. Not have to worry about that. He's got 2 Shepherds of the Flocks out. If he swings, we could die with something. So I'm going to take the 3 if he swings because we want to maintain our goal here. 2-1. Okay. It's good. Next turn, we go ahead and start destroying some stuff, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So we could go ahead and bring, let's go ahead and destroy target creature.
Boom.
All right. And then let's go ahead and pacify this one.
Yes.
And now let's attack. And we'll gain a life. Gain 2 life. And so the next turn, we can go ahead and bring out Angel of Vitality. We'll gain a life from Impassion Orator because of that. And then we'll gain an extra life because of Angel of Vitality's ability that allows us to gain an extra life, right?
So, okay.
Let's go ahead and drop that. Let's drop Angel of Vitality. Gain 2 life. So then go ahead and pacify one of these. And then I want to go ahead and just swing the 2/2.
Yes, we swing.
Because I don't want Boot Nipper to die right now.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't decide
I want to get some
to
use
actually.
out of Veto with him. So we got Okame Ranger, 2/2. Creatures you control get 1/1 until end of turn for the tap. So you can't use it though until next turn. All right.
This is just this is a sped up version of the game. Obviously, nobody is playing that fast. Everyone is thinking about their action. He cut out a lot of the in between thinking. It's not as fast as one can say, but this is definitely a kind of a more advanced deck because it requires a lot of much more knowledge of the systems and how you can play. Like when you can take an attack, when you don't need to take an attack, whatever.
And what do you pull out? The Ozolith. So with the Ozolith, whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put those counters on Ozolith. Beginning a combat on your turn, the Ozolith has counters on it. You may move all the counters from Ozolith on target creature. Right. Let's go ahead and bring out Veto. Gain a life to lose a life. And then I'm going to go ahead and just swing my 2/2 flyer.
Mm-hmm. See, that's the synergy. She gives life. He gives life based on every time cards interrupts. Veto in turn, every time you gain life, it deals this much life to the opponent in damage.
Really just went on a Boot Nip because again, like with Boot Nipper and stuff, our whole goal with the deck, right, was we gain 3 Indulging Patrician. We want to get the use out of Indulging Patrician. We gain 3, they lose 3, and so I'll sacrifice Boot Nipper when it comes to a turn where we can gain 3 from that instance, right? So we'll gain 2 from that.
Mm-hmm.
And
burn decks. That's burn decks basically. Yeah, it's a very burn synergy. There's obviously going to be like extra mad, extra super cranky, super aggressive sort of decks that use more aggressive synergies. Obviously, like destroy that to destroy this, board wipe, whatever the hell. This one is obviously very passive. These ones are very defensive, very passive. These rely more on you gaining stuff and outlasting them, because the more you gain, the more they lose, basically.
End up losing 3 out of that. Because, I mean, obviously, we'll get that from Boot Nipper right now, but I want to be able to, or from Veto, but I want to be able to have it work off Indulging Patrician. So we're going to gain a life there. And then we're going to gain another life with Angel of Vitality coming in.
Mm-hmm.
They'll lose another.
See what the fuck is that?
Now, since we have...
And now another synergy effect. If you
over
have
25
over 25 health, they gain +2. +2, +2.
life. Angel Vitality is a 4/4 flyer. We'll go ahead and swing the 4.
You can't really defend. Yeah, you can't really defend because flyers.
So now, really, I'm hoping that Indulging Patrician comes out next turn, and we can pull it out, and then just swing all. Banishing Light. Who's he going to get rid of? Veto? Angel. He got rid of one of the angels. I don't know why. He should have got rid of Veto.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
I guess I know why, right? He can, if he gets rid of my flyers, then I can't get him. So, because of his ground game, right?
See? Yeah, that's really good. All of these cards, Magic existed for. Let me actually count how much time. Let me actually think about how much time Magic existed. Magic the Gathering existed since for 29 years at this point. Yeah, it existed for 29 years at this point. Magic. So it will, maybe it will soon have 29 years. It was released in 1993 for the first time. 29 years. Well, yeah, it's 29 years effectively. It's going to be 30 next year. Sweet 30s. So they already have 10,000 cards, and obviously they had time to think about every single thing. Also, an interesting fact not a lot of people remember: Magic the Gathering is currently owned and controlled by the same people who produce Dungeons and Dragons. So you will see a lot of the Magic the Gathering art style. Yeah, 10,000. There's how many cards? How many cards in Magic the Gathering? Oh no, excuse me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Not 10,000. 20,000. 20,000. It has 20,000 cards. Yeah. Wizards of the Coast, they do their own thing. But yes, it has 20,000. 20,000 cards. Yeah, 20k cards. Unique cards. Compare this to Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, how many cards are there? Yeah, random. Right now, Yu-Gi-Oh has official card game OCG 12,456. Yu-Gi-Oh has 12,456 cards. Yu-Gi-Oh, so it pushes more a different approach, but it existed for less than which is kind of surprising actually, because Yu-Gi-Oh existed only 6 years less than the Magic. Yu-Gi-Oh was released in 1999 instead of Magic, and Magic was released in 93. But yes, I think that's still a lot of cards. That's a lot of fucking cards.
All right, let's go. Come on, let's go.
As you can see, in a casual match, a lot of a synergized deck that can be played with a purpose in mind by someone who had played the card. Yu-Gi-Oh. I think Yu-Gi-Oh. That's the problem of Yu-Gi-Oh. I think in terms of inviting new people, is that every time you try to get into it, you realize just how varied the play style is of a Yu-Gi-Oh game. When you look at Magic, when you look at Hearthstone, right? There's mana points, right? Mana points, and there is stuff you can do, like mana points or lands that limits how much you can play, right? When it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh, they don't have either. They don't have that system. There's conditions. Obviously, you can summon certain cards, and there is only one single summon per turn. You can only summon normal summon once per turn. But and I think that but is very hard to understand for people who play different card games. You can special summon, which is a mechanic. You can special summon as much as you want. As long as you can special summon, you can special summon. So is because of that, a lot of the card games, a lot of the higher level card matches tend to have like people just going off for minutes on their single turn, and their opponent goes off for minutes on single turn, and it's just kind of interchanging. Magic effectively, Magic didn't evolve a lot. Like it evolved, but it didn't change the core gameplay behind the Magic system. They added more cards, they added more functionality, they added more improvements and stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh! As a card game, it grew from a very slow, a very methodical card game with a lot of interaction in GOAT era, so 2005, 2004, that sort of thing, into two people on a speeding car trying to sword fight. Like a speeding car going 500 miles per hour, and they trying to sword fight on that car. Obviously, it's going to be very short and very painful for the losing opponent. Yeah. Sometimes, you know what, Cyan, I'm going to invite you sometime to explain you what the fuck Yu-Gi-Oh is about, because honestly, the way the tutorials explain it, yeah, just the way tutorials explain it, I think they don't give it justice. They don't give the amount of shit you can do in Yu-Gi-Oh justice. And honestly, if you don't want to play higher levels, if you don't want to play like, if you honestly don't want to play like super high level Yu-Gi-Oh, you can always go to VTuber Yu-Gi-Oh community, which apparently is a thing. Little Kuribo from Takahata also gets there. Little Miss Houndoom, Junk, Merryweather, all of them sort of congregated on their own side of Yu-Gi-Oh, and they play their own tournaments, their own band lists, their own stuff. They also provide, I think they also provide a lot of advice for new players if you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh. It's free. They also provide their own tournaments in which you can just play for fun outside of the meta slavery that is happening sometimes in the ranked matches. Because honestly, if I were to invite you to play only meta with me on Master Duel, I don't think you would last too long. Yeah, but yes, Yu-Gi-Oh is a. I don't think there is a Magic community in the VTuber world. I don't think there is a Vanguard community. I don't think there is a Gwent community. But there is a big VTuber community around about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Again, still though, even if Boot Nipper's not gone and Charm Stray's not gone, then next turn if we get Indulging Patrician, then we can swing Boot Nipper and Charm Stray, and we still gain life, 3 life. That turn he ends up losing 3 life because of Indulging Patrician, because it'll go right over the cards, despite the ground game that he has going on. So he's gonna do something with the Angel Vitality again here.
I have a few friends who played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, and when they try to explain the cards and stuff to me, but it shuts down like it's math. Don't explain the cards. If you want to understand the cards, you will understand the cards if they play well with your deck. To actually understand how the game works, I think it's best to explain the base mechanics.
He thinks what we got.
I mean, if you really boil it down to normal summon, Unga Bunga, you slap a card down. You can slap a card down face down in defense position. You can slap the card down face up in attacking position. That's basically it. That's basically how normal summoning works. You can slap a card down, either upright position, show in which the attacking points are relevant, or face down position, in which flip effect or defense position, defense stat is relevant, but the attacking stat is not unless they're flipped. Special summon, nothing really super special about it. Like if you play, for example, if you play a spell that allows you to special summon something, you special summon something. That's that. Or if you play a normal card that has, you can special summon something in it. You can special summon that something in it if you played that card. That's it. Cause and effect. That's how it works. It's not like super uber magic thing where you play something, an entirely unrelated card spawns from thin air. You can actually simply see what the fuck it does. And then, oh, okay, so if I play this card, I'm going to get this card. That's that. There is also this summoning in which it also has specific things. So like you have big dragon, right? It's summoned using this or link summoning, right? No, this summon. It has an effect like, okay, I need this. I need 2 monsters of 4 stars, right? You have 2 monsters of 4 stars on the field because you summoned normal monster of 4 stars, and it has the ability to special summon another monster 4 stars for 4-star ability. You get, okay, I'm gonna summon this one big dragon using these 2 as tributes. I slap it down. So that's it. It's really not that hard if you know how it works. The intricate meta stuff obviously going to be hard, obviously going to be very hard to understand. But do you really want to play intricate meta stuff? I don't really myself. I play a lot of simpler decks. Either way, let's finish with Magic. We're not talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, we're talking about Magic.
Got his flyers. He thinks that's the goal. Gain life, get him to 4/4, come around. Dang, we only got a swamp. That's okay. So here's the thing, though. Because of veto, we still win. We still win right now. We don't even have to. We hit all attack, we leave veto, and then they die. Because even if he blocks everything here, which he can't block the flyer. Actually, he can. Even if he blocks everything, we still gain life, and he loses that life because of veto. So our secondary win condition allowed us to win that game, and our first game only lasted 6 minutes.
I mean, honestly, whatever people say about, just don't play ranked in Valorant. I know a lot of people who play Valorant to just kind of goof off. Tarkov is very complicated on its own. I think that's not meta's effects. The fact it's Tarkov is just very complicated on its own. It's like same thing as playing Hunt Showdown. It's very gritty, very down to earth, very realistic. So it's obviously going to impose much more of a challenge than your normal shooter, than your Apex, in which you zoom around like fast. In Hand Showdown on Tarkov, you have to trudge through the mud. You have to carefully pick up your weaponry. You have to carefully not announce your presence with shooting like a super loud gun. That's not something you should do.
And we were at 36 life, they were at -4. So guys, that was us building a deck and seeing how well it...
But yes, on Tarkov's managed, you have to know exactly what everything does to play in the best way. Exactly, yeah. And Tarkov is the same. In Hunt Showdown, it's pretty much similar. You have to know the map. You have to know where the spawn points of the monsters are. You have to know... True, but it's still very complicated when compared to other games of similar nature. Sure, you have your own loadout. You don't have to collect loot in place in the match, but I'm going to say that it's still very complicated. True. Tarkov is very hardcore, I think. Plus, I myself enjoy more the aesthetic of the Hunt, because Hunt is also supernatural, and I really enjoy that kind of stuff. Okay, so we finished the video.
I mean, it worked pretty well, right? And so we got to play very well. You saw like the ideas behind it and why I was building that in the way that it was. Please let me know in the comments if you have any questions whatsoever. I really hope that this helped you. If you did find it helpful, like the video.
It did help.
Make sure to
Okay, it
subscribe
did
to the
help.
channel. I come out with MTG Arena content every single day. I've also got the deck list. If you want to go ahead and download that deck, I've got the deck list down in the description below.
Okay, so actually let's actually watch something of Hunt related after that. All right, actually, we're gonna swing by the false IDs place because
It's time to
yeah, this is very important. Hunt Showdown. Oh, actually, month ago, we should watch some tips for Hunt. Yeah, we should watch some quick tips for Hunt. But first, I'm going to
I play.
oh, nice, yeah. Home reel is really good. Okay, so let's watch the video I wanted to watch when I started the stream. Actually, I found this video. The biggest and most anticipated strategy game of 2022. It came out on 4th of July, the exact day I started my streaming activities, actually, which is kind of cool. We're going to watch this. What is this? Okay, let's watch this video.
It's that time of year again, and it's time to get an update on the new, the biggest, and most anticipated strategy games of 2022. Last time we did this was in this.
I like to play. I like RTSs. I haven't had the chance to play RTSs. I haven't had the time to play RTSs. A lot of the RTSs because well, I just have a lot of games to play and a lot of stuff to do. I look forward to RTS I can just settle down with. If it has to be StarCraft 2, I will play StarCraft 2. But if I find another real-time strategy, think Warhammer. Think what was Warcraft 3 was. That was RTS. Yeah, it's real-time strategy games.
December, which is a good 6 months ago, and much has happened in the genre since then. In this video, we will go through the latest games that have released in 2022, and some which have or will receive major updates.
RTS. Oh, okay. What RTS? I have been looking forward to it, to a few games. I don't know what games will be coming out. That's why I'm watching this video, honestly, because I want to understand what kind of games I need to be looking forward to, basically. But I did play StarCraft 2 at some point, and I do enjoy. Don't tell anyone, but I do enjoy a good Zerg Rush.
This year. Then we will talk about games that are either scheduled for or anticipated for release in 2022, and then finish with a few honorable mentions that have yet to receive a release date, but
Okay.
which may or may not release this year. And if that sounds good to you, I really hope you'll consider liking this video and subbing to the channel. First up is Total War Warhammer 3. Warhammer 3 released back in February to mixed reception, but offered a focus on Warhammer's eastern territories.
Yeah.
It includes all
Total War Warhammer 3 was a buggy mess, effectively, at the start. I think that's the problem with this game is it's too massive. It's too massive for its own good, but it's also a little bit watered down. I still anticipate that a lot of people who played Warhammer 3, Warhammer Total War Warhammer games. There was a lot of tournaments around Warhammer, a lot of Total War Warhammer fantasy games, Warhammer 2 game, a lot of faction tournaments I watched at some point. It's just fun. Those very quick, very brutal encounters between top players of the world. It's always fun to watch.
new factions, legendary lords, and abilities, but will definitely feel familiar to people who have played the other Warhammer games. The reason
Yes, yes. That's one of the other things about this game is that it's an incredibly high ceiling in terms of monetary value. You don't really you have to actually commit to a game. You can't just buy every part of it. If you want to commit to second part, you commit to second part. If you want to commit to third part, you commit to third part.
reason why I'm mentioning Warhammer 3 though, is that the Immortal Empires update releases this fall. This will bring an all-new massive campaign map with every previous faction in the prior Warhammer games for the ultimate Warhammer campaign. Many Warhammer players are sure to be hyped for this, even though they'll just be playing Empire for the millionth time. I know I'm one of those.
Honestly, yeah, if that's the expansion that is coming, then maybe that will bring out all of the factions from before and stuff, and there's a big map, big super campaign map. I think it will be worth getting number 3. And considering the fact that they most likely fixed a lot of the issues that were on the release, I think it's going to be worth getting it during the fall, sometime later.
Second is Old World, which released on Steam just a month ago. Old World is a 4X strategy game taking place in the
4X, not my favorite.
ancient era. It's kind of a mixed experience of Crusader Kings and Civilization, as it puts importance on characters, while also having to deal with war, technologies, and expansion on a hexagon-shaped map. Old World also received a large expansion this year, Heroes of the Aegean, which focuses on Greece and the Hellenistic eras. If you enjoyed CK3 or Civilization, then Old World just might be for you.
I can't say I really enjoy 4X games. Exploration, whatever. 4X games are very slow, very. I enjoy snappy games. I enjoy your Dawn of War 2. Yeah. I enjoy snappier RTSs. I enjoy Dawn of War 2. I enjoy Age of Empire 4. Which only requires you to have a build up in a single match, which can be easily achieved. I enjoy StarCraft 2, which also includes base building and upgrades, but it's only in single match. I enjoy a lot of these kind of companies that allow you to really build up in boots on the ground style. Obviously, Dawn of War 1 is also in this situation.
Speaking of Crusader Kings, CK3 actually released on consoles this year, in a package which I personally really enjoyed. But more happened to CK3, namely the Fate of Iberia expansion, which brings a whole new depth to the factions, cultures, and religions present in Iberia.
CK3, CK2, not my game, not my type of game.
Here you'll find tons of new events and a massive new struggle system, which makes Iberia the most interesting place to be in the world. If you want to know more, check out my review of Fate of Iberia right here. And speaking of knowing more, Starship Troopers is a new RTS which lets you discover this universe on your own, namely the horrible, ruthless, and parodic. It's a universe where soldiers fight
Excluding would be Supreme Commander 2. Oh, Supreme Commander 2. I know this game. I played this game at some point. Supreme Commander is a good series. Yeah, I like this. Supreme Commander is good. Yeah, I agree.
insects. And if you've seen the movie,
I actually didn't know that was a thing. Apparently, Starship Trooper is a game that came out. I don't think it's good. Let me actually check. Starship Trooper. Purse. Terran command. Or maybe it is. Interesting. Maybe it is. It looks interesting though. It definitely looks interesting. How is it? Did you watch a video about it? It's good. Is it good? Is it bad?
well, you probably have some idea of what's going on here. Starship Troopers is out now on Steam.
This looks interesting though. Not a lot of depth, but looks interesting.
Then we have Songs of Conquest, a turn-based strategy game that combines the RPG elements with strategy and kingdom management. It's a gorgeous game at that.
It is a very beautiful game. I can already tell because I actually kind of It's pretty cool. Okay, you just went through the campaign. Okay, fair enough. Look at this. This is beautiful. Pixel art at its finest. Pixel art is always tingles something in me. I don't know what exactly. Maybe I'm just because I'm an old fart. Maybe it's just because I'm an old fart. But it does tingle something in me.
Offering a beautiful art style in a Heroes of Might and Magic style campaign. Songs of Conquest is also out now on Steam. Next up
I might look into it.
is Dune Spice Wars, another game taking place in an established universe. Dune is an RTS with a new twist, namely that environments must be taken into consideration in terms of survivability and resource management. Dune gives you
Dune. Dune game. I certainly don't can't say I don't enjoy the expansion of Dune series across outside of books, games, films. Certainly gaining popularity. Looks interesting though.
control of 4 major factions, all with their own unique abilities and playstyles. It is an early
Okay.
access game and will improve with time as well. And can all
Okay, so it's something to look out for, but it's still early access, so yeah.
be found on Steam. And now for Frozenheim, an RTS
Dune is a very interesting series. I think it stands up on its own really heavily from the flock, I think. Because Dune didn't just have that morbidly charming thing to it, if you know what I mean.
And now for Frozenheim, an RTS game with something of a Viking twist.
Okay.
Frozenheim is all about establishing your village
Frozenheim, interesting.
and conquering the other factions on the map, chopping down trees, gathering resources, and building your army. It's visually pleasing and definitely brings that Viking feel. So if the
A Viking RTS. That's definitely something to look forward to.
contest piques your interest, make sure to check it out on Steam right now. Diplomacy is not an option, it's a strategy game mixed with tower defense in that you're not attacking as much as you are defending. What the game does really well is that sense of building up your defenses and withstanding the worst of what the enemy can toss against you. And it does it all with a wonderful art style and a really impressive number of enemy units.
Yeah, it's a very simple art style though. I really enjoy a game that is capable of bringing out their utmost potential with as little technical prowess as possible.
The game is out now on Steam, so if you feel like defending, then you know what to do. And then we have Warlord Britannia, a game quite unlike the others. Being more of an action strategy game, Warlord Britannia lets you build a Roman legion and attempt to conquer Britain. It's a hardcore experience and might have you try several times before you succeed, but that just makes the victory all the more sweet. Warlord allows you not only to build a grand Roman army, but to personally lead it in the field, upgrade units with ranks and armor, and to partake in fights, even manage the conquering of villages. If this sounds like something for you, Steam is where to find it. And
It might be interesting though, this one too.
now for our upcoming game.
Rusted Warfare. I can actually check. Rusted Warfare. I do actually. Okay. RTS inspired by classic. I can have the super retro graphics. Oh, ooh, that looks interesting. That does look interesting. Very retro. Very old style. I like that. I like that. That looks interesting.
Games. The Settlers is the latest
I'll look
iteration of
at
the
it.
series of the same name, but aims to take it into the modern age. It is a city builder RTS that's also rather cutesy, and you will be ordering units around, managing resources, and expanding your cities, often by fighting.
So how do
The Settlers is the latest iteration
the Settlers? Okay.
in the series of the same name, but aims to take it into the modern age. It is a city builder RTS that's also rather cutesy, and you will be ordering units around, managing resources, and expanding your cities, often by fighting. It originally aimed for a March release of this year, but due to massive backlash after the closed beta test, the game was delayed. And even
That's that's the sign of a good developer when instead of facing the backlash on beta, when they say, okay, we're gonna push it back and gonna work on it a little bit more, instead of saying fuck you, we're gonna release it anyway.
though there's no set release date just yet, we can hope for a 2022 release and a much better game than what the beta provided. Then we have Company of Heroes 3. Company of Heroes is by no means a newcomer, but it
Company of Heroes. What memories? Company of Heroes. I remember this one.
has been some time since the last game in the series came out. It's all about World War II here, about moving your units forward, taking positions, and blasting the enemy away. Another
I think more modern RTSs have the caveat have basically an obligation to include a cover system and the like, because since the invention of guns, close quarter combat has become a much less needed thing. So a lot of people, you will see most likely a lot of trench combat, a lot of vehicle combat in these World War One, World War Two situations. Charging can be good, but if you want to, yeah, but I think a good cover system is very important. Seemingly, there's a lot of these, a lot of buildings, a lot of covers. I like that.
RTS game, Company of Heroes, is more about tactics than base building or anything else, and as such, it's definitely an intense experience. There is no set release date just yet, but 2022
Company of
has been the
Heroes
suggested
3.
date, so perhaps we will see it later this year.
Perhaps.
Returning to space now, we have Falling Frontier, an RTS taking place in a procedurally generated star system where intel, logistics,
like that.
and tactics are everything. Falling Frontier takes place in a sci-fi universe where space is open to those who want it the most. There is no ruling empire to be found here but the ones you create, but you're not alone in wanting power. The game looks gorgeous, and I love how interactive the star map seems to be with zoom levels and available information.
I like
and
this.
how gorgeous the skirmishes and battles
like
are
this,
made.
yes.
What makes Falling Frontier so unique is the mix between RTS gameplay and 4X mechanics. Here you fight your enemies over control over resources and frontiers and colonies in a bid to become the greatest power in the galaxy.
It really does look
But you
cool.
also search and mine for resources in order to fuel your fledgling empire. Supply is
I feel like this is the sort of 4X game I enjoy because there is not a lot of stuff on the development field. You have to be developing your fleets and stuff, but it's not like super complicated trees of eternal magnitude. I think that's something I would enjoy playing.
everything in Falling Frontier if you want your ships to get around. And there's deep technology and ship design system to create the best possible ships for the role you need them for.
Yeah, fair
In
enough.
addition, you need to actively take advantage of the scanning and recon systems to aid your war effort, perhaps finding enemy ships or new and valuable resources or colonization possibilities. In Falling Frontier, your legacy and background will determine your buffs, debuffs, and initial faction technologies which will impact
Hard sci-fi can be amazing if done right. So a lot of sci-fi, I think, a lot of sci-fi tend to be placing too much emphasis on the magic-y sci-fi elements. Like, it's not really sci-fi; it's more magic, supernatural stuff. I enjoy when it's just like very technology-based, very robots, ships, angled ships, hard weaponry, stuff like this.
your campaign as well as every single battle and minute of gameplay, and Falling Frontier is set to release later this year. Next up is Terra Invicta, another game with a particularly
Terra
unique setting.
Invicta, interesting.
In the not-too-distant future, an alien probe is detected approaching Earth, and an alien invasion force has reached the outskirts of the galaxy preparing for an invasion. With this in mind, the nations of Earth are unable to form a united response, but has instead formed 7 different factions with different political, military, and scientific ideals and approaches to the
So we have the Resistance, Humanity First, interesting, the Initiative, the Servants, the Protectorate, the Academy, Project Exodus, and the Aliens. Show the Expanse. I heard of it, but I didn't watch it.
aliens. These factions are among others the Resistance aiming
Humanity First encountered. You have encountered Humanity First. The faction has gathered all over Earth's xenophobia into its ranks. Their followers have railed against the relevant nuisance, and they have ever threatened humans who support finding a way to communicate with aliens. They are not life forms or eco-sapiens, they are demons incarnate. They and those who would succor them must face judgment or burn. I mean, are you surprised humanity chose to this? Okay. And the... Okay. I will watch it later. Okay, and the Initiative encountered. In the Initiative. We have encountered the Initiative. The leaders of the Shadowy Cabal reveal little about themselves. About themselves or their methods. in some regions, rampant rumors that the alien arrival is a fabrication by Earth's government and corporation. In others, they are operating companies selling products that allegedly protect you from a fictitious alien disease they seem to have made up. Every circumstance is an opportunity. Our test is to recognize and seize it.
Coming to mount a strong defense, the servants who worship the alien
Resist the alien invasion. Greetings, Commander. I am pleased to report the Council has appointed you as the leader of resistance. I am Fiona Ayonde, your chief of staff. Most of the world is reacting with fascination at the arrival of an alien species on Earth. We have formed a small group of political military leaders, scientists, and others who fear the aliens crash landing in Russia and subsequent disappearance may not have been an accident. Our task is to build an international organization capable of investigating and, if necessary, combating any threats and the alien may possess. I recommend we send a consular to investigate the crash site in Nizhny Novgorod region as soon as possible. Our other consulars may be best used in trying to gain influence in nations that may be able to contribute resources to our cause. You may review our objectives at any times by clicking our faction. Okay, so we are playing the invasion.
And humanity first, seeking to exterminate the aliens and those who sympathize with them. Terra Invicta is all about the intersection between planetary gameplay and actions in space. You'll have to navigate the different factions and attempt to gain control and influence through the use of politicians, scientists, intelligence operatives, and corporations.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
And your actions on Earth extends into space, where resource gathering and the construction of space stations will be vital to supply your ships and mount a defense against the aliens. We again have a deep ship designer, and space combat is actually based on Newtonian physics, where momentum and maneuvers in 3D space are just as important as the firepower your ships carry.
Interesting,
I think
interesting.
Terra Invicta offers a very interesting scenario, and is set to launch later in 2022. And finally, Great Houses of Calderia is promoted as a grand strategy game with deep family and character management, like a Crusader Kings meet Game of Thrones. Some key features of the game is the resource management, which will have a strategic impact on
I do like its art style.
battles and social conflicts, the ability to establish trade agreements, and creating your own stories through unique events and choices.
So it's basically a much more stylized version of Crusader Kings.
Great Houses of Calderia sounds promising, and is planned for release later this fall. Those were the games already released this year, or those we know are coming up. But no upcoming strategy games video would be complete without the mentioning of a few other games.
Yeah, it seems like a very Crusader Kings 2, Crusader Kings sort of game.
Even
I
though
like
hope
that.
may be slim over releases this year. Knights of Honor 2 is essentially somewhat of a dream concept for many strategy games out there. For one, it takes place during the medieval period, which is in itself an easy sell.
Medieval period is definitely a much more of a fruitful thing for an RTS because literally everyone was fighting each other. And medieval, there were lords inside countries, but basically every country, almost every country, was controlled by the lords more than crown. And every lord may say, "I don't want to give you any help, king. Fuck you, king." So that's why a lot of the conflicts happened basically in between big factions led by lords instead of like countries, because most countries were too busy with fighting to actually fight each other.
But secondly, and perhaps more interestingly, is the fact that the game is an RTS taking place on a massive, beautiful campaign map of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. While
See,
at the
that's
same
cool.
time combining this with real-time battles taking place on local maps depending on where the battles are fought.
That is cool.
If you thought, is this Total War mixed with Paradox? Well, you and me both, friend.
Total War mixed with something is good.
The game even includes intrigue, character management, trade systems, religion, and even politics and city management.
Yeah, that's
You
cool.
can appoint your own marshals, priests, spies, and merchants, and you can do it all online with friends or strangers. This concept honestly seems too good to be true, and I absolutely can't wait for Knights of Honor 2 when it releases, although it's likely to be in 2023 rather than this year. Now, this next title is my personal most anticipated strategy game.
Victoria.
This is none other than Victoria 3, the next main installment in the series from Paradox Interactive, the developer behind games like EU4, the Crusader Kings series, and Hearts of Iron. Victoria 3 is set to finally deliver an Imperial Age game which will take everything Paradox has learned since Victoria 2 came out 11 years ago, and really give the series an overhaul. Victoria 2 is known for its complexity, and Victoria 3 seems to be no different. Here you control any nation on the planet of your own choosing, but chances are you'll pick one of the stronger major powers to begin with. Victoria 3 will offer management in every aspect of the state, but with a particular focus on the management of trade and your population, which is uniquely divided into classes, cultures, and ideologies, and every single pub has a different need and want. Warfare is of course another aspect of these games, and I'm extremely excited to see what Victoria 3 will offer.
In a game like this, I would probably try to play. I'm a historian. I would be curious to orchestrate an event in which Russian Empire, for example, stayed afloat, or Chinese Empire didn't fall into the communism as well. I'm actually kind of curious if that's possible.
When it's finally ready, hopefully later this year, but likely sometime
Or Germany didn't fall to that.
in 2023. Another massively anticipated title is Manor Lords, but sadly something we'll probably have to wait another year or two for. Manor Lords seems like yet another dream come true for medieval RTS fans, essentially mixing town building, construction with a full freedom of placement and rotation, the simulation of growth of real medieval towns, trade, and mixing it all with large-scale battles that aim to provide a realistic feel and flow, merging unit formations with morale systems, flanking, fatigue, and weather and equipment effects. There will
that
even
could
be
be cool,
cavalry,
yeah.
fortifications, the ability to place units on walls, and even gunpowder and siege engines in the final version of the game, which sounds
Lord Manor does sound cool. I do think it's a sort of game that needs to be taken into the that needs to stay in the baking oven for more time, so to speak.
really promising. And those were some of the biggest and most anticipated strategy games of 2022, either released, upcoming this year, or some we might have to wait a bit longer for. Let me know which games you've been looking forward to the most, and if you enjoyed the video, I really hope you leave a like, a comment, and sub to the channel.
Okay.
Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.
Okay, so we watched a bit of stuff here. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I look forward to RTSs in this game. I wish one thing I wish would happen. I wish the RTSs became more prominent again. That's something I would wish. But you have to actually put a lot of effort into these. So. And people have a special. I don't think a lot of people realize that RTS games does not necessarily mean Forex games. RTS games mean mostly real-time strategy games. Like right now, you can have a real-time boots on the ground real-time strategy if you really want to. A lot of my most beloved stuff from RTSs came from tournament stuff. The competitive short matches against army against army, faction tournaments of Warhammer Total War 2, or big tournaments of StarCraft. That's something that was incredible. I wish I could be able to mash buttons and apply key combinations. Key combinations as well as StarCraft players. I really wish I could.
Play with people from a variety of skill brackets and experience levels in Hunt Showdown, and sometimes when I'm being spectated, a person will say, "I didn't know you could do that." So I have compiled a list of 10 tips that might help you be a better Hunt Showdown player. Some you may know, some you may not, so let's do it. Number 1, throwable.
I have not. I don't have a lot of people. I don't have a lot of stuff I played in the game. I didn't really play too much Hunt because I didn't really have people to play it with. When I played it like a year ago, I think didn't play it as much. No, half a year ago or a year ago. I don't remember correctly. When I played, I didn't really have any people to play it with. So yeah. Hopefully, I will be able to drag a full team into this now.
Make cover. People often ask Crytek for a smoke bomb, but really, it isn't necessary. Most throwables in the game provide some form of visual cover. Fire bombs produce a thick smoke for 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Concertina bombs offers some physical protection. Choke bombs obscure vision.
I really did know that.
And explosives like dynamite sticks produce large clouds of smoke. All of these options are great for risky revives or crossing dangerous open spaces. As a bonus tip, if someone has you pinned from an elevated position, you can time choke bombs and dynamite to detonate in the air. Number 2, you can clear poison clouds with choke bombs. With update 1.9, poison loadouts are about to see a resurgence, which means you might run into some poison clouds. Just be aware of the coughing, and this applies to choke bolts from the hand crossbow too. Number 3,
Is that
ignore
so?
window focus. Are you a multifaceted gamer? Maybe you just need a minute to subscribe to home reel while the boss is banishing. Well, in the audio settings, you can check this box, ignore window focus, which keeps Hunt audible when running in the background. This is great if you're queuing for random trios or just waiting for the boss to banish, but don't blame me if you die while you're alt tabbed.
That's
Number
cool.
4,
Yeah.
you can see weapon stats if you hit escape. There, you'll see what your partners are carrying and the stats for your own weapon.
I didn't
this
know
is
that.
great
I
if you
didn't
are
know that
trying new
either.
weapons out or still learning the game. Stats like damage and muzzle velocity are readily available. Number 5,
Okay.
find a gun with your ammo type. This is pretty common, I think, but some people might forget. If you are running low on ammo, you can find another hunter's gun with the same ammo type, pick it up, and then pick up your weapon again. You will then have the hunter's extra ammo. Just be sure to reload
I did know that. I did not know that either.
before you pick
That's
up
very
their weapon.
fascinating.
Number 6, sprint during gunshots. Firing a weapon causes audio distortion. The bigger the bullet, the more distortion.
Ooh. Okay.
What this means for you, practically, is when you are approaching a gunfight, especially if you hear lots of shooting, the safest time to move is during and after gunshots. Your footsteps will be harder to hear, and you just might be able to set up that risky ambush. Number 7, you can close some doors from a distance. Crank doors
How
and
exactly?
lever doors create interesting obstacles, but sometimes you no longer want the access point. You can close lever doors by shooting the red lever, and you can close crank doors by shooting the wheel. This won't always come in handy, but it is a safe way to deny entry while in cover.
That's also something very useful, actually.
Number 8, hold R for a partial reload. Many weapons lose a bullet if you reload before they are empty. So if you are taking the Mosin, the Label,
Right. Right. That you can actually close those doors like this. I didn't know that.
the Terminus, or the Spectre, you can reload between shots to preserve that wasted bullet. So fire, tap reload before another round is cycled, and you will insert a bullet or shell. No bullet grubber needed. It is worth noting this doesn't work on the Berthier. Number 9,
Okay.
hold key to switch item slots. Pretty new addition, but good to know. If you are accustomed to having certain items on certain keys, you can switch your items in game. Pull out the item you want to move and hold down the key you want it assigned to. Just be aware it has to be a bound tool or consumable key,
Interesting.
whatever you are switching.
That is very interesting, actually.
This is great if you recruited a free hunter and want to keep the consumables they come with. Number 10, auto interact. Back in your settings, you can check this box, auto interact with objects. When you hold the interact key, you will automatically interact with objects around you. This works for ammo, throwing knives, and
Oh my god, this is such a fucking... Okay, why is it not on? Why is it not on all the time? Why is it not on just by default? It's the same thing as what's it? Last of Us 2. You can activate automatic collecting of items. Why does it just not on? Why don't you just collect them automatically? Why does this exist and we don't know about it?
axes, bolts and arrows, and thrown consumables if you have Dauntless. It might not save you, but it is a pretty handy option to have enabled. And that's it. That is 10 tips that might help you in
I mean,
hunt.
it is mean, but honestly, the fact that it offers such a quality of life thing, and never mentioned it ever. It never mentions it ever. What the hell?
Let me know if you learned anything and drop your own tips in the comments. Until the
swear to
next
God.
video, goodbye.
Swear to God.
My boss?
You know what? We're gonna watch the
People
next video.
seem to
We're gonna watch the next video, which came out 4 days ago.
enjoy that last tips
So let's watch
video,
this
so
one
I
as well.
thought, you know, I probably have 10 more rattling around in there. As with any type of guide, you might know all of these and you might not.
I in fact didn't know most of these.
But be sure to subscribe if you enjoy the video and check out the previous one if you haven't seen it. Alright, number 1. Keyword search in the roster menu. Crytek gets a lot of flack for the UI in Hunt, but one good thing about the roster menu is the search bar. Not only can you type the weapons you want, you can also type the name of traits to see which guns they apply to. And
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That makes things much easier, actually.
And for anyone short on cash, you can type own to see what weapons you already have a copy.
Huh. Huh. Okay. Okay. I guess that's also a thing. That is certainly a thing.
Of. This is great if you want to sell things quickly or get the most use out of your legendary hunt.
So. Okay. Okay. So you can just do that. You can just do that. Okay. Fair enough.
Traits. Number 2, disable auto hide equipment display. This one might be divisive and certainly isn't very stylish, but neither are training wheels. If you find yourself dying a lot and then remembering, oh man, I had a grenade I could have used there. Well, you can check this box in the settings, disable the auto hide equipment display. This is really helpful if you're
You know what's this teach me? This is teaching me. Look at HUD settings more. Please look at HUD settings more.
still getting the hang of things, and as an added bonus, you can change the opacity so it isn't too distracting. Seriously, if you're new to the game, I recommend doing this because you will easily remember what you have available to you in a gunfight. Number 3, open doors toward you. So you probably know that opening a door while crouching will open it quietly, but another bit of door knowledge is you can choose the direction a door opens. While opening a door, if you back up, the door will open toward you. Walk straight or don't move at all and it will open away. This is useful when sneaking around a compound or trying to keep clean lines of sight. Number 4. Fire is louder than you think it is. Some players seem to have a personal vendetta against the lanterns hanging innocently
Yeah, they certainly do.
above the dog pens and chicken coops. However, fire explosions can be heard about a whole compound away.
Damn, that's a loud explosion.
So before you kill those pesky dogs, consider if it is really necessary to do so if you haven't startled them yet. Chances are it's more advantageous to just sneak on by. Number 5.
Okay, so you basically very much alerted the entire field, the entire map of your presence right there.
Use oil slicks to kill bosses. This won't always come in handy, but it is especially effective against the spider and the assassin. When you enter a boss lair, look for an oil slick and then ignite it. If you stand still, the boss will continue to approach you and go through the fire. This can quickly rinse through their health and save you time and ammo, though it's not recommended for the butcher or scrapbeak. Number 6. Healing items stop bleeding. I've
Okay.
spectated too many random teammates to know that not everyone knows this. If you take bleeding damage from something like a grenade, dum-dum ammo, or an arrow, you don't have to bandage first. Using a health kit charge or a vitality shot will heal any missing health and stop the bleeding.
Okay,
which
I
can
didn't know that.
give
Again,
you crucial seconds for your next move. This does have some risk though. While applying the healing item, the bleeding won't stop until it takes effect. If you are crucially low on health, you'll need to stop the bleeding first. Number 7. The throwing indicator is color-coded. If you are cooking a throwable consumable item like a dynamite, a grenade, or a firebomb, pay attention to the color of the indicator. If it is red, that means you are within the radius where you will take damage. If it is white,
that is very useful. Thank you, Hunt.
throw it. However, be warned, the indicator does not take cover into account, so if you see a red line but you're hiding behind something, that might be a lie. Number 8. Birds travel in directions. If you have played a few matches of Hunt, you have probably heard the crows and ducks on the map. And while they are a great sound trap to know a player's general position, you can also find the player's heading. If you hear crows or ducks, aim your camera in that direction and wait for them to fly into the sky. Birds fly away from the player that startled them, meaning whatever direction you see the birds flying is the same direction the player is heading.
That's just big brain. The fuck? I would not notice such a small detail. Apparently that's a thing. Interesting.
Give or take about 45 degrees. Bonus tip, crows are great for appearing to be somewhere you aren't. If you have a suppressed weapon, shoot a distant flock to throw enemies off your position. Number 9. Clues give you dark sight too. Most people know that looting a player gives you an extra second of dark sight, but many players seem to
Yeah, exactly.
forget this applies to clues too. If you get the first bounty and decide to pursue the second, let the non-bounty carriers find the clues in dark sight and have the bounty carrier pick up the clue. Those extra seconds can come in handy in a gunfight. Number 10. Use huntmap.info. I've used this resource several times in various videos, and every time I do, someone asks what website I am using. Huntmap.info is a website that features all 3 maps as they appear in the game. This is really nice to find out approximate distances and measure those 6 shots you just landed, you nefarious little Mosin sniper. You can also daydream about a 2D replay map. And that's it. 10 more tips to make you a better Hunt player. As with last time, leave your tips.
Having a map also can allow you a roleplay fantasy of planning your incursion. Like, this is an entry point. We go there. We find the monster. We get out with the bounty. We take this path to the nearest extraction point. This path and this path. Hopefully we'll be able to get there as quick as possible using this route. You know what I mean? It's actually kind of cool.
Tips for new players below. Let me know if you want to see more. And until the next video, goodbye.
I feel like there's a certain need to plan those things in advance. Like you have to. Well, honestly, depending on when you enter, either way, you have to get some monster places are definitely set in stone, so planning escape routes based on the monster entrances, monster zones, is certainly an option you can have. It's an option on the table, I think. Yeah, I think it's a very possible thing. Honestly, I'm gonna like this one. Okay, now let's watch some VTuber stuff. We're going to watch the good old False ID. He always brings out the best YouTube information, I think, VTuber information out there, in my opinion.
Get paid. As today we have FaZe Connect. It's time to get paid. As today we have FaZe Connect's Phase 2 member, Chisaka Airi, the wolf gambler, described in independent reports as cute, and sending this tweet to Team YouTube saying, "It's me again. We need to talk. It's not me, it's you. Everyone in my team monetized except for me. One person took 3 days, but here I am with 1.5 months. You keep telling me to wait. I've waited long enough. This sounds like a skill issue. Monetize me, please." This as the 5 other members of this phase are now monetized, but not Irie. With YouTube replying, "We unfortunately can't speed up the process, so just wait to hear back from our team. Keep checking for an email or studio notification from us," and then giving a standard link for potential delays in the review process. And while it could be argued YouTube is the main channel for this VTuber, it's actually her Twitch Twitch account that has the good news, saying I'm literally crying right now. I was very confused when I received a random screenshot of a Twitch chat. I never expected for some of you to have found out my Twitch account got monetized. Finding out there was an offline party happening on her Twitch account, leading her to confess I had to go cry inside a parking lot after I figured out what was going on. All I can say is thank you. I honestly can't put my feelings into words right now. Now everyone is going to look at me funny for crying at work. I still find it bamboozling how you guys found out I got affiliated, since this only happened a day or two ago. Also, holy, you guys even got a hype train. That's right, no monetization from YouTube after maximum effort, but monetization through Twitch as a total surprise. Next up, we're checking in with Niji Sanji, preparing for the Niji Sanji Fest 2022 event on October 1st and
Yeah, I know
2nd,
this one.
which was to be attended by Niji Sanji English's Millie Parfait and Mr. Rias. But we have an update with Niji Sanji English's official account saying we regret to inform you that Millie and Mista will be unable
Yeah, they
to
won't be
participate in
participating, yeah.
Niji Fest due to unforeseen circumstances. We apologize for the inconvenience and thank you for your
I'm pretty sure it's something about the scheduled and stuff, or maybe something like some real life circumstances that did not allow them to actually come to the Nijifest. It is what it is, honestly.
understanding, with speculations revolving around a passport issue, this being due to
It's nothing to do with Japan. The UK cannot they have a huge backlog of people who want to update their passport now. They can travel again, and there wasn't enough time for Mr. Yeah.
numerous countries having a huge backlog of people updating their passports now that they can travel again, and that there was potentially just not enough time for Mista and Millie to sort theirs out.
That's
Millie
very
would
fair.
reply, I can't participate this time, but there will be more opportunities in the future, so please don't be too sad about the news. Let's all cheer everyone who is going to be participating instead. And here we have best friend of Millie and Alouette of Niji Sanji English, with the Songbirds new banner seen in full here, quickly doodled by her character illustrator KT Mama, who had recently sent out a warning, with Inna herself elaborating, just a reminder, please do not use artists' work without their permission. Please do not trace, redistribute, and reproduce. Please do not use their art as your profile icon unless they give the okay or if it's drawn for you. If you're not sure, check their bio or even ask them. With this artist confirming further, I'd like to add that I have no problem with VTubers fan art being used for the VTubers themselves, and I'm more than happy to do so. So far as the VTubers themselves are concerned, please don't worry about the above tweets and treat them as you have in the past.
You know, this is the VTuber privilege, because ultimately the fan art produced for you, it was produced with you in mind. So if a fan art is used as by someone whose art by someone who you produced it for, I assume that means the message have been received. And it's quite the honor, I think, I found, especially when like bigger VTubers use like your fan art as their profile picture. That's quite something, isn't it?
So again, fan art as your icon, okay. Official art as an icon, that's a no-go. But we are go for launch with Selene Tatsuki, the competitive dragon racer of Niji EN, and the last of the three members to be revealing a brand new outfit in the Obsidia branch. With Selene saying, I'm so nervous, use the tag hashtag Selene Laundry for the stream and last minute outfit predictions. With this stream airing at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. And who has her new outfit now as Niji Sanji English's Petra Gurin, alongside the other Obsidia member, Rosemi Lovelock, who both received some substantial upgrades with their new outfits, considered a dire betrayal by Enna and captured here by Dust Doctor. Petra's new look was also recognized here in this reply, saying, penguins stay with the same partner their entire lives. Would you like to be my penguin? That, of course, is Hololive English's Takanashi Kiara, captured here alongside one of her absolute besties and rendered by Adelia. Kiara this past
Damn, these meme arts usually turns up the best out of them. I don't really want to watch all of these, honestly. I'm not exactly like in tune with a lot of the biggest VTuber situations. So let's just grab Tsundere.
Area. With this VTuber agency posting this, no matter how far apart we are, we'll still always have each other. Or at the very least, we'll all still carry the fond memories of our time together, giving us a mysterious date of September 2nd at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. With that tweet looking like a potential mass graduation to some users, Tsundere would offer this notice the next day. We would like to address the recent promotions are for an upcoming project. Although we are unable to go into detail at this moment, we're excited to share what we have in store with you. Until then, we hope you can look forward to it. Thank you for your support. And then posting up another notice stating we have finished reviewing applications for our upcoming generation. We would like to thank everyone who took the time to apply. If you have moved on to the next stage of the application process, you will receive an email from us by the end of this week. Thank you. And of course, also coming up this week are our debuts for our co-hosts, set for this Thursday, September 1st, with Cody debuting on this YouTube channel at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Heidi 1 hour later at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And then joining us in a TVS collab on
Let's watch something final thing. What exactly are we supposed to do? Should I watch something final or should I just not? That's the question. Probably not. Nobody's around anymore. Yeah, I think that's. I think I'm gonna stop today. I'm going to stop today. I have to watch. I have to check some stuff, and it's like really late at this point, so I'm gonna stop for now. I was just watching some VTuber news, and before that, I was watching a lot of the RTS content, and then I was watching. Actually, I was watching Magic the Gathering stuff. I was watching Magic the Gathering, how to play Magic the Gathering, some deck building tips, some of the color combinations, some of the terminology used. Honestly, I think the game looks fun. The game looks interesting. It's from what I can understand, it definitely was the huge inspiration behind Hearthstone mechanics, the gemstone things that they used. Yeah, and a bit of Hound Showdown as well. Hound Showdown, RTS, some VTuber stuff, but most of the time it was basically a magic show. I wanted to watch and understand how Magic the Gathering works. Here we are. I'm going to be posting them as separate videos so you can catch up, whatever, anytime you want, because this is a video. This is a huge VOD. I have been basically. No, not that one. Not that one. I was watching like VTuber news channel. Let me actually get this one. This one. He's a big newscaster. He constantly promotes smaller VTubers, constantly gives them attention on news channels, and he releases new stuff almost every day, so you can actually understand what is happening within the VTuber world on nearly daily basis. Yeah, this one. He's a very reliable source, honestly, surprisingly so, because he works very hard on it. He promotes corporate VTubers. He promotes independent VTubers. It's very much a news channel for VTubers. Something people reference when they want to understand what is happening within the VTuber world. Tournament stuff sometimes basically stuff like this. Suspensions, bans, big events, everything happens here. Everything gets reported here. I enjoy that. But yes, we watched a few others. See? How to build a deck, some hunt showdown tips, stuff like this. Honestly, so far, I feel like this is a very interesting game. There's a lot of depth to it. Obviously, there's a ton of cards you can use because last I checked the exact numbers. There's 20,000 cards that came out since the start of the game. 20,000, fucking hell. 20,000 cards. that came out since the inception of Magic in 1993. But I definitely think the card game is interesting. No. No, it's the number, official number of how many cards are in the building with the grain of salt. Yeah, I will. Yeah. I know. But there's have been released 20,000 cards have been totally released. It's just very insane of how many cards were there from the beginning. Still though, MTG is fun. Looks fun. Actually, I think the deck building was used in a very effective way because it promoted cohesion and promoted setting your targets on 1 or 2 win conditions. So, for example, this guy, Geek Spells. Yeah, I know. I noticed it has a lot of formats. Geek Spells. He promoted deck building from for casual, normal stuff. What was normal or something like that? Normal. It was how to build a deck. So he used the white and black, and he basically combined the life gain with life burn, and a lot of cards he combined with life gain, life burn. So he basically built a combination and set it off. And he did a test battle and set it off the combination and defeated the opponent with like 36 life points at the end. It was effective. It was very effective. I think. It's definitely more of a higher skill deck, I think, because like I already mentioned before, a lot of people think big numbers, big monsters. They don't really account into possibility spells, effects, unless they already know the game, most likely. Like higher skill Magic players, higher skill. Yeah. There's several styles of Magic, which was a little confusing for me. Which was a little confusing to me. Let's be real. It was a little confusing. I'm going to be finishing stream now. I'm basically done with it for now. Exactly 6 hours actually today. I'm going to be looking up for who I wanna raid. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's very in-depth game. Seems like a very in-depth game. Who shall we be raiding? Let's raid Powdery. Yeah. That's fair. Oh, he already mentioned that there are several types, so it applies to this one, Powdery. I'm going to be starting to raid in a moment. If you want to join, you are free to join, but I'm pretty much going to be finishing for today. Thank you for joining me. It was fun. It was a lot of fun actually watching these videos, commenting on them and stuff. I see you later, Raven. Well, right now, basically. I have Discord open anyway, so. Gonna finish. Yeah, standard. He spoke about standard. He mentioned this is for standard, not for any other, just standard. He plays standard, so yeah. Bye-bye, Sian. Bye-bye, Raven. We're gonna see each other soon anyway. I'm gonna start the raid. Feel free to join, feel free to not to. Your choice, really. Yeah, I'm already finishing, so I'm going to be finishing in a moment. Anyway, feel free to join, feel free not to, and see you later. See you later, basically. I don't remember my schedule at this point, but see you later. Let me activate the BGM for at least last few seconds. I'm gonna close this last few seconds, and we're gonna start the raid. I'll see you soon. Bye bye.